Chapter 1087. Kill. Charge. Run. 2 days passed. At night, 15 places in Tubo launched a river-crossing battle against the Tang soldiers on the other side. The Tang dynasty soldiers put out the fire, but there was no movement on the other side. The Tubo soldiers who rowed the rafts over felt that the situation was not good. They held torches and were in a bright place. A rain of arrows fell. They turned around and ran. The order they received was to kill if there was a chance, and retreat if there was no chance. The Tang dynasty soldiers chased after them with torches and arrows. They stopped when they reached the river. They checked to see if there were any Tubo soldiers alive. If there were, they would treat them. If there were dead, they would dig a hole and bury them. They could not throw them into the river. If they washed downstream, they would reach the Tang dynasty. If the corpses were soaked in the water, they would infect people and animals. The messengers ran to Guojian's camp one by one. The first to arrive explained the situation. Feign attack? What's the purpose? Guojian did not sleep. He was studying the map. After the hot air balloon was released, a more detailed map was drawn. This could only be done by the featherweight flying cavalry. The other soldiers in the army who could draw maps could barely draw the locations of a few hills and rivers. And that was already good enough. They could not be expected to tell the exact distance, height, and width. The feather forest flying cavalry had specially learned it, and they had learned it until their heads were big. The others looked at the suitable places for an ambush. They had to be careful when they chased after the enemy. The enemy would put rolling logs on the higher hills. When the cavalry entered, the rolling logs would fall and block both sides of the road. They would be at a disadvantage if they shot arrows from the higher ground. What else could it be? They're forcing the enemy to stop attacking and turn to defense. They're waiting for time. The letter of credence should have arrived by now. It's too late. Zhang Zhongliang was too familiar with this tactic. Lighting torches to cross the river at night? Were they afraid that the people on the other side would not notice? Maybe they're lighting torches first, and not lighting torches next time. Wang Juankui smiled. It'll be easy when Hao Lingquan arrives. Give me a day to familiarize myself with the guns. The next day, we'll launch a general attack. As Qin Li spoke, he pointed on the map. There was a relatively flat shore there. The raft was washed down by the current, and if it could reach the shore, he would take the winged knights up first. Along with the skyscraper monkey, the hot air balloon would see if the wind on that day could cooperate. If the wind didn't work, they would use hang gliders. Each hang glider carried 2 explosive packs. The rope was fastened to a loose buckle and ignited with a lighter. The lighter was fixed to the handrail, and the lead wire was also fixed together. It was a little difficult to operate, but it could be overcome. The letter of credence they mentioned had arrived in Chang, and in the afternoon. One letter was written by Princess Jincheng, and the other was written by her own hand. There was also a large pile of jewelry. One of the boxes contained a luminous pearl, which was said to be specially given to Guanglu physician Li Yi. After reading the letter, the civil and military officials didn't say anything. After all, they didn't have the final say. Moreover, judging from the current situation, the Tang dynasty had mobilized so many troops and a lot of money. How can Tubo stop fighting just because he said so? Why did you cooperate with Su Lu and the Abbasid Caliphate to attack our huge stone city? When you attacked us, you were clamoring. And when we attacked, you stopped because you couldn't win. At night, Li Longji brought the 2 letters and the luminous pearl for Li Yi to Zhuangzi. Look, brother Yi, they probably want to bribe you, so they specially gave you a beautiful luminous pearl. Li Longji opened the box, blew out the light, and showed the luminous pearl to Li Yi. Specially for me? Okay, I'll take a look. Li Yi didn't close the lid, and directly took it to the laboratory. After half an hour, he came back with nothing in his hands. I just asked someone to make a lead box. It's pretty good, I'll take it. Li Yi said with a smile. Put it in a lead box. Li Longji was confused. Yes, otherwise if I touch it for a long time I'll get sick. If I don't get treatment in time, I'll be done for. Li Yi didn't think much of it. The radiation was small, he could play with it for a day. The luminous pearl was a real luminous pearl, just that it was mixed with other things. Quickly throw it away. Li Longji's eyes widened. Where should I throw it? What if someone else picks it up? We can't bury it. We have to remember where to bury it. Why don't I keep it? We can ask His Majesty to write a reply. Tell Chi-Dai-Ju Dan that we've taken over the Yellow River Basin and give him a share of the profits. As for Princess Jincheng, she can go play at any time. We can build an amusement park at Sister's Lake. Li Yi played down the matter of the luminous pearl. There wasn't a problem in the first place. He could guess that many of the Tubo people who obtained the luminous pearl had died. Who wouldn't want to play with it often? Then their organs would fail, they would lose their hair, their skin would become abscesses, and finally they would die in pain. When many people died, and the symptoms were the same, everyone would naturally know that it was the pearl's problem. Wasn't it just kind to give it to him? Should he give back a pearl with even more radiation? Or should he move the equipment in the radiation room to check the other person's body? Li Longji's face was gloomy. The Tubo people were too evil. They gave the harmful luminous pearl to Li Yi. They wanted to poison Li Yi to death. Brother Yi, are you really okay? Li Longji was still worried. I'll be fine for a few days. Even if it's a little longer. I still have medicine. How about I bring you to check your body, to see if you've been exposed to radiation? If you've been exposed to radiation, I'll help you get rid of it. Li Yi shook his head. He still had the means to do this. I don't know if Nu knows. Li Longji clenched his fist. So what if she knows? So what if she doesn't know? Marry her to them, and let her endure the high-altitude environment. She won't have a choice. Li Yi didn't want to blame Princess Jincheng. What could Princess Jincheng do? There was only one purpose for her existence, which was to contact Tubo and the Tang dynasty. If there were any diplomatic issues, she would come forward and communicate with them. In fact, it was Tubo who had been using her to seek peace again and again. She had lived for more than 40 years before she died. What was she thinking when she lived in Tubo? Did she want to return to the Tang dynasty? Did she want the Tang dynasty to take over Tubo? Did she accept her fate and only want to have a child? There should be something wrong with Princess Jincheng's body. I'll bring some medicine to Princess Jincheng. When Princess Jincheng sleeps, I'll give Princess Jincheng some medicine. After eating it, it should be effective. When Princess Jincheng has a child, everything will be fine. It can be considered as a woman's hope. Li Yi knew that Tubo would not last for more than a few years under his plan. When Princess Jincheng has a child, she can continue to rule the area. Of course, he could also not give her the medicine now. After taking over Tubo, Princess Jincheng will be betrothed to someone else. Otherwise, a woman with a new Zampu will not be able to find another man. No, Princess Jincheng cannot kill Princess Jincheng. The two of them can raise a child together. Anyway, he can't use the method of treating a stranger with a stranger. He should change the soil and return to the stream. Changing the soil means changing the local system. Returning to the stream refers to becoming a transferred official. Chapter 1088. Can you make a 9-turn large intestine? Drink some wine. Li Longji ended the topic about Tubo. If he wanted to drink, he could just skip work tomorrow. He would ask someone to send the other jewelry, brought by Tubo to Zhuangzi tomorrow, for Li Yi to inspect. Li Longji rejoiced. How much did the Tubo people hate his brother Yi, that they came up with this kind of scheme? If they gave him the night-luminescent pearl, he would probably put it in his bedroom. In the future, he would show all the unknown pearls in the palace to Brother Yi. Tubo had deliberately planned for Brother Yi to come up with this plan. It would be seen through as soon as he brought it over. Li Yi looked at Li Longji. Third brother, it's too late. The 9-turn large intestine is too strenuous. Li Yi did not want to do it. It would take a long time, especially when dealing with the large intestine. The intestine had to be flipped back and forth. The large intestine was very tough. After flipping back and forth, it would be a solid intestine that would be cut into sections. At that time, for convenience, he flipped the intestine when he washed it. Then he did not stuff the intestine in the middle. When it came out, there would be a big hole in the middle. It would take an hour to flip through 9 layers of the intestine. He would need to use salt and vinegar to rub the intestine until it was thin and loose. Then, he would use a long wooden stick to flip it back and forth. The more he flipped, the tighter it became. After flipping through 9 layers, he would put it in the pot, shape it, cut it into sections, and continue with other processing. If he started in the morning, he would be able to eat it by noon. How should he do it now? Third brother, I'll mix pig ears for you. I can't even mix pig intestines. There's no good large intestine. Li Yi asked for Li Longji's opinion. Do you have hoof tendons? Li Longji did not want to eat pig ears. Guyan was the fastest this time. As soon as Li Longji finished speaking, he jumped out and went to the kitchen to ask for hoof tendons. The other 3 eunuchs had just left their chairs when they sat back down. Not long after, Guyan came back with a plate of hoof tendons and half a caddy of 50% white wine. The white wine had already been heated. Why am I so picky when it comes to eating? The soldiers would be lucky if they could even take a bite. Li Longji suddenly felt a little guilty. They're working so hard because they want the people behind them to eat better. What I mean is that in the future, when we recruit volunteers, the prefectural military system will wipe out all the soldiers in one place. Volunteer soldiers were recruited from all over the Tang dynasty. First, they were conscripts, which were government soldiers. 2 years later, if you don't want to be a soldier anymore, you can quit. If you want to continue being a soldier, you can become a volunteer soldier, just like the recruitment system. Voluntary soldiers were given subsidies, and voluntary soldiers were given salaries. The difference was that the recruits fought for money, while the volunteers fought for the country. There was no honor in a recruit's death, but a volunteer's death was a hero. Let's build a monument to the heroes of the Tang dynasty. Soldiers who have made meritorious contributions will be given jobs and official positions when they retire or become professionals, not titles. Li Yi told him about his country's history, and he felt that it was quite good. What kind of soldiers do the winged knights belong to? How do we build the monument? Li Longji did not care about the soldiers. Anyway, what Brother Yi said would not be wrong. The monument will be carved with stone, and then there will be martyr cemeteries from all over the country. Everyone will burn joss paper, light incense, and place offerings. After the offerings are placed, you can take them home to eat. Li Yi continued. No one wanted the offerings in the martyrs' cemeteries because their living conditions were better. If their living conditions were not up to standard, it was fine as long as it was a token. Didn't other people give their longevity tablets with mosquito coils? Moreover, they would take it to another house after a while. After Li Yi finished talking about how to commemorate the monument, he mentioned the winged knights. The winged knights are the imperial soldiers. They are considered as voluntary soldiers, and their status is higher than voluntary soldiers. Can we let them be officials? Li Longji talked about the issue of officials. Now there were several ways to become an official. If one passed the imperial examination, the imperial court would arrange it. If one passed the provincial government's examination, the provincial government would arrange it. If one became an official, he would be an exiled official. There was also another type where the military governor and regional governor found someone to be an official elsewhere. The imperial court would recognize that person's position and pay him a salary. The last type were the officials of the prince's mansion and the princess mansion. Mansion officials had the chance to become local officials. Regardless of which type it was, the requirement was for the officials to be able to write and calculate. They had to be able to write simple calculations, and not immediately write a list of the people or a book about the prime minister. Previously, during the county magistrate examination, they couldn't even write a petition. Yet there were people who were illiterate. I'll start learning after I become a compulsory soldier. I'll be able to write and calculate in 2 years. That's enough. Li Yi didn't have high expectations. At that time, the professional soldiers he had started with were not ordinary and were treated well. Many village heads in the Tang dynasty did not know how to write. When they did arithmetic, they had to memorize the things they needed. If a child in the village became successful, the whole village would be happy and proud. Brother Yi, you can sort it out. Starting from next year, the revenue will be higher next year. Li Longji would definitely follow Li Yi's instructions without any problems. When I'm done, I'll pass it to you after dinner. Li Yi poured wine for the two of them. Li Longji nodded. He was already used to it. This was how Brother Yi was like. When Li Yi finished pouring 2 cups of wine, Li Longji picked it up and said, When Tian Lan Xiang Pavilion has spread the formula of the facial mask, Will Wen Tian make less money? Money. What Wen Tian is doing now is more important than making money directly. She is leading the trend. Whatever she says, the ladies will believe it. She said that if she wants to build a railway, everyone will pay for it together. After that, the ladies will go home and talk about it. Women need to be smart and beautiful. How can they stabilize their status in the family if they communicate with each other? In Wen Tian Lanxiang Pavilion, those who use their looks to influence others will fall in love with them. They need to work hard on both their looks and morals. Wen Tian provides them with such an atmosphere. They need to maintain their beauty and learn more at the same time. Li Yi introduced Wen Tian Lanxiang Pavilion. It didn't just sell things to make money. If you want to make money, you need Wen Tian Lanxiang Pavilion? Princess Yongmu needed to find something to do. Otherwise, it would be too boring. If she liked to teach children, she would get a bunch of children for her to take care of. If she was willing to interact with other ladies, she would be given Wen Tian Lanxiang Pavilion. Whenever she didn't want to, she could remove it and change to another one. Li Longji drank the wine. What's the difference between you and the princesses of the Tang dynasty? You want to have the right to speak in a place all day long. The difference is big. Princesses do it for status and status. When Tian is happy, the only thing I can do for her is to make her happy. Li Yi didn't want to compare Princess Yongmu with other princesses. They were different. Princess Yongmu was now at the bottom of the social circle. She was no longer the wives of the kings. Of course, there were also women from big families, including unmarried ones, who came to Wen Tian Lanxiang Pavilion to buy things and learn knowledge at the same time. Okay, Li Longji replied with one word. He admitted that no man was like Brother Yi. Some men didn't let women go out to do things, and some men counted on women to help them. Li Yi, on the other hand, would do whatever you wanted. He would never restrict you, but always protect you. So I'm going to invite everyone in Nanchu to Wen Tian Lanxiang Pavilion to teach those ladies. In terms of methods, other than the women in the palace, Nanchu is the best. Li Yi wanted to set up a class for those ladies. Chapter 1089. Princess Yongmu did not return to the Li family Zhuangzi today. She stayed in her own Zhuangzi. The children continued to stay in the Li family Zhuangzi. They had agreed to stay for half a month. If the roads and houses could not be finished in half a month, they could stay for a few more days. It was not like they were short of food. Princess Yongmu had a flashlight, so that she could see the insects at night. In the past, she had nothing to do, and only studied in the palace. She did not learn needlework or cooking. Now she learned everything. The noble ladies talked about making clothes for their men, so that they could compete for favor. Some also said that even if the man found a concubine, he would still think about making delicious food. Princess Yongmu did not want to compete with anyone. She simply felt that she should know what others knew, even if Li Lang knew how to make clothes and cook. The beanworms were gradually growing. Princess Yongmu wanted to see if there was any need to adjust. She asked Li Yi for 30 kerosene lamps and took a flashlight herself. After dinner, the neighbors carried kerosene lamps and went with Princess Yongmu to check the situation of the insects in her 20-mu bean field. There were more than 70 neighbors in total, more than 400 people in total. There were also hundreds of people watching outside. Princess Yongmu used a lot of manpower to check the insects. Someone walked in front and looked around to see if the ground was loose. What if someone was hiding in the ground? When Princess Yongmu arrived, everything was taken care of. Everyone look, the bean worms are starting to molt again. After molting, their appetite will increase greatly. You must arrange a place in advance. Don't eat all the beans. Princess Yongmu told the neighbors what she had learned from Li Yi. Even if it was in the newspaper, the neighbors were still willing to listen to her. The newspaper was full of words, and the pictures were not as clear as the real thing. The neighbors always believed that the best things were passed down to Li Dongzhu's woman. The neighbors found that this Li family's woman was not the type to show herself in public. She was purely playing. There were layers of guards and maids with knives. Which woman would show her face in public like this? How much extra food did the bodyguards eat this time when they came out at night? These are spiders. They eat bean worms. We have to get rid of them. Give me a pair of tweezers. Princess Yongmu discovered a large spider. I'll do it. Xiao Lan came over with a pair of tweezers and clamped down on the big spider. She shook the bamboo tube in her hand. The maid beside her helped to pull out the stopper of the bamboo tube. Xiao Lan picked up the spider and threw it in. When it was almost filled, the bamboo tube would be thrown into the dung pile, and the spiders inside would kill each other. This is a praying mantis. Now that the light has stopped it from moving, it would go and catch insects to eat. Princess Yongmu found another thing. Praying mantises had the same color as leaves. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see them at all. I'll do it. Xiao Lan shook the bamboo tube again. This time, the maid directly opened the cover of the bamboo tube. Before the spiders crawled out, the mantises were thrown in. You guys can kill them yourselves and see who is stronger. There's a snake here. Miss Li quickly hide. There's no need. Good skills. A neighbor found a snake. It was slithering in the direction of Princess Yongmu. Just looking at it made people feel numb all over. Then 6 throwing knives fell down. 2 accurately hit the snake, and the other 4 were on the side. One person threw 3 throwing knives at the same time. No matter how the snake moved, it would be pierced. The person who threw the knives was Guizhi. The moment the knives were thrown, 2 pistols appeared in his hands. Bring it back. When I go home tomorrow, I'll give it to Li Lang and ask him to braise it for me. The snake is not small. Princess Yongmu glanced at the snake that was not dead yet. She remembered the braised snake she ate last time and craved it again. She was not worried about her own safety. Guizhi was here. Even if Guizhi failed, the snake might not necessarily want her. Was the snake poisonous? She was not afraid of being poisonous. If she sent herself to Li Lang with her last breath, Li Lang would save her. It's a pit viper. If you're bitten, you won't survive. A neighbor came forward to take a look and said what kind of snake it was. Another guard came over and pinched the snake's head with his hand. He pulled out a knife and quickly left with the snake. In just a quarter of an hour, the snake that was still alive was sent to Li Yi. Li looked at it. Short-tailed viper neurotoxin. It's okay. There's serum. I used horses to make a lot of serums for poisonous snakes. I've checked them all. There's no poison in the horse. I can't kill it either. It's attenuated. Li Yi was not worried. He collected a lot of poisonous snakes and raised them. He took snake venom and injected it into the horse. If the horse carried other viruses, the snake venom would be detoxified, but the horse's venom would still be in the horse's body. Inactivation meant to eliminate all the other viruses. Attenuation meant to reduce the survival of the other viruses. In theory, both humans and animals carried poison. If the virus did not exist or was found in trace amounts, it was attenuated. It was not easy for Li Yi to kill it, but attenuate it was relatively easy. He put it in a small glass bottle and sealed it with gum. The current short-tailed viper venom was powerful, but he had anti-venom, made from the venom of the short-tailed viper. Other poisonous snakes had to be made separately. There was no universal detoxification at all. How could the bloodstream and neurotoxin be omnipotent? The antivenom made from the cobra's venom could barely deal with these 2 types. But there were also cellular types. There were basically cobras or king cobras on land, which could make a basic universal serum. But Li didn't have any cobras now. He couldn't find any in the tropics or subtropics. He was working hard to find them. If he could find more, he could raise them. Then he would make the universal antivenom. It was just a temporary solution. If it could withstand it, he wouldn't care. If it couldn't withstand it, at least there would be time to inject a special antivenom. As for the virus in the horse, after the injection, the snake venom would be detoxified first. The virus in the horse would be dealt with later. Medical first aid had always been about saving lives first and treating injuries later. Tao Hong and Qing Song, go and bring 16 kinds of common snake antivenom here and a cold box. Li Yi ordered. Tao Hong and Qing Song got up and went to find things. They both knew how to inject needles and draw blood. Not all Tao Hong and Qing Song were powerful. Everyone was studying hard. It was just that this group of Tao Hong and Qing Song were a little stronger than others. Li Nyang said she wants to eat. Braise. The person who delivered the snake emphasized. Okay. Li opened the box and put on gloves. He grabbed the snake that was not dead and left. He wanted to take out the poison before the snake died. Antivenom was expensive. It was indeed expensive. It was a life-saving thing. It was cheap. As long as there was a little bit of poison, he could make a bunch of antivenom. The problem was that the antivenom had a shelf life. If no one bought it after the shelf life, the antivenom would be wasted. Li didn't care about money. He wanted to make more. This was the Tang dynasty. There were many snakes. There would always be people bitten by snakes. Just like the snake catcher written by Lu Zongyuan, catching 5-step snakes was used to cure diseases. He meant harsh government. Li wanted to equip snake catchers with antivenom. There was no conflict between the two, right? Now there was no harsh government. Let's go catch the 5-step snakes. We will give you the antivenom. If you are bitten, quickly save yourself. Then some of it will be shot back to continue making antivenom, and some of it will be used as other medicines. Shouldn't the problem of money be counted as the financial subsidies of the Tang dynasty? The lives of the people of the Tang dynasty couldn't be measured by money. Even if they subsidized 100,000 yuan a year to save 10,000 people who were bitten by snakes, they would not only save lives, but also people's hearts. Chapter 1090. After collecting the snake venom, Li shot it to his heart's content and brought back the dead snake. He squatted beside Li Longji and used a large basin to deal with the snake. He skinned it, checked the parasites and dissected it. Brother Yi, can you stir-fry it in time? Li Longji wanted to eat it. He looked at Li Yi's way of handling the snake venom and felt a sense of beauty. When Tian wants to braise it tomorrow, Li Yi did not even raise his head. What do you mean by stir-frying it? Didn't Wen Tian say that she wants to braise it? It's easy for me to stir-fry it for you. What am I going to say to Wen Tian when she comes back tomorrow? Of course, there are snakes that are the same as the ones you raised. But why do you have to kill them when you can extract the venom? Do you want to eat snake meat? Oh, Li Longji did not say anything else. The tendons were also quite delicious. He was very satisfied with Li Yi. See, this is my brother Yi, my son-in-law. In the entire Tang dynasty, how many men would care about what a woman wants to eat? They even kept it for her. Yes, the men of his sister, Princess Jingxian, would. Because they care about Princess Jingxian's identity. Does brother Yi need to care about whose identity and status? Who can do anything to him now? If he wants to kill other officials, even if they don't want to be killed, they can only beg. If he wants to kill brother Yi will definitely not do it. Brother Yi guarantees that if you want to kill me, I will kill you first. Such a person, guarding a portion of snake meat for a woman, fine. Okay, this snake actually does not have parasites. Go and freeze it. I will braise it tomorrow afternoon. Everyone can have a bite. It's bigger and longer. After Li Yi finished dealing with the snake, he washed his hands in another basin and sat back. Cui Lu took the basin and left to chill the snake. Is the antivenom easy to promote? Li Longji knew some of the general situation, including the capital government. In a year, hundreds of people will be bitten to death by snakes. Brother Yi has the antivenom here, but no one knows about it. Brother Yi also does not promote it, because it is still in the research. In less than a month, the newspaper bought live venomous snakes and gave out the method to catch them, especially how to make the hook and net. This thing is only effective if you give it to the local pharmacy and advertise it to the local pharmacy. Even if you sell it to a pharmacy, it won't work. Li looked at it from the perspective of the human heart. If you sell the antivenom to the pharmacy, you sell many kinds of antivenom at once. If no one is bitten by the snake, what about the antivenom? Therefore, it could only be given in the form of financial subsidies from the imperial court. The local pharmacies would learn how to operate and store the snake venom. Not only did he have to give her antivenom and equipment, but he also had to give her money in exchange for ice. The antivenom needed to be maintained at a certain temperature, so that it would not spoil. Li Yi still trusted the doctors and pharmacies of the current era. Some pharmacies knew that sick people had no money, but they were still willing to pay on credit. If the treatment was successful, the money would be returned slowly. If the patient died, the debt would naturally be settled. Therefore, they usually overcharged the rich and subsidized the poor. What else could he do? Speaking of fairness, why should rich people spend more money? It was unfair because this was how the medicine shop and the doctor did things. Even if the family members of the county magistrate fell ill, the medicine shop would send someone to treat them without asking for money. After the illness was cured, the money given by the county magistrate's family was thousands of times more than the normal treatment. In the Tang dynasty, if an old man suddenly fell while walking, there would be a group of people to help him up. They would pinch him, beat him on the back, and even perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation. And when the rescued person woke up, he would never say that someone bumped into him and caused him to fall, unless someone really bumped into him. With so many eyes watching, witnesses were the most important because there were no surveillance cameras. If anyone dared to blackmail someone, it would be difficult for them to move an inch. If you wanted to buy meat, even the butcher would not sell it to you. They were afraid that if you ate my meat and died, I would not be able to pay for it. When the neighbors saw you, they would hide and your children would play with the neighbors' children. When the adults of the neighbors' children saw you, they would come over and beat their own children. Didn't I tell you not to play with your children? Li Yi believed in the medicine shop, but at the same time, he did not believe it. Therefore, they had to publicize and tell people that this medicine shop took the anti-venom subsidized by the imperial court. The people would know that someone was bitten by a venomous snake and came over to inject it. If the medicine shop did not treat or ask for money, they would go to the yamen to talk. Li Longji understood. He was now down to earth, but he asked, "How much does it cost a year?" "Ice money." Li Yi said 2 words. "What about the venomous snake?" Li Longji found that the key thing was missing. "I will pay for it. It's not much. Catch the snake, and I will find a place to raise it. I can raise any kind of snake. I don't lack horses. Injecting snake venom into livestock is very cheap under the circumstances that I do not pursue profit and do not want the cost of the technology. If we calculate according to the cost of the technology, it would be an insult to the technology if the anti-venom is less than 100 yuan. Li Yi did not calculate the cost of his technology because it was ready-made. He could not calculate it. For every citizen who lived, his lifespan would increase. He was not short of money. Why did he have to have this money? Deal. Li Longji did not say anything else. If it was someone else who bought people's hearts like this, he would have directly destroyed them. The next day, at 10 o'clock in the morning, the clock reached that position. Princess Yongmu yawned and came over. She went directly to take a bath and change her clothes. "Li Lang, I met a big snake last night. Thanks to Officer Gua. It was so scary." Princess Yongmu finished cleaning up and found Li Yi to tell him about yesterday's situation. "The snake is too hateful, so I braised it and dried it with mushrooms and chicken. I did not leave the skin." Li Yi comforted Princess Yongmu. When he made snake meat, the skin was left to prove that it was real snake meat. He did not need to prove anything to anyone. He just peeled off the snake's skin. It was first braised and then stewed in a dry pot. Otherwise, the snake meat would wake up in summer. Yes. Yesterday Taohong and Qingsong went over and said that they brought medicine. Everyone was not worried. Princess Yongmu talked about happy things. She had forgotten that she wanted to eat snake meat. She was happy when she saw Li Yi. "I also made braised lamb chops. You can ask someone to send some to your mother. I used a pressure cooker to make it. The lamb chops are crispy." Li Yi nodded and changed the topic to Princess Yongmu's mother. "Okay, my mother will love it." Princess Yongmu sat beside Li Yi and leaned her head on Li Yi's shoulder. "Aha!" Li Longji strolled over. He really did not go to work. "Third brother, is your throat hurting again? I have medicine. Take it and it will be over." Li Yi just put his hand on Princess Yongmu's waist and was shocked. "Brother Yi, everything is done. Do you want to eat dried pot for lunch?" Li Longji found some fun. "Third brother, I think you are very angry recently. Let me make you some dried pot." Li Yi did not find it funny. "I am being intimate with Wen Tian. What are you doing?" Li Longji was happy. "Brother Yi, the new battle report is here. The Anqi provincial governor took the initiative to attack Su Lu's cavalry. They won." Li Yi was not angry this time. It did not happen in history. The Anxi provincial governor took the initiative to attack? They threw out the rest of the explosives and took down 6 cities. They are looting. Li Longji did not have any good judgment. Chapter 1091. The Anxi provincial governor was afraid that Su Lu would find a chance to attack, due to the lack of soldiers. Hence, he took the initiative to attack. Li thought for a while and guessed the reason. In the early stages of the Kaiyuan era, the Tang dynasty lacked logistics. As long as there was enough food, the generals would be stronger than the last. Seeing the autumn harvest, the Anxi soldiers finished fighting. Su Lu promised to be honest, but he did not know that Anxi had used up all the explosives. After Anxi finished fighting and looting, they came back with a big harvest. We need to give out many officers. Li Longji's other reaction to the soldiers' victory was to spend money. The lowest rank of officer was rank 7. They had no real power, and were given a salary based on their rank. When there was no salary, they would give out a few mu of land, or dozens of mu of land. When there was no more land to give, many people would bring along officers, and things would become troublesome. Our Tang dynasty is rich, so it doesn't matter if we give them a salary. Once we occupy more land and use it to earn money, our revenue will continue to increase. Li Yi did not mention to seal off the land. The soldiers would fight in the future, not farm. In the political affairs hall, the emperor did not have morning court today, so Song Jing was in a bad state. Privately sending troops and taking 6 cities. When will they send troops to Chang'an? Song Jing was most against the generals fighting blindly. This was the reason why he suppressed Hao Lingquan. Unfortunately, his words were useless now. After defeating Su Lu does not dare to send troops this year. He can only fight the Turks and Abbasid Caliphate to make up for his losses. Su Yi, the Minister of War, did not think much of it. As long as they won, everything was fine. Using explosives to bully people, what kind of ability is that? If we fight, we will naturally win. Song Jing grumbled. Bai Gu smiled and did not say anything. He wanted to say that he would give you a bag of explosives to use. Xiao Yi said that she wants to build a railway, and told me not to spend too much money. 30 million is not much. Bai Gu was worried about the logistical problems of the Anxi provincial governor. From the looks of it, there was no need to give them anything. It was estimated that there were a large number of sheep and horses. The so-called 6 cities in a row were small city walls. The walls were less than 10 feet high and were very thin. A pack of explosives would definitely create a large hole in a section of the wall. When it was the outer city wall of Chang'an, there was no reaction when an explosive pack was dropped. Chang'an City was 13 feet and 4 feet high, with a width of 30 to 35 feet at the top and 40 to 50 feet at the bottom. Even if it was the thinnest layer, it would still be 9 meters thick. How could they blow it up with explosives? However, it was useless even if the city walls were thick. They would still be occupied, and the country would still be destroyed. If 30 million troops were used to attack Tubo, would they be able to destroy Tubo? Sui thought that the railway would cost a lot of money, but he did not think it was worth it. Spending 10 million to build the railway, and the locomotive would cost money to maintain it. But would the train not cost money to move? How many years would it take to earn back the money spent? Sui did not know that once Li Yi built the railway from Chang'an to Luoyang, there would be no problem of recovering the cost after the train started operating. The money earned would be used to maintain the existing railway, and the rest would be used to build and pave the railway. Li Yi would build the railway from Luoyang to Haizhou, which was Lianyungang, because it was close. Once the railway from Haizhou to Chang'an, the railway would start to make a lot of money. The sea transport would directly go to Haizhou for loading and unloading before going to Luoyang and Chang'an, the 2 important places of the Tang dynasty. On the Grand Canal, docks for loading and unloading would also be built there. The docks would follow the water down or up from below. Sui did not know how big the profits would be. The profits would be used to pave roads and repair bridges, and at the same time, increase taxes. The railway's profits could not be seen, but there would be some financial support. At noon, Li family Zhuangzi ate snake meat. Li Longji and his family, Princess Yongmu, ate the meat on the plate with a happy expression. She did not care about what she ate. She felt that she was the happiest when she could eat the braised snake meat that she said she wanted to eat last night. Brother E, is the imperial court going to take out the 10 million yuan to build the railway now? Li Longji did not go to the imperial court and decided to ask about something serious. Isn't this equivalent to going to the imperial court? I am asking about politics and have not rested. Li Yi swallowed the rice in his mouth. It's still early. There is good steel. And I also have the technology. I am preparing to build the steam engine ship and the locomotive at the same time. This year is too tiring. If there is no other way, set aside next year's budget. You can print more coupons and make up for it when the time comes. Li Longji thought of a way to reduce the deficit. Any normal person would have such an idea. Li smiled. No need. 10 million yuan is not much money. Iron mining, including transportation, is a labor cost. Coal mining, coal washing, transportation and labor. No one can take profits from it. I will build a few more furnaces and ask the winged knights to help. They will directly produce the steel and cast the railway. Li estimated that the cost of 1 li was about 2,000 yuan. He could not make the railway, so he could only cast it. He first made a mold, poured the molten steel into it, and broke the mold after it cooled. 1 li cost 2 million yuan. But this money was not thrown away. The money earned from the labor work had to be spent. If the winged knights did not want money, the costs would be even lower. The cost included cement and wooden pillows, crushed stones, and so on. It took a lot of effort to cut down a large piece of wood. It also took a lot of effort to soak asphalt and make cement. 10 million yuan was enough to build 5,000 li. That was 10 billion yuan. The purchasing power was frightening. In fact, it was not. There was a need to divide the tracks and move the switches. Trains traveling in opposite directions would be divided into 2 tracks at a certain section. The trains would cross each other, and there would be a switch at both ends, and it would become a single track again. The timing had to be calculated, or they would collide. As for the dual tracks, there would not be so many trains, and it was not worth it. If there was a need for economic development in the future, there would be additional trains, including the locomotive and carriages. 10 million yuan was enough to build the railway from Chang'an to Haizhou, including the railway bridges on the rivers. Li Longji listened to Li Yi's calculations and was relieved. The cost was within the acceptable range. 10 million yuan seemed to be quite good. He had forgotten that the Tang dynasty's total revenue was a few million yuan a few years ago. The money and things were enough to maintain the Tang dynasty's expenses, including the war. Now, 10 million yuan was only enough to build a road from Chang'an to Haizhou. After the road is repaired, if you want to eat seafood, let the train run a special line. It can travel about 120 to 30 li every 2 hours. At this speed, it will take less than 40 hours to travel from Haizhou to Chang'an. If there are stations, the train will start, brake, wait for loading and unloading, start again, brake again, and the speed will be slow. Li was talking about the type of train that stops and waits. In the past, the real speed of the train was not slow. As long as the train did not stop in the middle and kept running, the speed would increase. After stopping once, the inertia would be gone, and the train would start again. The train would slowly speed up, drive for dozens of li and stop again. Every time the train stopped and started, it would consume a lot of fuel, and it would wear and tear the train. Chapter 1092. What's so good about a train? Is it worth 10 million yuan? Li Tan was young, but he was willing to know more. I made a machine that goes from Chang'an to Luoyang to load goods. It doesn't stop midway, and takes 12 hours to reach the destination. Li Yi introduced the train to Li Tan. He told Li Tan that a train had 12 carriages, and each carriage could carry 150 shur of goods. One trip would cost 1,800 shur, and take 12 hours. It would take a few hours to load goods from Luoyang, and another 12 hours to run back to Chang'an. No, the empty carriages would be loaded first. The front of the train would be changed, and then they would turn around and return. They would need to replenish coal and water, according to the current price of coal and water, as well as maintenance costs and manpower costs. One trip would cost less than 2 shur. The loading and unloading of goods would cost extra. Li Yi's train at that time was more economical. The equipment was also more advanced, and the cost was lower. It was much better than the steam engine. The price of transporting 100 tons of goods depended on the type of goods. The price of different goods varied from a few cents to a few cents per kilometer. A normal 100 kilometers would cost more than 300 yuan. This included profits and various expenses, such as depreciation and construction costs. The car that Li Yi built, including its own weight, weighed more than 200 tons. Labor and coal were cheaper. After conversion, the approximate cost was about 2 shur for one trip. 1 shur at that time was not equal to 1 shur now. People in the Tang dynasty's capital office could earn 30 shur a day. They were considered high-income people. 1,800 shur of goods, plus the loading and unloading fees, from Chang until Luoyang would cost an additional 300 shur? A shur of 120 jin a gunny sack. 1,800 gunny sacks would cost 150 shur to load the carriage. How many things did the dockworkers carry in a day? How much did they earn? Li Tan's mouth opened slightly. He could not believe that 2 shur of money could deliver 1,800 shur of goods in 12 hours. How much would it cost to travel on a horse carriage for 1,800 shur of goods? Li Tan was not clear about the transportation cost. From Chang until Luoyang, a horse carriage needs 5 shur of fodder and water. If it's too heavy, the carriage needs to be sturdy enough. They would walk for 4 days and rest in between. 2 horses and 5 stones, 2 days of travel with rest in between. Currently, transporting military goods from Luoyang to Chang and requires 2 horses. When we arrive at our destination, there is a relay station that will change the horses. Li Longji was aware of the situation. 2 horses and 5 pickles worth of goods were transported to Chang, and in 1 day and 1 night. It wasn't that they changed every 10 kilometers. With the speedway, it was easy to run, but they changed every 20 to 30 kilometers. Ordinary people couldn't afford it. The horses they exchanged were rented. Otherwise, how could they exchange their own horses? If the horse was too slow, there would be a fast carriage behind it, and the slow carriage would have to go to the nearest place on the main road to make way for it. There was one every 300 meters, waiting for the express train to pass by before returning. Why don't you take the main road instead of the main one? Li Tan did some calculations, and immediately understood how powerful the train was. 2 shovels and 300 coins. The merchant can transport 1,800 dan. The merchant will be happy, right? Li Tan felt that the merchant's life would be better. We will cry like crazy. 200 or 300 coins is the cost of our delivery, not the merchant. Was the railway not money? Was the train not money? From Chang until Luoyang, it has to stop 3 times. One is to make it convenient for the locals to carry goods and ride, and the other is to add coal and water. We can't travel 800 li in one go. 200 li in one go. The coal and water are almost used up. We can't carry too much weight. In this way, we can also hang a few more passenger carriages and buy tickets to ride, just like the city's public buses. Li Yi shook his head. 2 shovels and 1 train. What kind of joke was that? 1 trip would cost at least 50 shovels. If it was too expensive, they could use a carriage to transport it. The speedway didn't charge them. How much would it cost to transport 1,800 dan of goods from Luoyang to Chang and by carriage? Yes, there were boats. When the Yellow River was not dry or frozen, they could use boats to transport it slowly. From Luoyang to Chang'an, they had to go against the current. They could bargain with the people driving the boats. When they reached 49 shovels, they would be 1 shovel cheaper. Thinking of the water transport, Li Yi muttered. How much would it cost to transport 2,000 dan of goods from Luoyang to Chang'an? Princess Yongmu said, I know. For 60 shovels you need a tracker, a sail and an oar. It's cheaper to go back. When you go back, you can just give them 20 shovels. So expensive? Li Yi did some calculations. It costs 60,000 to transport 2,000 dan of goods. 1 dan of goods added 30 shovels. At this moment, Li Dan interjected. If the transportation is cheap, why did the previous emperors run to Luoyang to eat? To put it nicely, they were lucky to go to Luoyang. But in reality they couldn't eat. Then our train will travel 70 shovels from Luoyang to Chang, and 25 shovels from Chang until Luoyang. This will give the shipping industry a way to survive. Li Yi adjusted the price again. 1 trip and 1 return would earn him 90 shovels. 3 trips in 2 days would earn him 130 shovels a day. Including the passenger transport, he could earn 50,000 shovels a year, 1 locomotive for each year. The railway was built to Lianyungang, and the sea was connected. With 100 locomotives, he could earn 5 million shovels a year, and he could earn back his capital in 2 years. Li calculated. He calculated that the load would be full, and that he could have goods at any time. In reality, it was impossible. From Chang until Luoyang or Haizhou, would there be so many goods to transport? Would there be so many people riding? It was also impossible to transport 540,000 shovels of goods from Luoyang to Chang, and every 2 days. The key was, what were they transporting? Stones? If they were transporting coal and iron, they would be transporting for the imperial court. If they collected 70 shovels from Baigu, would Baigu give them to them? He would not even give them 70 shovels. Li checked the information and found the first railway. It was said that there were 160,000 passengers a year, and it was only a distance of 30 miles. The upper seat was worth 500 coins, the middle seat was worth 250 coins, and the lower seat was worth 120 coins. Calculating how much the passenger transport industry earned in a year, the Rising Sun City only invested more than 200,000 taels of silver. Then the Qing government saw that it was not good and suffered a loss. If they did this, the Rising Sun City would earn back their capital in a few years. The government came forward and finally bought it back for less than 290,000 taels of silver. After buying it back, the Qing government did not operate it and dismantled it. AI. Li suddenly sighed. He really did not know what to say. Li Lang, what's wrong? Princess Yongmu saw Li Yi's sad and indignant face and quickly asked. It's nothing. I just remembered a story, a very sad story. I will first build the steam engine for the ship, and ask the winged knights to help me build the rails. Fortunately, there is the Yellow River. Otherwise, the steam engine will not be easy to transport. It will be inconvenient for both the scattered and the whole thing. Let the warships come directly for modification. Even if they are dragged all the way back, it will be better than sending them for modification. I can't go there. Li Yi threw the Qing government out of his mind. He did not want to think about it. There would be no more Qing government. He had to speed up the construction of things and concentrate his strength. The sooner the railway was paved, and the sooner the train was opened, the more money he could earn to continue building the railway. If he did not build it, he would never have it. If he built it, he would build thousands of miles of railway every year. In a few years, he would build the railway to an important position. With the improvement of technology, he would come up with a better steam engine. He would build one along the canal and make it turn to Guangzhou. It would be cheaper for people to ride and strengthen the flow and material transportation. In any case, the iron ore, copper, and coal mines were taken out by him. They belonged to the state. There was no external pressure, so there was no need to exchange foreign exchange. Chapter 1093. Li Longji was anxious at the side. He couldn't wait to see a railway appear tomorrow, no, immediately. He wanted to see a train running on the railway. He was thinking about the transportation of grain. The canal was the easiest, but when it reached the Yellow River, every mile was so difficult. The railway was built to Luoyang, and the Grand Canal was built with Luoyang as its center. The section from the Grand Canal to Luoyang didn't freeze in winter. If the railway could be built this year, since Xiaoyi said that the steam engine is good, build more and put it on the Yellow River and Yangtze River. Put the Yellow River above Hukou Waterfall, and don't come down. Build the canal. Use other boats for the short distance, and build a railway along the canal. In any case, we'll have to dig a mountain there. Noble consort Lu suddenly thought of an idea. The canal wasn't built yet, so she wanted to see if the railway could be extended there. She wanted to leave some space first, so that it wouldn't be filled with water. Li thought for a moment. Build the canal first. The railway can't be built on the side. It needs to go through the mountain. When the time comes, We'll see the direction of the river on the mountain, where we need to dig a mountain, and where to build a bridge. As Li Yi spoke, he suddenly admired the people of his time. The country's roads were built, and there seemed to be no place that couldn't be built. Provincial roads, national highways, high-speed railways. No country with such a large land area could build roads like that. Moreover, they were still being built, and never wanted to stop. In the Tang dynasty, not to mention all the roads, even the railway network 20 years ago would be good. Everyone was thinking about the railway in the future, and the meal was very comfortable. Li Yi took Princess Yongmu for a walk to help with digestion. The little girl followed them at first, but after walking for a while, she dozed off and ran to find the children in Zhuangzi. After finding them, she went straight to the sleeping area and insisted on going to her small bed. She threw herself on the bed, turned over, and fell asleep without even taking off her shoes. The caretaker quickly took off her shoes, adjusted her posture, and covered her with a small blanket. Li Tan also found a place to sleep. Li Yi told him to sleep more, and the scars on his face would heal faster. Before noon, the 516 guards, led by Hao Lingquan, finally arrived at the Yellow River's 9 bends. Each of them had 2 horses, and they also had to carry muskets and bullets. The scouts had already reported the situation to Guozhiyun. Everyone prepared food in advance to welcome their allies. The winged knights ran over first and helped to unload the items. They didn't care about anything else and only took the bullets. The gun was a new gun, so it needed to be mastered first. Every gun had a different ballistics, so he had to shoot a few times to familiarize himself with it. One by one, the dead fish were tied up at a position of 100 steps. They were prepared to be eaten, and the bullets were taken out first. Behind the big fish was a pillar, and behind the pillar were other pieces of wood. The areas that were not blocked by the pillar were blocked by other pieces of wood. Qin Li held his gun and walked forward. 100 steps was too far. He needed to shoot at a closer place to see if there was any deviation in the trajectory. The others followed along, and the young generals gathered around them. They had heard that there was a powerful gun, but they were not sure how powerful it was. First, open up the air seal. The bullet is 1 piece. Stuff it in and pull it back. Cut off the finger behind the bullet. The trigger was pulled. This place was the medicine pool. Originally, there was a medicine bag. Pour the gunpowder into the medicine pool. Now it was replaced with a small paper bag. Pull it out, and the gunpowder will fall into the medicine pool. Aim the camera, the crosshairs, and the target are the fish. 3 points in a line. 30 steps away. There is a scale on the camera. Adjust it to this position. You need to smell it. Pull the trigger. Bang! The gun fired, and a cloud of smoke came out. The surrounding people were shocked. What a big commotion! They looked at the fish again. From their current position, they found that the fish was fine. Everyone walked over. The fish was indeed fine. There was a small hole in the wood behind it. I missed. Go back and try again. Qin Li observed for a while, and roughly knew the trajectory of the bullet. He walked back. He did not feel embarrassed. This gun was different from the guns he used to practice. Bang! The second shot was fired. This time there was a change in the fish. There was a hole in it. Everyone went over again. There was indeed a hole. The front was big and the back was small. The bullet had entered the wooden pillar. This fish was taken down and replaced with another one. The third shot was 50 steps away. Qin Li successfully hit the fish again. It looked similar to the previous shot. 100 steps away. He took a deep breath to calm himself down. He held the gun and took a deep breath. He paused and pulled the trigger. The gun fired. A group of people ran over to take a look. There was a hole in the fish. The bullet was still embedded in the wood. A piece of skin in the shape of a big fish was in front of the fish. It was as thick as a leather armor. The fifth shot was fired. This time the skin was penetrated. The fish was also penetrated. The bullet hit the pillar. Use mine. One of the generals placed his upper body armor in front of the big fish and drew the image of the big fish on the armor. Bang! The gunshot was heard. Everyone ran over to take a look. The upper body armor was penetrated. The bullet hit the fish's body and came out. It was left on the pillar. Guojiyun and the rest were silent. They put on the double-layer armor 100 steps away. The gun looks easy to operate. Wang Junkui commented. Even a person holding the gun could shoot so accurately. Once they were fixed in place, any random child would be able to kill the enemy. It was just like someone helping to load a crossbow. The child found a place to set it up, aimed and fired. Bullets are expensive? Zhang Zhongliang was shocked by the result. It's much cheaper than arrows. 20 bullets are not as expensive as one arrow. A winged knight beside him said, "There is a bag over there. It's not as good as this one." A young soldier ran to look at other people shooting, and came back to report. Dongzhu wants to see which one is better. I think Dongzhu is making a better shooting device. You guys try? Qinli did not try. He knew that 100 steps was enough. He did not have the ability to aim any further. He could only shoot at places with more people. There was a scale on the camera, but it was not accurate. Guojiyun clenched his fist and waved his hand. I'll leave the bullets for you guys. Every time we try, we'll waste one. Maybe we can exchange it for a tubo life. As soon as he said that, the other young soldiers who wanted to try held back. They wanted to shoot a dozen, but they knew that bullets were precious just like arrows. No, they could take back arrows after practice. How could they take back bullets? They were out of gunpowder. The other 499 people were also shooting while standing, adjusting the distance, squatting, and shooting while lying prone. Every shot was focused. Li. Zhang Zhongliang said Li Yi's name, and did not say anything else. He once again understood the value of Li Yi. As long as there were enough guns and bullets, he could defend a city. One soldier for one citizen, and a very powerful one at that. Normal people without armor would probably be shot from a few hundred steps away. Bring a sheep here and put it 100 steps away. Qinli was ready to show everyone the damage caused by bullets. There's a dead sheep that is ready to be eaten. Don't touch the living ones. The winged knights beside him said as they rode to find the sheep. Not long after, a sheep that had been drained of blood was brought back. After setting it up, Qinli crouched down, aimed and fired. Chapter 1094. This kind of lead bullet is big at the entrance, and then gradually shrinks. Look, it didn't go through the sheep. The bullet stayed in the sheep's body. After Qinli finished shooting the sheep, he went to check the situation again. The hole on the surface of the sheep's body was bigger. Because the blood had been drained, he didn't know anything else. As Qinli spoke, he took out a knife and cut into the area where the bullet was shot. Someone next to him pulled the hole to both sides with his hands. There was no bullet. Qinli reached in and searched, then shook his head. Several people went to search one after another, but they couldn't find it. They continued to cut and searched again after cutting, but still couldn't find it. The third cut, this time Qinli touched it. With a hand full of blood, he cut into the side. Everyone looked carefully at the bloody area, and only touched it after they started. A young general's face instantly turned pale. He swallowed his saliva and said, If it's shot into the body, how do we take it out? Dongzhu said that if it didn't hit the internal organs or blood vessels, it should stay in the body and slowly grow in the body. The premise is that the fragments of clothes and other things follow in. Basically, Qinli stopped and didn't say anything else. Everyone had learned how to use alcohol and why it was used. It was to deal with infection. In the end, the lead bullet was embedded in the flesh. It was very narrow and ended with a small hole. Being shot was more frightening than being shot by a wooden feather arrow. At least if the wooden feather arrow hit their own people, they could dig it out and disinfect it with alcohol. There was a high chance that they would survive. If the lead bullet hit and entered the body, how could it be dug out? They couldn't even find it. How could they cut it with a knife? There's no need to take it out when it hits the bone. The war is about to change. Guojiyun's face didn't look good either. He thought about the consequences of being shot. If he died immediately, everything would be over. He was afraid that he wouldn't die immediately, but he would die slowly. For example, if it hit the stomach, lungs and liver, it would bleed non-stop. No, it was lucky to hit these 3 places. He would die after enduring for a while. What if it hit the intestines? It would hurt for a few days before he died, right? It's against the harmony of heaven. Wang Junkui said and then added, That's great. You guys go to the river and hit the other side. Let them be afraid first. Wang Juankui knew that wounded soldiers were more demoralizing than dead soldiers. The wails and wails of the wounded soldiers would constantly affect the others. Anesthetics, analgesics, alcohol, and sutures were the perfect solution. Even if they were seriously injured and didn't survive, at least there were enough painkillers, so the injured soldiers wouldn't die so painfully. She sewed up the large cuts on her body and changed the dressing. The wounded soldier groaned a few times and stopped crying out in pain. Pain at least proved that he was still alive. Biting a wooden stick, as long as it hurt, he would slowly recover. However, those who were injured in the group were allowed to snort. Snorting was also a way to reduce the pain. The others knew that their brother would not die, so they were not worried. Of course, he would feed her a bowl of painkillers when she went to bed at night, so that she could have a good night's sleep. It was good for her body to recover. This was all taught by Li Yi, and it was indeed effective. If the war continued like this, the enemy would be the first to succumb. When one side was injured, most of them could be healed. They had more experience in war. On the other side, the more they fought, the fewer people they had. The newspaper said that everyone is building cement factories. I don't know if there are any in the back. There is enough cement. When we take down the Yellow River, we will build a city and use guns to defend. A young general took 2 deep breaths. His eyes were bright. He was clear about the direction of the war. His colleague beside him also said, "Isn't that so? We have medicine and guns that can shoot very far. Why should we fight with the enemy? You have to be brave. Only those who dare to fight with swords and guns are warriors. You fight, I will support you. Don't use swords and guns. Use your fists, legs, and teeth. I believe you can do it. Aya, it's time to eat. We are welcoming new brothers today. The dishes are ready. Let's go eat. Can't you fight? How can we fight if we don't eat? Let's eat." The soldiers were in a good mood and laughed as they went to eat. There were 7,000 winged knights packing their luggage. They were about to leave. The 516 guards came in exchange for the 7,000 winged knights. At the same time, they were preparing for the next trip. There were too many winged knights coming out. Chang'an obviously lacked manpower. Including Zhang Xiaosong and the propeller boats on the road, there were about 16,000 winged knights outside. There were so many guards. If they came over, they would be able to see blood. Just as they were about to eat, the boats arrived. Today there were 4 boats. They only brought a small amount of things. Guo Zhiyun and the others were relieved. Sure enough, after the last boat, there were boats arriving almost every day. On land, the people from the Shu lands were sending them non-stop. This was truly an endless supply of logistics. It was said that the boats in Chang'an were still being built. The number of boats was gradually increasing, and so was the transport capacity. One day, the boats on the Yellow River would be enough for the soldiers to eat and drink. Looking at Tubo, was there anything? When the weather was cold and it snowed, how could they get the snowy boats? Several young generals were stunned when they talked about the boats. Winter was the most difficult, right? Old Qin, how do you think we will defend in winter? A young general was cutting lamb chops. The lamb chops were fried in a pan, not pork ribs. In winter, we will use horses. We will give them supplies along the way. The horses won't bring their own food. If we don't give them supplies along the way, they will bring fodder and concentrate. We have sleds. In winter, the Yellow River freezes. When the snow falls, the horses will run here. Qinli didn't think winter was scary. The transportation capacity of the capital government in winter only decreased by a small part. Is the material from the horses enough for them to eat? The young general doubted Qinli's IQ. From Chang'an to here, the horses ate everything along the way. Were they here to deliver horse meat? Qinli understood what he meant. He chuckled and said, "Ha! Don't you know how to pull out a lot of materials, run 100 miles, throw down a lot of materials, and bring back the materials that can run back? The horses behind will continue to run with the material, run 200 miles, and leave enough material to eat 100 miles. Go to the first place to put the material, and bring 100 miles of material back? I estimate that Dongzhu will set up a supply point 30 miles away, and send livestock for short distance, mid-distance and long-distance transportation. The young general was stunned. He found that it was feasible, but how much material will that consume? Impossible. Don't look at how much material it will consume. It depends on whether Dongzhu wants it or not. Dongzhu is planting a new type of indica rice. He said that it can be harvested twice a year in Tongzhou and other places above Chang'an. Hunan province planted the most grass this year. The grass that horses can eat can be harvested in the wild, plus silage and concentrate. You don't know Dongzhu's thoughts. He doesn't care what he wants to achieve. The harder the conditions here are, the better Dongzhu will help us, so that we don't have to worry about food and clothing. As Qinli spoke, he cut a piece of meat from the mutton. He held chopsticks in one hand and a knife in the other. He held the fried mutton with chopsticks and cut it with the knife. After cutting it, he changed chopsticks. There was no fork, so he used 2 knives. Everyone else ate like this. Who had the time to make a fork? Chopsticks only needed 2 sticks. Chapter 1095. After lunch, the 7,000 winged knights set off. Each of them rode 3 horses, and did not leave their horses behind. The road they took was different from the one they came from. They took a long detour back through Shu County. The winged knights had a political mission to show the people on the road their power. In addition, they had to use their coupons to buy food and fodder for the horses. The first reason was that the winged knights were very strong, so they did not have to worry. The second reason was that the winged knights were the emperor's private army, but they were bought and sold fairly. In the letter from Li Yi that Hao Lingquan brought, the winged knights were not allowed to stay in houses or inns. The weather was not cold, so they left their military coats for the soldiers of Hushi and Longyu. They wore straw coats on their way back. They were not allowed to rest in villages or towns, but they were allowed to buy things outside the villages and towns. On the road, they used their actions to tell the people what kind of army the winged knights were. To put it bluntly, the winged knights had been putting on a show since the day they formed the army. They rushed to wherever they were needed and treated the people like family. When the people were hit by a disaster, or were washed away by water, they gave their food to the people, carried the people on their backs and ran away. Wherever the winged knights went, it was peaceful. They had to keep up the show and never change. Now was a good opportunity. The winged knights could take a look at Longyu and Shu County, and buy some local products. At the same time, they provided the people along the way with the Li family Zhuangzi's coupons. This was a good thing. The winged knights would spread the news of the war at the front lines, and tell the people in other places how the soldiers fought. They talked about the exciting parts of the war, and the last wishes of the brothers who sacrificed themselves. Some of the injured were those who challenged the enemy to a fight. They could invite the people to drink and talk about how they fought. The people needed these things. They felt that they were connected to the Tang dynasty. With so many people fighting at the front lines, they could live a stable life. This was faith. They did not believe in gods or gods. Only the imperial court, only the emperor, would allow him to live a good life. His great Tang had the strongest soldiers and the most formidable weapons. The 16 guards, who had replaced the winged knights, took over the fortification of the stronghold to adapt to the highland climate. Listen to the local soldiers explain the situation of the battle and the deployment of the army to understand the situation. When they were working, they took over the tasks of the winged knights and taught the other soldiers how to read and write. Once I'm done here, I'll definitely think of a way to go back. I'll go back to the Li family Zhuangzi to see Li Yi, Guo said to Qin Li as he drank a cup of green tea brewed in boiling water. You shouldn't say such words. Fortunately, you are a regional governor, so it's fine for you to say it. I won't talk about what happens if we win the war. Qin Li smiled and chatted with Guo Zhiyun. The other party was raising the flag. He's just a teenager who hasn't even turned 20 yet. He knows everything, right? Guo Zhiyun could not figure it out. He had read history books, but when had he ever seen someone like Li Yi? He knew how to farm, could do the work of the craftsman, knew how to do business, knew how to raise livestock, understood the military, knew how to educate, was good at poetry, was good at music. You know everything? Can you tell me how you learned it? I have a daughter at home. Qin Li rolled his eyes. It's normal to know everything when you're born. Look at Shan Wuwei. When he reached Kashi Miluo, there was a river in front of him, but there were no bridges or boats to cross it. In the past, I didn't believe it, but when I saw Dongzhu fly, I thought there was no problem. Also, when Shan Wuwei brought the scriptures across the river, he was invited by the Dragon Palace to preach for 3 days. When he came out, his clothes were not wet at all. I also believe in this. Wear a big enough oxygen tank and a diving suit for 3 days. When he came out, take off his outer clothes. He was just a little hungry. If he was thirsty, he could drink some river water. Guojian was at a loss. He had also heard about Shan Wuwei, and everyone said so. Li Yi really knows how to fly. Wang Juankui did not believe it before, but now she felt that it was very mysterious. Dongzhu's flying. I won't tell you. Anyway, it's very easy for him to kill people from 1,000 miles away. Therefore, Her Majesty basically lives in the Li family Zhuangzi now. She rarely spends the night in Xingqing Palace. It's enough that you know, but don't spread it. I'm just strengthening your confidence in taking over the Yellow River Basin. Qinli did not want to say that Li Yi flew on something that could fly. It felt like anyone could fly on it, but it was hard to control and easy to fall. Guojian, Wang Juankui, and Zhang Zhongliang looked at each other. The pressure cooker is a good thing, but it's a pity that we don't need it in Anxi. We can bring it back to cook until the bones are crisp. Give it to Longyu. Zhang Xiaosong was eating at the same time. He had just received news that Hao Lingquan's team had arrived in Longyu. Based on the speed of information transmission, Hao Lingquan should be at the front line now. He was going to send troops to cooperate with the team there. He also ate mutton, the meat of the blue sheep. After hunting, he let out the blood and soaked it in cold water. Fan Fan taught him to soak it until the fishy smell faded. After cutting it, he threw it into the pressure cooker and poured in some alcohol. Yes, medical alcohol. He also put in some unripe wild mushroom, which was Shanli red. He used it to cook when it was just a little green, which could be found in the mountains nearby. The Shanli red was now astringent and bitter. When it was cooked in the pressure cooker with the blue sheep meat, there was no astringent or bitter taste at all. Dongzhu said that there's a very low place on your side. What's it called? Aiden Lake. He also said that the local people should use glutinous rice to make fruit candy. Wrap it in glutinous rice paper and ship it outside. You can get a lot of money. Or you can use the soup made from the fruit to make candied fruit. Dried fruit is also fine. Aren't there more relay stations now? Fan Fan gave an idea. He wanted to eat candied fruit before, but he couldn't afford it. He couldn't afford fruit candy either. When he was young, he went up the mountain to pick wild fruits to eat. He brought his father's bow and arrows. For food, he worked very hard. His family wasn't well off, but he was still a soldier of the Chong Manor. When he was young, he couldn't draw such a big bow. He could only draw it a little and shoot the birds nearby. He did it for food. He didn't want to fight. As he grew older, he could draw the bow fully when he was 11 or 12. When he was older, he could draw the bow left and right. He didn't even need to aim when shooting. Even if it was a flying bird, he could instantly draw the bow and shoot. Then he was selected to become winged knights. With his superb archery skills, he became a battalion commander. Of course, he was also excellent in his cultural studies. However, he was treated the same as the other brothers. He didn't get more money. There was no difference in the quantity of things given to his family. Being a battalion commander was a kind of power and a kind of responsibility. Things made by people outside the tribe are also okay? Zhang Xiaosong was tempted. It's fine as long as the things are good. It has nothing to do with the tribe. You want to use trade to win people over? Fan Fan said. He suddenly understood Zhang Xiaosong's meaning. Can you write a letter to Li Yi and tell him? Zhang Xiaosong didn't answer directly. You right. Dongzhu is easy to talk to. Dongzhu has always been protecting you. You don't have to worry about other things. Fan Fan refused to write a letter himself. He guessed Zhang Xiaosong's meaning. Zhang Xiaosong was afraid that if he wrote a letter about people outside the tribe, people would misunderstand that he was working with outsiders. Okay, all right. I'll see what the outsiders need. It's best to trade. Zhang Xiaosong made up his mind. He wanted to help win over the outsiders. As for the war in front of him, he didn't need to worry about it. Everything was going according to the plan. Chapter 1096. The sun was high in the sky. Qinli led a group of rafts from upstream to the opposite bank. Someone on the raft raised a shield, a large shield that reached up to his chest. Behind the shields, there were people controlling the oars. The people holding the shields squatted down. The winged knights placed their guns on top of the shields. A series of rafts gradually approached the Tubo bank. The Tubo people followed the example on the bank. They piled up a high slope and stood on it, preparing to use logs and stones to roll down. The Tubo people also made a simple catapult. The catapults couldn't hit too far because the materials were not prepared in advance. They used weights to pull ropes and throw stones to hit the military forces of the Tang dynasty on the bank. The rafts floated over and stopped when they were 120 feet away. The Tubo people also raised their bows and shields to watch. There weren't many of them. From the flags, it was obvious that they belonged to the winged knights. 5 groups in rotation. Get ready. Qinli aimed his gun at the people on the bank and ordered. 500 people put the primer into the medicine trough at the same time. 100 people held the guns. First group fire. Qinli shouted and pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 Another featherwood flying cavalry continued to shout. Second group release. Bang! 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 Another series of sounds. The Tubo people on the slope were still watching. They were so far away. How could they hit me without using the sky monkey? Ouch! What's that? My thigh is injured. Belly, use the shields. Ah! Squat down. Don't show your head. More than 40 people were hit by the 500 bullets. Those who were hit in the eyes, the forehead, the heart, and the throat fell to the ground. The people who were shot in other parts of his body covered their wounds in pain. At the same time, their faces were filled with horror. The two sides were so far away. What was the smoke? Was it the gunpowder of the sky monkey? The Tubo soldiers on the bank shrank their heads and stuck their eyes out. Qinli picked up the binoculars hanging in front of his chest and showed a helpless expression. The Tubo soldiers knew how to dodge. When it came to shooting, they could shoot towards the sky and hit the target. If the gun was aimed at the sky, would the bullets be able to kill someone if they fell? The key point was that he had never practiced throwing bullets into the air. And the bullets were not small. Qinli didn't understand. In fact, after a lead bullet flew more than 100 meters high, it could kill people when it fell. It was as if a glass ball had been thrown down from a 30-story building. It was indeed unbearable to have it fall on the head. 500 guns were not enough for projectile shooting. Machine guns were used instead. Go back, this method won't work. Qinli saw that he couldn't gain any advantage, so he called out, and the raft gradually moved back with the current. The Tubo soldiers thought for a moment, and someone shot an arrow in that direction. The arrow flew a distance and fell into the river, drifting away with the water. Turning their heads, they looked at the dead and injured people. Some of the people who had been hit in the fatal areas were not completely dead, and were lying there waiting. The injured people looked at their wounds, trying to find the arrowhead or something, but found that other than bleeding, there was nothing else to see. The people who had been shot in the stomach were sweating profusely, and the people who had been shot in the lungs were vomiting blood. The possibility of both of them surviving was very low. Zasikas was drinking medicine when he received the news. The Qianhu that he had given medicine to also sent people to ask for the dregs of the medicine. He refused and didn't even have enough to drink. The Qianhu went out, and the injured and dead soldiers were carried over. The person who had been shot in the lungs had an ugly expression. He was still alive, but he continued to vomit blood. He had an open pneumothorax, and the tissues in his lungs were injured. Even if the bullet hole was blocked, he wouldn't be able to survive unless Li Yi personally took care of it for him. What hurt him? The Qianhu looked at the injured people, and his face that had been weathered by the weather became even darker. The people who carried the corpses and injured soldiers shook their heads, indicating that they didn't know. At this time, someone ran over with a lead bullet in his hand. The barrel of the gun was 13 millimeters, and the bullet was slightly smaller. Fuqian, this thing, I picked it up from the ground. The person who ran over showed the bullet in his hand to the Qianhu. The Qianhu picked it up and carefully observed it. It felt like lead, not silver or iron. He closed his eyes and looked at the wounded. He personally pulled out the knife from his waist and went to the side of a dead person who had been shot in the heart. He shook the other person, but the other person didn't have any reaction. He used the knife and began to remove the ribs and dig out the heart. The heart was pierced, and the wound was big at the front and small at the back. He cut a few more times at the back of the heart. The others watched him reach in, and after a while, he pulled out a deformed bullet. The surrounding people showed a trace of fear in their eyes. They weren't afraid of death, but they were worried that if they were hit by this thing, they wouldn't be able to take it out. Fortunately, the wooden arrow could still leave a trace, so they clamped it and pulled it out. The barbed arrowhead was pulled out, and the wound was treated. Now that the thing hit the stomach, should they cut open the stomach to look for it? It hit the thigh, and there was no other way. Should they cut a big hole in the thigh and reach in with their fingers? Zasikas walked out and saw the wounded and dead soldiers. He also took the bullets that others had picked up. He clenched his fists. He also understood how insidious the thing in his hand was. There was no need to smear poison on the weapon. The weapon itself was enough. "Commander, they shot us from more than 100 feet away. We didn't know because we were on the slope. But we shrank back so they didn't shoot us. This can't be shot at a distance." The soldier with lingering fear actually analyzed the disadvantage of the flintlock. The requirement of shooting at a distance was too high. More than 100 feet, more than 100 feet. Zasikas repeated the distance. He thought of cavalry shooting. More than 100 feet away, cavalry against cavalry. It was much more powerful than the other arrow of the Tang dynasty. The battle couldn't go on. The difference in weapons was too big. His side could only take a beating. The catapults were well made. The big catapults could hit more than 100 feet away. But they weren't accurate. A catapult needed many people to operate. The other side each had one of those weapons and could run with it. "I'll write a letter back." Zasikas ignored the wounded soldier. He turned and went into the tent. He wrote a letter to Zongpu and the Prime Minister, telling the people behind him about the new weapons of the Tang army. There were hot air balloons flying in the sky, sky-piercing monkeys that could shoot from a long distance, big kites that could carry people against the wind, and explosives. There were also binoculars. The binoculars could see the other side from a long distance, but the other side couldn't see. Now there was a pea-sized lead bullet weapon. The fighting strength of the two sides was not equal. Yes, the Tang dynasty had been sending things by ships recently. It didn't matter if they came once or twice, but they couldn't bring too many supplies. What should they do if they kept sending things? Baggage would not be lacking on the other side. After writing the battle report, he ordered a group of people to send it away. Zasikas drank the medicine in the bowl in one gulp and felt much better. He went out of the tent again. The people who had been shot in the stomach and lung took their weapons and ran to the shore. "Kill! Charge!" Several people shouted as they ran. When someone fell, the others helped to pull him up. When they reached the slope, they struggled to pull a sheepskin raft down. When they got on the raft, someone spat out blood and rode. Before they could reach their destination, the current overturned the raft, and the few of them floated away in the water. Chapter 1097. Grass ash butter. We'll let those things grow on our bodies. The ones who didn't fight were those who weren't fatally injured. They shouted to take things. Tubo had medical books from the Tang dynasty. Princess Wenqing and Princess Jincheng brought things, including medical books and herbs. But those herbs were not used by others. They were for Zongpu and the princess. Tubo took medical books, but most of the herbs were not available. Tubo could pick some local herbs. For example, snow lotus, saffron rhodiola, palm ginseng, rhubarb fritillary, etc. Not all, the difference was too great. Not every tribe knew how to do it. Why was Qinhu so nice to Guanlin? It was because Guanlin could save lives. Nowadays, grass ash and liquid butter were usually used to treat wounds. The sugar and butter could be used to remove oxygen from the bacteria. Bees could also kill bacteria. Also, when stored, they put sugar in things. Grass ash was the same. It was alkaline and could inhibit the growth of some bacteria. Simply put, it was dehydration. Salt could also be used. There was also sulfuric acid. Of course, sulfuric acid couldn't be used during treatment. The injured people didn't plan to take things out. They couldn't. Those whose faces were injured would lose a piece of flesh. First, they would block the wound and wait for it to heal slowly. If they had a fever, they would charge at the Tang army while they were still conscious and die there. Qin Li went back and continued to drag the raft upstream. He saw the people who were about to charge and knew why they were charging. The winged knights saw it. They didn't care. They were not touched at all. War was like this. If they suffered the same injury, they wouldn't be in a hurry to die. Instead, they would find a way to deal with it. While they were still alive, they would ask someone to bring them back to Chang'an. If they saw Dongzhu with their last breath, they might be able to live. The non-commissioned officer of the Tang dynasty came to help drag the raft, but his eyes were fixed on the guns. Just now they took turns to use the binoculars. They could really knock people down from such a long distance. If the logistics department sends more bullets, you can practice. We're not suitable for guns. We have horses. It's tiring to load bullets on the horses. Qin Li knew what everyone was thinking. Based on the arrangement of the Li family Zhuangzi, if they had more bullets, they would give them to others. This was especially true for the infantry archers. They switched out their longbows for muskets and directly suppressed the enemy's long-range units. The disadvantage was that the longbowmen would be responsible for blocking the attack and shooting far away. The sword-shield soldiers at the front clashed and killed each other. The archers at the back shot arrows, and the arrows fell into the enemy ranks. There were enough archers, and they could clear out an empty area. The enemy would be entangled and killed, and there would be no more archers to replace them. If there were many flintlock soldiers, they wouldn't even need to use swords and shields to directly suppress the enemy's charge. When Qin Li returned to his camp and stood on the shore to look at his opponent, Guojian pointed out the drawbacks. Bows and arrows are of little use. The sky-piercing monkey is the best. Calculate the approximate flying distance. Qin Li shook his head. He wouldn't charge if he was given a bow. War is a battle of skills. I'm really afraid that one day we will meet an enemy whose skills are better than ours. Wang Juankui put down the binoculars and looked a little worried. He didn't know if there were more powerful weapons in other places. Now that the Tang dynasty was in Tubo, they were completely suppressed. Qin Li still shook his head. No. Dongzhu said that the Tang dynasty's technology was the most advanced. Dongzhu said that he was cultivating a system and teaching others. That's good. That's good. Zhang Zhongliang was also afraid. Throwing explosives from the hot air balloon was a tactic. He felt that he couldn't defend the city. Qin Li nodded. Currently they are fighting logistics and money. Dongzhu said that he is willing to use more money in exchange for the safety of the Tang dynasty's soldiers. Isn't there a fixed amount of money? Guojian thought that if money was thrown out when money was spent, it would be gone. When one mu produced 2 dawn, the maximum was 2 dawn. Later, 1 mu produced 3 dawn, so the fixed amount was 3 dawn. If you have 5 chickens, the chickens will lay eggs and hatch chicks. What is the fixed amount of chickens? You can't grow grains in the sand, but you can grow melons. Dongzhu planted a lot of melons in the north of the capital office. They all made money. Qin Li refuted the statement that the world's products were fixed. He learned it all from Li Yi. Guojian thought about it and laughed. Haha, that's true. I learned all kinds of farming things in the newspaper. Everyone's life is really good. I long you also learned. Good tools save time. Everyone raised poultry. I have a lot of water, so I have a lot of ducks and geese. I can also hatch poultry myself, so the hens don't have to hug the nest. Zhang Zhongliang expressed his gratitude. The newspaper said everything. There were also people who gave it to Tubo and Tujiwa. They learned it together and didn't pay tuition. Ordinary people, if they learned a skill, they would cherish it. Li Yi, however, taught it to the Tang dynasty. Foreigners who learned this skill should be grateful. Wang Juankui praised Li Yi. He hoped that Qin Li would go back and tell Li Yi that he wanted to fight and needed supplies. Which place in the world could be better than the Li family's Zhuangzi in logistics? Wherever he fought, The supplies would be sent there. He sent them both by land and water. He still didn't know that Li Yi's appearance saved his life. Otherwise, according to historical information, he would have died and not died of old age. According to the information, Jun Kuei was Hushi Jidushi. Hueha and other tribes were discontented and ashamed to be under his command. Jun Kuei reported to Hueha and other tribes that it was difficult to control. Jun Kuei fought with the bandits. His left and right were killed. He was killed by the people of Hueha. Hueha was a tribe. Hueha was the story of sending goose feathers from 1,000 miles away. There were various versions. One of them was, Swan to the Tang Dynasty, Mountain Heavy Road is even farther. Lost treasure at Minyang River. Hueha can't abandon love. Sent to the emperor of the Tang Dynasty. Begged for forgiveness. The object was light, but the thought was heavy. Sending goose feathers from 1,000 miles away. Now he wouldn't encounter that kind of thing. The weapons of the Tang Dynasty were powerful enough. If he could still be defeated, how bad would his commanding ability be? In history, he defeated Tubo several times and withstood the Tujue's attack. He was also not captured. He died in battle. In this period of the Tang Dynasty, what was important was that the commander's flag didn't fall, and he fought to the death. Tubo was proud to die in battle, and so were the border generals of the Tang Dynasty. If he was trapped alone and surrounded by his own troops, seeing that the enemy was about to rush over, he would also shout, "Fire at me!" and then take the explosives with him and perish together with the enemy. Otherwise, if he was caught, he would die even if he returned to the Tang Dynasty alive. How could he live if other soldiers died? Zhang Xiaosong, who didn't know the specific situation of the Nine Ben's land, said to Fan Fan, "It's almost time. My army should move out. Everything is ready." Fan Fan still had 2,800 men, and a lot of explosives. He didn't want to hide when it was time to fight. Why should the winged knights be afraid of others? It's ready. It's best if it rains heavily. Our explosives are waterproof. Fan Fan was actually thinking of heavy rain. Yes, heavy rain is good. Zhang Xiaosong agreed. He was an elite cavalry, and didn't care about the environment. The worse the weather, the better. The winged knights didn't care. When it rained heavily, the scouts would be restricted the most. Chapter 1098. Zhang Xiaosong's team set off. Their speed was not fast, and the hot air balloon was pulled along. 3 ropes fixed the hot air balloon in 3 directions. When the wind blew, the ball on the hot air balloon would tilt slightly. The people on the hot air balloon quickly pulled the ropes around them to adjust it. It was very difficult. 3 Longyo's hot air balloon soldiers were on top. One was responsible for controlling the flame, and the other 2 were pulling the ropes around. They took some time to look elsewhere with binoculars, and prepared to signal. Originally, the winged knights wanted to replace them, but the 3 of them refused. They had to control the hot air balloon themselves. Even if they died, they wanted to fall with the hot air balloon. They had already regarded controlling the hot air balloon as their mission and glory. They were chosen to be the hot air balloon soldiers because of their horsemanship, archery, and strength comprehensive assessment. No one could take away their pride. In fact, it was the same as Li Yi's flying soldiers. When the plane crashed and the pilot parachuted, the pilot's individual combat ability must be outstanding. During Li Yi's time, except for a few places where he opened fire on the paratroopers, he was usually capturing prisoners. The hot air balloon soldiers of the Tang Dynasty would not be captured. They always carried an explosive pack. If they accidentally fell, and there were no enemies around, they would burn the hot air balloon and find a way to escape. If there were enemy cavalry surrounding them, they would shout surrender. 2 people would block 1 person. When the cavalry came close, they would ignite the explosive pack and blow up the hot air balloon together with the people. Dongzhu said that the Tang Dynasty's border at this time were all good soldiers. It's true. Fan Fan took a look at the people on the hot air balloon with binoculars and said to Zhang Xiaosong, "If the logistics are good, the soldiers at the front will have confidence. Li Dongzhu's support is really amazing." Zhang Xiaosong did not know how to describe Li Yi anymore. He sent things and people. His team had both combat power and morale. Didn't 200 people go back? He even said that he would leave a mark. The winged knights, who had been following the team, also left a mark. After that, the delivery team followed the mark and sent the supplies over. A lone army behind the enemy's back actually played the baggage mode of the regular army. Zhang Xiaosong and Fan Fan were waiting for a rainy day. They wanted to play big. It was raining in Chang'an. It was raining in the entire capital. Walalala, it's raining. I see everyone running. Li hugged his guitar and sang to Princess Yongmu. It was raining. After Princess Yongmu finished teaching the children, she didn't go anywhere and went to play with Li Yi. Li Longji didn't come to disturb him. Li Longji was in Xingqing Palace and hadn't come back yet. Li Yi, the kind where the weather is better for women. Princess Yongmu didn't want to listen to what Li Yi was singing now. She was more straightforward. If she liked him, she would say so. If she didn't like him, she would say it immediately. Okay, I will change to another instrument. Cello, I will play Flowers in Full Moon for you. This is actually sung by a woman. I have not changed my voice. I will sing it for you. Li Yi took the cello and sang to Princess Yongmu. The floating clouds scatter. The bright moon shines on people. Li Yi liked the version sung by Mr. Zhou at that time. At the beginning of the song, the band played in a lower octave. It showed the singer's voice, unlike some later songs where the accompaniment suppressed the lead singer. Li Yi understood why there were many pattern songs. The singers didn't want to be classics. They just wanted to make money. Some of them even wanted to make money, but the songs he took out must be classics. Shouldn't they copy the songs well? When Princess Yongmu heard this, her face turned red. Why did this song feel so erotic? Li Lang was too naughty. Li Yi was seriously playing and singing. This song was not from the Mandarin Duck and Butterfly School. It belonged to the old Shanghai style. The instruments were different and had their own unique charm, including the Minnan, Shaanxi, Tibet, and Inner Mongolia songs of his time. They all had their own things. But when it came to Cantonese songs, the first thing that came to mind was Hong Kong, not Guangdong. Guangdong's artistic repertoire was not as good as Minnan's. Minnan's repertoire was more in the form of folk tunes. It used more pentatonic modes, and did not use clear corners or changing palaces. As for Jiangsu's tunes, most of them had Yin. Usually it was Yin. In Tibet and Xinjiang, the style of reclining is used. Li Yi was playing and singing, but he was thinking about all kinds of comparisons. Li Lang, I know it. When Li Yi finished singing, Princess Yongmu took the cello over. She wanted to sing and play it herself. When Li Yi came up with a new instrument, she would learn it first. After understanding music theory, it was more about familiarity and talent. She only needed to be familiar with it, and talent was top-notch. Princess Yongmu also had the piano that Li Yi gave her. The piano had the widest range of all instruments. But the piano could not replace all instruments. Strings, wind, percussion, and the piano could not. The timbre determined everything. Princess Yongmu played and sang by herself. After one time she said to Li Yi, Li Lang, I like the cello. That's not good. You should like the violin. The cello is too low. The violin has a wide range. But string music, what it represents is, no problem. Yes, string music does not affect the mood. Music should not be differentiated by instruments. It should be expressed. You should have a complete life and not be protected by a cage. Li Yi did not like the low cello. No matter how the cello was played, it was not as lively as the violin and other instruments. Unless it was a cello and then rock. At that time the bass was powerful. A good cello player could use the low resonance to bring out the release of passion. But it was not with a girl. According to traditional thinking, a girl playing like that was too impetuous. Just like his female loudspeaker at that time. Why did she have to shout? The women of Nankou could also stir up the atmosphere. But they did not need to shout because of their quality and social circle. Look at these two children. They get along so well together. Yuanshu is happy all day. Outside the house, noble consort Lu said to Li Dan. Li Dan put his hand on noble consort Lu's shoulder and gently patted it. I was once incompetent. He knew why Princess Yongmu was happy. Li Yi was strong enough. In fact, it was also a kind of marriage. By betrothing Princess Yongmu to Li Yi, the relationship between the two sides would be closer. The difference was that the two of them were about the same age. Li Yi did not have other women. Li Yi approved of this, and always doted on Princess Yongmu. He finally gave Yuanshu a good home. Xiao Yi, I was worried that he would not be close to women. Noble consort Lu said from another perspective. A person like her was not afraid of choosing a man who was lecherous. She was afraid that the man was not good at women. As the saying went, men were afraid of entering the wrong line of work. Women were afraid of marrying the wrong man. From the current situation, noble consort Lu felt that Li Yi was good in every way. Especially sometimes he was as unreliable as a child. He gave people the feeling that he was very interesting, as if there was something to discuss. Usually, Yuanshu would ask questions, and Xiaoyi would give several solutions. In the end, Yuanshu would not choose. She would ask Xiaoyi which one was good, and she would believe whichever one he said. This kind of husband and wife relationship was not something that ordinary families could even think about. Chapter 1099. In the heavy rain, the people who planted grains and vegetables soaked the plant ash. When the sun came out after the rain, they would spray it on the crops to kill insects, especially cucumbers. After the rain, the sun would give birth to honey insects. Sorghum had worms. After the wheat was harvested and the sorghum was planted, a lot of grass had been cut and placed in the furrows. Where there were worms, the night moths would run to the grass to lay eggs. When they finished laying eggs, the grass would be collected and burned to ashes. Now, the sorghum leaves would grow like corn after being brushed with the plant ash. Now the people of the capital only planted winter wheat. They didn't wait to plant spring wheat. Winter wheat had a longer growth cycle. Wheat contained more starch, so it tasted better than spring wheat. This year, the indica rice planted by Li family Zhuangzi in Tangzhou and other places ripened again and left seeds. After the winter wheat was harvested next year, the paddy field would be opened and the indica rice would be planted. After that, the winter wheat would be followed by the indica rice to make up for the fertilizer. After harvesting the indica rice, the fields would be nourished for a month, and then the winter wheat would be planted. There would also be rice and flour. The other fields would be dedicated to vegetables, and the greenhouse would be built. Of course, the bean fields didn't need to be sprayed with plant ash. There were bean worms inside. What we plant in the future will be decided. It'll save us the trouble. The big pond was soaked with plant ash and covered with a defensive cover. Everyone rested and chatted under the shed outside. Decided? Not necessarily. Look at Li Dongzhu. When Li Dongzhu gets good vegetables, he will adjust the varieties and time of planting. Someone else had an opposing opinion. They planted different vegetables at different times and varieties. In the past, they would hesitate when planting. After harvesting a batch of vegetables, they would plant which one. Now, according to what the newspaper said, there were some who could grow for another half a month. But in order to fight for time for other vegetables, they stopped planting in advance. The land that needed to be built with the greenhouse was planted in a different situation. It was the right time to plant cucumbers, eggplants, and other crops in winter. If they were planted later, the cucumbers could be sold until March. There was a list in the newspaper for everyone to choose. Once the days started to get better, I found that the more I lived, the better. Originally, our family was poor and couldn't save anything. We were busy all day, but now it has changed. Li Dongzhu's tools have saved us a lot of time. It's not like we have to work for the government for 20 days for nothing. With a large water tank and more jars, I can accumulate pickled vegetables and pickled vegetables. In winter, I can eat more vegetables and have time to make dried vegetables. Li Dongzhu helped me snatch 2 months of time. My life has improved a few times. As they chatted, more smiles appeared on their faces. The topic changed from working to praising Li Yi. Back then, he was poor and didn't have a vat. He couldn't make pickled vegetables and pickled vegetables, even if he wanted to, especially pickled vegetables. He spent most of his time in the fields, so he didn't have time to pick other things to sell to the Li family Zhuangzi. He didn't even have time to sell dried vegetables. With a bit of money, They could buy vats and jars. Their quality of life in winter had improved. They no longer needed to farm or borrow food from others. She was wearing new clothes and using new appliances. She was slowly paying off the loan provided by the Li family Zhuangzi. The money she paid off was the same, as if she had bought it herself. But she could wear it in advance. There's still a war at the border. I hope fewer of our people die and occupy more space. I heard that it's best to raise cattle and sheep there. Cattle and sheep are good. They're far away. How much grass do the sheep need to eat? The price is still high. It's not as good as the chickens, ducks, and pigs in front of us. The price of pork this year will be cheap. Shopkeeper Liang and the others have set up a large-scale farm. The people of the northern provinces are helping to raise them. We can drive the sheep from the farthest place 100 miles away. The sheep from the other place can continue to be driven here. This way, we will have more lamb to eat. Ask the government if they need money. I'm willing to donate 50 coins to buy things for the soldiers at the border. Yes, ask after the rain stops. Put on your straw raincoats and bamboo hats. Ask now. I'll donate 100 coins. As the villagers spoke, they put on their clothes and talked to each other. Everyone in the village was willing to donate. They sent a representative to the county government office to ask. The people in the government office were stunned. There were people willing to donate money to help fight the war? It seemed that other than the Li family Zhuangzi, no one else cared about the military. The government office did not know how to deal with this. They told the county magistrate. The county magistrate was surprised and wrote a letter to the Chang'an. He sent someone on horseback to deliver it in the rain. The horses traveled through the relay station. Before the sky turned dark, the county magistrate's letter arrived. The capital magistrate was in charge. The capital magistrate was Yuan Qianyao. He had just become the prime minister not long ago, and was chased out. He also could not make the decision. He could only go to the political affairs hall and explain the situation. Do you want it or not? Baigu could not make up his mind. Song Jing thought for a while and said, we should. We don't want to disappoint the people. Sui said, what's the use of that money? Who's in charge of it? Does it belong to the Ministry of Revenue or the Ministry of War? Baigu found a table and sat down. He opened the paper and wrote, the people are worried about the hardships at the border. Everyone has the whole village. There are no exceptions. Take it as a gift. Or refuse to keep the charcoal cauldron. The imperial court was difficult to decide. He asked Dongzhu about his worries. Okay, send the Li family Zhuangzi to Shaoyi. Baigu put the letter in an envelope and asked someone to send it away. Song Jing shook his head helplessly. Sui smiled and nodded. When the letter was sent, Li Yi was making twice-cooked pork. Princess Yongmu watched from the side and wanted to learn. Princess Yongmu loved to eat meat, especially streaky pork. It was raining today and it was a little wet. Li Yi prepared to fry the streaky pork with chili and green garlic. He did not have green or red chili, so he added carrots to go with the color. They had everything else, including dubon sauce, and broad bean sauce. Princess Yongmu took the letter and read it. Li Lang, by Zaifu said that the people of the village are all willing to donate money to the soldiers at the border. He asked if they should take it as a gift or tell the people to buy firewood for cooking. The political affairs hall is not working. Li Yi was cutting the meat. The green garlic beside him was already cut. When he was done, he started to stir-fry the chili and pepper. After listening to Princess Yongmu, Li Yi frowned. He was also considering whether to take the money donated by the people. Tell them to take it. And then, Li Lang, by Zaifu wrote that the people are worried about the hardships at the border. Raise money and the government. Princess Yongmu read out the original text. If you have nothing to do, right? The people have enough to eat and wear. The soldiers guard the border. The people help sincerely, and the soldiers are willing to fight side by side. 10 coins is the limit. Half a foot is too lenient. But if you buy baggage and give it as a gift, it should be more advertised. Li Yi's hands did not stop moving as he wrote the letter. Princess Yongmu's eyes narrowed as she smiled. She hurriedly went to write, otherwise, she would forget later. The letter arrived at the political affairs hall a quarter of an hour later. Baigu took it and read it. After reading it, he handed it to Song Jing. Xiaoyi said that a family can only donate 10 coins at most, no more than that. At the same time, when you send the things over, tell the soldiers at the border that it was the people who donated. I think he will also write about it in the newspaper. The rich people of the capital will be eager to donate 1 or 2 coins. They will be able to raise a lot, Song Jing said as he handed the letter to Su Yi, who was waiting there. Sui glanced at the letter and threw it to the side. He suddenly picked it up. I will keep the letter. A letter for you? No, it's for me. Give it to me. Don't snatch it. Bai Gu was about to say that it was a letter, when he suddenly remembered that the handwriting was not right. Let me see. I didn't see it clearly just now. Song Jing stretched out his hand. No need to look. I will tell you. Princess Yongmu wrote it. Sui took the letter and ran back to his office. Chapter 1100. Selling newspapers. Every family in Lu Village in Wugong County is donating money for the military to support the soldiers at the border. According to the imperial court, a family can only donate 10 coins at most. Selling newspapers. The imperial court said that the things bought with this money will be written on the name of the village and told to the soldiers. Selling newspapers. The newspapers said that people who want to donate money can donate every cent with their hearts. Selling newspapers. A new ship of sesame seeds is for sale at the warehouse of number 2 Bahui Wharf. Wholesale only, no retail. Buy at least 5 buckets. The newspaper boys waved the newspapers and advertised early in the morning. As soon as the people heard that a village had donated money to the soldiers, and even published it in the newspapers, they started to talk. At first, the people who lived in Chang and started to discuss and ask others if they wanted to donate some money. It was written in the newspapers that every cent and dime was enough. It was the ticket money. Manager Liang and the others gathered together and ate in a restaurant that served pig dishes in the big market of the Li family Zhuangzi in the south of the city. The restaurant was called Pig Dishes. The pigs here were supplied by their farm. The pigs they raised themselves were sent here, so they ate without worry. Everyone, the people have started to donate money. The imperial court is collecting money. What should we do? Manager Liang said before they touched the chopsticks. Donate 10 coins? Manager Feng asked in a low voice. You can try to donate 10 coins. Li Dongzhu is afraid that the people will bear too much, so he set the upper limit for ordinary people. Manager Liang smiled. How about 1,000 coins? There are 12 people, so it's 12,000 coins in total. Someone suggested. How about 1,000 coins? We are different from others. We can donate slowly in the future. If we donate too much at one time, how can we donate in the future? If other rich people see us donate a few thousand coins, it will be even more difficult for them to donate. We can donate canned pork. There are still some big pigs and medium-sized pigs that are collected in the spring. We have to raise the small pigs until the Chinese New Year. Ask Li Dongzhu. We can provide whatever he wants. Go now. Tell the kitchen to stop cooking. Let's go to the Li family Zhuangzi to eat. The group of people told the manager of the restaurant and ran away. Manager, the dishes are ready. The waiter found the manager and said helplessly. It's almost noon. Put in more pickled vegetables, and we'll save money. Otherwise, we won't be able to earn a single cent. The shopkeeper was very happy. Shopkeeper Liang and the others came to eat. Although the price was the same, the amount of meat they had was different. They had more meat than others, which was basically their capital. If they don't want to eat, I'll continue cooking. When the customers arrive, someone will order more pickled vegetables. In any case, this was how the pig slaughtered dishes were prepared. When the customers finished the leftovers, they would heat it up again for the waiter to eat. Pig slaughtered vegetables were suitable for soaking rice, steamed buns, or pancakes. A group of people rushed to the Li family Zhuangzi. After a body search outside, they saw Li Yi. They did not need to shower and change their clothes. Everyone's here? The villagers said that they haven't had mutton soup for a long time. Let's drink it together today. The kitchen doesn't have to make too many dishes. Li Yi greeted them with a smile. He guessed why they were here. They wanted to donate money. The mutton soup is good. The weather is hot, and it will cool you down after sweating. Shopkeeper Liang immediately expressed his love for the mutton soup. The others chimed in one after another. They would say the same thing no matter what they ate. Princess Yongmu and Li Dan were at the same table. They were just next to them. The little fellow sat in her seat and asked someone to help her put on a big napkin. She curiously looked at the new group of people. The mutton soup was served and the white wine was boiled. Shopkeeper Feng stated his intention. Li Dongzhu, we want to donate 12,000 yuan. We want to use pigs to make canned food. Canned food. I have a new thing. The canned food is all meat. They eat Highland barley. It's difficult to make other things from shu. Li Yi didn't care about the amount of money. He thought of something. Anyway, he didn't like to eat it. When he was young, he thought it was good. When he grew up, he was more willing to eat real meat. Li Dongzhu, please teach us. Another person asked for advice. Luncheon meat with seasoning. It's made of starch and pork. Put it in a bamboo tube. It can be eaten when the bamboo tube is cut open. There's no soup inside. Li Yi said the most convenient thing to eat on the battlefield. He felt that the soldiers love to eat compressed biscuits, but they must love luncheon meat even more. Shopkeeper Liang heard the name and thought for a moment. Canned food for lunch. Luncheon meat? You can say that. The key is that it can be eaten directly. It can also be fried, stir-fried, stewed, in any combination. Li Yi didn't want to change the term luncheon meat. Could it be that it was impure canned meat? Is it delicious? We can make it. If the soldiers don't like it, they will have a bad impression of us. Everyone was worried about the taste. I'll ask someone to make it now. You can eat luncheon meat at dinner in Zhuangzi in the afternoon. If it wasn't for the fact that bread takes up a lot of space, I want to give them bread. It's more convenient to eat. Of course it's not black bread. Li Yi stood up and walked out. He taught the chef in Zhuangzi how to make luncheon meat. This was simpler. More meat could be added. Luncheon meat was not made to save money. The starch could provide other nutrients. The soldiers couldn't just eat meat. They needed carbohydrates. Before dinner, the canned luncheon meat was finished. The cover of the bamboo tube was threaded. It was sealed with a piece of oiled paper. Since there was no soup, it was simple and convenient. When you eat, you can open it and force it out. You can also cut it in half. Everyone try it. Li smelled the luncheon meat. It smelled slightly different from the ones he had eaten before. It was still okay. One person picked it up, opened it and knocked it out. A cylindrical shape came out. Everyone used chopsticks to scoop the meat from the top and threw it into their mouths. It's delicious. I like it. It's really fragrant. It tastes like meat and a lot of seasoning. That's great. The soldiers at the front will definitely like it. Li Dongzhu, tell us the recipe. Let's make it. How many can we make with 12,000 pieces? Everyone recognized this delicious thing. It was indeed convenient and could be eaten. Li Yi wasn't sure about the cost. It depends on how much meat and starch you put in. The cost of the canned bamboo tube is basically fixed. The cost of the seasoning is also fixed. The rest is made with wheat starch or rice starch. It's more labor-intensive. However, it's cheaper than directly making pork canned food. Half of the pork in the canned food can save 2/5 of the cost of pure meat canned food. Li Yi gave an inaccurate figure. It depended on how they dealt with it. The cost of meat and starch had to be considered comprehensively. 90% pork and 10% other things. Shopkeeper Liang expressed. He wanted to give the soldiers good meat. He was donating it, not selling it for money. Good. It's delicious with a lot of meat. It's best not to break it up too much. If it's broken up, it won't taste good. It's enough to make dumplings and buns. Li didn't care about it. After all, it was for the soldiers to eat. Such a high proportion of meat was equivalent to canned ham. It tasted good, but he still didn't like it. The group of people didn't stay for dinner after getting the recipe. They hurriedly left. They wanted to go back and try it out before mass-producing it. If it weren't for the fact that there was a lot of bamboo in the Qinling Mountains, and that the bamboo grew quickly, it wouldn't be able to supply the current consumption of canned food. Chapter 1101. Xian Lang. The newspaper says that the people are donating money to buy things for the soldiers at the border. In Lantian County, Zhang Sun Xian's wife found her husband with the newspaper. I saw it. It's definitely Li Yi's idea to limit the amount of money donated. He loves the people like his own children. Zhang Sun Xian was practicing calligraphy. We will donate 500 liang. Zhang Sun Xian's wife reported a number. Isn't that too much? Zhang Sun Xian was a little reluctant. It was hard to make money. We have a lot of business and the scale is big. It's only half a month's income. The people are watching. We have to show our face to my sister. His wife talked about reputation and relationships. She was Empress Wang's sister. Empress Wang was now stable because of her son, so she had to show the attitude and bearing of a member of the imperial family. 1,000 liang, 1 month's money. Zhang Sun Xian doubled the amount when he heard his wife mention her sister. It's just money. Yes, I still have to pay taxes. With my identity, I don't have to pay taxes. Donate 1,000 liang, and tell the Lantian County Yamen that I don't have to pay taxes for a month. 1/10 of the tax will save 100 liang. Xian Lang, we will donate 80 liang of flour according to the market price. His wife saw that her husband supported her, and quickly thought of a way to save money. Donating 1,000 liang to buy flour is the same as donating 1,000 liang of flour, right? In fact, it saves time to sell the flour. 1,000 liang can buy a lot of flour and save money on taxes. Don't just donate for free. There are also canned food. Calculate according to the market price. Zhang Sun Xian drew inferences. The profits from canned food were high. In this way, it was equivalent to donating less than 600 liang. No one objected when he said he would donate 1,000 liang. After discussing, he took out all the canned food in the warehouse and asked people to continue making it to make up the number. The flour needed to be shipped for a long time. So many bags were emptied. The next morning, the first batch of canned food and flour worth 500 liang was loaded to the Li family Zhuangzi. Zhang Sun Xian knew who would be in charge of moving the supplies. It was the Li family Zhuangzi stewards. Moreover, Empress Wang was in the Li family Zhuangzi, and His Majesty went back almost every day. There were also the retired emperor, noble consort Lu, Princess Yongmu, Anqi Protector Li Tan, and Longyu Protector General Li Jianyao. Li Jianyao was a young fellow. He was Longyu Protector General, so he didn't care about anything. The Shang King was named after the Shang province, which was located to the south of the capital. The sources of Ba River, Luo River, and Dan River were all in Shangzhou. Zhang Sun Xian considered directly sending the items over. Everyone knew that she could donate 1,000 taels of resources. Seeing so many things being moved onto the ship, the commoners were curious. What was Patrol Inspector Zhang Sun doing? After asking around, he found out that the original donation of 1,000 cutlasses to the soldiers at the front lines was now 500 cutlasses. For a time, the people of Lantian County spread the news, praising Zhang Sun Xian. Look at them. Not only did they help the commoners, but they also gave them free bread and soup. At such a crucial moment, he took out 1,000 goats. That was amazing. Before the sun reached the middle of the sky, canned food and flour worth 500 cutlasses on the market arrived at Li family Zhuangzi. The steward of Zhang Sun Xian's residence shouted out how much Dongzhu had donated, so that others would know. Songde quickly arranged for people to find people from the imperial court. Li family Zhuangzi didn't accept the items directly. Even if the items could be placed in Li family Zhuangzi, the person who handed them over had to be someone from the imperial court. The commoners were donating money for the soldiers of the country. Was the Li family Zhuangzi going to accept it on behalf of the Tang dynasty? The imperial court sent people over to count the items and hand them over. They weren't going to be transported elsewhere, and were going to be left in Li family Zhuangzi. That's right. According to the retail market price, it's worth 500 cutlasses, which is slightly higher. The person who counted the items gave the answer. They were also quite speechless. They knew that Zhang Sun Xian's family had such a business. On the list, the person who counted the items wrote 530 cutlasses. This was the retail price. The people in Zhongsun Xian's residence happily took the items and left. Songde reported the situation to Li Yi. Li Yi nodded to show his approval. Empress Wang, who wanted to give birth to a princess, frowned slightly. Zhongsun Xian is lying. He said that the items were worth so much money even though they weren't worth so much. If the commoners bought canned food to donate, you can't say that the commoners donated the cost of the canned food. Li Yi was open-minded about this. He thought that Zhongsun Xian was right. The data was correct. If the items were still 530 cutlasses, Zhongsun Xian would have donated 1,060 cutlasses. After Li Yi finished speaking, he added, "At least Zhongsun Xian did donate something. Even if it's just 500 cutlasses of noodles and canned food, it's still a great help to the soldiers." That's very thoughtful. Empress Wang nodded. She thought about it herself. Indeed, it should be calculated according to the retail price. According to the cost, Li family Zhuangzi's cost was lower. The small workshop costs more than Zhongsun Xian's workshop. When the imperial court collected taxes, it was based on the sales price, not the cost. Li nodded. "I'm just afraid that other officials will follow suit and blame each other. For example, the officials living in the southern part of the city, they were still renting houses without subsidies. Their families are nearby, and their ranks aren't low. If they donate too much, it will affect their lives. If they donate too little, they will be looked down upon. So, it's necessary to limit it." Li knew that not all officials were rich. There were various reasons for this. For example, Lu Huaishan had a high salary when he was the prime minister. But he didn't have much money. He gave it all to others. The officials who used to rent houses were now allocated by the imperial court. They were worried that the imperial court would take the houses away. Naturally, they wanted to save money and prepare to buy their own houses and land. The key was that the officials of the imperial government were working hard, including the bailiffs. No problems were allowed to happen. They were doing their job to such an extent. If they had to bear the burden of other donations, it would affect their quality of life. It was unfair to the officials. How much should be appropriate? Empress Wang couldn't estimate how much money each family had. She only knew how much money she had. She had shares in some of Li Yi's small businesses. She knew the amount of money from Li Longji's large businesses, but she didn't worry about it. She now had more than 160,000 taels. There was no place for her to spend it. She took the things she needed directly from the Li family Zhuangzi. There was a fixed amount of money from the imperial palace, the imperial court, and the minister of the treasury. She wondered if she should donate tens of thousands of taels. After all, it was to buy things for the soldiers. As someone who came from a family of generals, she understood military matters the best. If they could eat meat and warm rice during breaks in battle, their fatigue would disappear quickly. If they fought for a long time, their fighting strength would decrease. It wasn't that they didn't have morale, but that they didn't have enough meat. The bailiffs have a limit of 100 taels. The officials have a limit of 1 tael. They should be able to donate at the top. Li drew a line in the sand. Moreover, he decided that after everyone donated, he would give extra allowances to the bailiffs and officials in their daily lives. When there was enough money for the war, the imperial court and the Li family Zhuangzi would provide it together. If it weren't for the people who insisted on donating, he wouldn't have promoted it at all. He agreed to take the money from the people because he wanted them to have a sense of participation and share the fate of the Tang dynasty. When the Tang dynasty won the war, their good mood couldn't be bought with money. When the Monument of Heroes and the Cemetery of Martyrs were built, the people would go and worship them. The living soldiers would be encouraged. They would fight for the country, and the country would have incense. Chapter 1102. Sir, we've discovered 1,000-man cavalry. They seem to be hunting, and they're all single riders. Zhang Xiaosong didn't wait for the rain to come, but the hot air balloon discovered the situation. 1,000-man cavalry was hunting, which meant that there was prey on the horses. From another point, it proved that the Tibetan army hadn't received any baggage supplies yet, but they couldn't bear to kill a large number of cattle and sheep. The most important thing now was the single rider. Each Tubo cavalry only had one horse. One horse meant that the current horse couldn't run fast for long distances and was in a state of fatigue. Use the arrows brought by the winged knights to eat 1,000 of them. Zhang Xiaosong definitely wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Under the command of the hot air balloon, 10,000 elite cavalry moved out. Fan Fan's winged knights didn't go, but stayed with Zhang Xiaosong. The elite cavalry split into 10 groups. They moved very slowly and didn't run, because running would cause too much commotion. They wanted to use the advantage of binoculars to complete the encirclement, and then send out a few hundred cavalry. Each person rode 3 horses to lure the enemy. They took out the arrows brought by the winged knights, and used the range advantage to bully the enemy. Fan Fan thought for a while and ordered, "Go check the path they came from." 100 winged knights team left to search for traces on the ground. No matter what kind of weather, 1,000 cavalry couldn't leave no traces behind. Unless they were flying, they had flying devices like Dongzhu. 45 minutes later, 10,000 elite cavalry arrived at their respective positions. They adjusted each other, leaving gaps or weak spots. They connected the explosives to a long fuse and placed them in those places. There was no need to bury them. The grass was thick, and the explosives themselves had a camouflage color that suited the environment. 300 cavalry obtained the right to lure the enemy through competition. They spurred their horses out and quickly approached the Tubo hunting army. Half a minute later, their dense formation was discovered by the Tubo cavalry. They were a small dot, but as time passed, the dot became a group of dots. "Enemy attack!" the Tubo cavalry shouted. The whole team immediately threw away their prey and began to control their horses to run at a medium speed, ready to increase their speed at any time to escape or pursue. The 1,000 Tubo cavalrymen split into 2, forming a horn formation. The 300 Anshi elite cavalry circled around and charged towards a group. Tubo's 500 men circled around to the back, while the other 500 fought for positions on the sides. The 300 elite cavalry continued to adjust. How could they give you the side? Then they would just keep an eye on you. Therefore, the 500 Tubo cavalrymen adjusted their positions, while the other 500 searched for the side. The Anshi elite cavalry expended more horsepower to deal with the enemy. In theory, Tubo's 2 groups had the upper hand. But they only had 1 horse, while the Anshi soldiers had 3. Everyone was running back and forth. The horses of the Tubo cavalry gradually slowed down and could no longer run. Charge! Tubo's cavalry realized the problem and could only choose a losing battle strategy. Run diagonally. Prepare to fire arrows. And Shibing followed suit. The Tubo cavalrymen were overjoyed. They thought that they had encountered the foolish cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty. In this kind of oblique charge, quantity was king. After a few minutes, the people around them all dismounted, while the Tang dynasty cavalrymen continued to run diagonally and look for opportunities. The Tubo cavalrymen knew that the enemy wasn't stupid. "It's the arrows of the winged knights. They're not far from us. There must be a large group around. Go and tell the commander to let go of the horses." The Tubo Chiliarch leading the group finally realized that the situation wasn't good. More than 900 people gathered together. More than 600 people dismounted to give the other 300 brothers a chance to ride 3 horses each. Under the Chiliarch's lead, these 300 people gave up on the entanglements and rushed in one direction. The remaining Tubo soldiers held their bows and waited. They huddled together. "Use my body to block the enemy's arrows." The Tubo non-commissioned officer standing at the outermost circle yelled. They knew what they were about to face. The cavalry's charge used inertia and the distance of the arrows to kill them. They couldn't run. They couldn't outrun the cavalry, and they couldn't hide. The best way was to have someone stand at the front. Even if they were shot to death, they could be used as a shield for the people behind them. It didn't take long for 2,000 cavalry to arrive. They ran in circles in the distance. The Tubo people dismounted and looked at the Tang army. There was no fear in their eyes. "Swan goose! In the sky! Line up, line up!" It was unknown which Tubo person was the first to sing. Following the others, they sang. "The river is long, the autumn grass is yellow, the zither on the grassland is sad." More than 600 people sang together. At first, the song was sad. As they sang, they roared, but their expressions became calmer. Find some hay, put it in the wind and release smoke. The leader of 1,000-man team shouted. He didn't want to kill them. He wanted to catch them alive in exchange for food. The infantry couldn't run. There was no food, and the prey was thrown elsewhere. They could just pick it up. The key was that there was no water. They could eat grass. Grass could replenish their water. Eating more could also fill their hunger. However, he could keep releasing smoke and smoke. He could even pretend to attack at any time. The Tubo soldiers would have to deal with it. He would take turns to harass them. He couldn't fight now. They were singing with the will to die. After a while, when this will weaken, he would try to persuade them to surrender. 1,000-man team was watching while another team ran to collect hay. This move was indeed very insidious. However, on the battlefield, it was important to be unscrupulous. When the smoke drifted over, the Tubo soldiers saw the problem. They cursed Li Longji and Empress Wang. They insulted Empress Wang one by one. They also said that Li Longji was an unfilial person. Continue to release smoke. No one is allowed to move. Catch them, and exchange them for cattle and sheep. Send them back to His Majesty and the Empress. The leader didn't care. What was the use of cursing? He had to catch them, and exchange them for food. One person could exchange for 10 sheep. More than 600 people would exchange for more than 6,000 sheep. One sheep was enough for 100 people to have a good meal of mutton soup and 2 pieces of flatbread. It was so beautiful. On the other side, the Qianhu rushed with 300 people. As they rushed, they saw about 1,000 Tang Dynasty cavalry coming from the front. Run to the side quick, the Qianhu shouted. He wasn't sure which way was the most suitable, but he chose the most uncomfortable way. The enemy usually set up an ambush to give you a comfortable way. If they ran like this, the team would give the side to the Tang Dynasty cavalry, and they would have to take a round of arrows. Boom, boom, boom. The explosives exploded one after another. Many of the horses that followed them directly knelt down. Their front and back legs gave way. Some even pulled their hips and rolled on the ground. Swish, swish, swish. The rain of arrows fell. The Qianhu rushed out with more than 30 people and more than 50 horses. He thought the attack was over. Then, boom, boom. The explosives exploded again. He was thrown out by his horse. After flying a distance in the sky, he fell to the ground with a bang and fainted. The 300 people were killed in 2 explosions. Some people and horses were killed. They were all disabled. The whole team of 1,000 people was killed without a single Tang Dynasty soldier being hurt. Horses that haven't been trained are useless. They can't be military horses in the future. Otherwise, they will die when they hear the explosion. They should be trained from small explosions. The leader of this team of 1,000 people was depressed. The horses that were lying down could only be used as horses to pull carriages. Chapter 1103. Bilal gradually heard some movement. It was very slow, and he felt that someone was deliberately dragging out the sound. He felt that it had lasted for a long time. It was like a dream or a child who was woken up from his afternoon nap. Then he opened his eyes. His vision was blurry and gradually became clear. As his vision recovered, he tried to move, but found that he couldn't. Suddenly, he woke up completely, because a basin of water was splashed on his face. He looked around and found that he was tied to a pillar. Around him, a group of his men were tied up and sitting on the ground. This included the 600 people who were prepared to be sacrificed, and those who fell off their horses, but were still alive. The 600 people surrendered and Fu Qian was captured. The military forces of the Tang Dynasty wanted to release them. We won't smoke you or kill you. You can go. They also stopped singing the Swan Goose song. Their morale was at rock bottom, and they couldn't go back. Fu Qian was captured alive. If they went back alive, they would implicate their families. Death was fine, but they could only commit suicide. The Enshibing tried to persuade them. They said that if they fell down now and were captured alive, they would lose their strength. When the time came, the Qianhu would be released in exchange for some things. Thus in the smoke, the Tubo soldiers collapsed one by one. The Ensheebing soldiers vigilantly tied them up. They didn't move at all. How could they move when they were unconscious? The other 100 people who didn't fall to their deaths, or were shot to death by arrows, were buried on the spot. The heavily injured were examined and saved if possible. Those who couldn't be saved were given a quick death. Out of a hunting party of 1,000 people, 741 survived, including Bilala, the 1,000 households. You're awake? What do you want to say? Zhang Xiaosong was in a good mood. Catch the weak and bully them. The other party's weakness was that they didn't have enough horses, didn't have any explosives, and didn't guard against people running to the rear. The team leader who used the explosives to plot against Bilala would be promoted. Good kid. I need someone as sinister and unintelligent as you. Don't think you can get anything out of me. Come torture me. Bilala tilted his head and looked at Zhang Xiaosong. We already know a lot of things. There's no need to ask. You left traces. Is there not enough food to eat? The barley you planted is gone. Zhang Xiaosong said slowly. He was a grand scholar, and could not be rude. You are the winged knights. Polara's expression changed. He had also thought of many things. If it were him, he would have understood as well. My name is Zhang Xiaosong. Zhang Xiaosong introduced himself with a smile. Military God Inspector Zhang? Barala asked in a daze, his eyes revealing a look of despair. Zhang Xiaosong's name resounded throughout the western regions. And then there was news that the white-clothed Abbasid Caliph had been ambushed, Sulu's cavalry had been ambushed, and Tubo's baggage had been ambushed several times, with the main force having been defeated. Now that the other party had led a large army to the back of his troops, he looked around and saw that there were probably more than 10,000 cavalrymen and horses. This was 10,000 elite cavalry? When Zhang Xiaosong went to fight Aduida, it was only 10,000 soldiers. They conquered 100 cities and slaughtered 3 cities. Aduida was chased into the forest. Now there were 10,000 elite cavalry. Commander Zasikas should not know yet, right? The winged knights you wanted to meet also have them. Brother Fan, let our Fu Qian introduce them. Zhang Xiaosong was naughty as he called out to Fan Fan. Fan Fan led 1,800 cavalrymen forward. He got off his horse and walked to Polara's side. Polara, Fu Qian, nice to meet you. My name is Fan Fan. I brought 2,000 winged knights to deliver something. How do you know my name? Polara asked loudly. After asking, he lowered his head and realized that he was very stupid. So many people had been captured, he would know after asking. I guessed. Fan Fan said with a serious expression. Kill me. Polara begged for death. No, I want to use you to exchange for something. Also, I want to exchange for your people who were captured near Anshi's huge stone city. Fan Fan shook his head and told Polara what happened next. I'll kill myself by biting my tongue. Polara said as he stuck out his tongue. You won't die. You'll only faint from the pain. Then your tongue will bleed, and your trachea will be blocked. But we have a way to treat it. I have a sputum suction device that can suck out the blood. If you're in pain, I'll give you medicine and feed it through a tube from your nose. Then, to prevent you from continuing to bite, I'll pull out all your teeth. If you don't eat, I'll give you anesthetics, break your jaw, and feed you liquid food through a tube. If you don't believe me, you can try. This was all taught by Dongzhu. Dongzhu didn't come. If Dongzhu came personally, you'd tell him anything. Fan Fan giggled as he spoke to Bilala. Hearing this, Bilala's face paled. Even the highland climate's face changed color. Zhang Xiaosong asked curiously, how do you stop the bleeding from a broken tongue? It's hot. Dislocate the jaw. Hit the back of the head to knock him out. Put on a sputum suction device, and burn the tongue with a soldering iron. Once it's hot, the broken part will stop bleeding. Then feed him porridge, anesthetics, and anti-inflammatory drugs. If Dongzhu is here, he'll put him on a drip and give him antibiotics and nutrient fluids. Do you want to die? Humph. Fan Fan sneered. Polara listened eagerly. He felt that it was better to live like this. It turned out that biting one's tongue wouldn't kill him. What about my people? Polara asked. When he asked this, it was clear that he had compromised. If they don't resist, they'll live. If they resist, they'll kill their children too. Zhang Xiaosong tried to make his expression look ferocious. Scare. It wasn't that he couldn't bear to do it, but that he really did want to exchange for something for the Tang dynasty. Polara believed him, because Zhang Xiaosong had massacred cities. He didn't leave a single person alive. He didn't just massacre one city, but 3. In the western region, Zhang Xiaosong's name could stop children from crying at night. I want to leave my people alive. We'll exchange them together. Do you have any questions? Polara compromised. No questions. Just take them with you. Zhang Xiaosong said and turned to leave. There really wasn't anything to ask. What he wanted was for Polara to die and live a good life with the other captives. Fan Fan didn't leave. He was thinking about how to deal with these 714 captives. They belonged to the same tribe. The rest were the old, weak, and young women. Sigh. If you write a letter back, will they run away quietly? Fan Fan asked. I don't know how to write. The people in the tribe are in charge of the correspondence. Polara shook his head lightly. Why are you so stupid? You don't even know how to write? Tell me, how do you have the face to be a Fu Qian? Fan Fan was angry. I can fight. I'm good at fighting. Polara argued. Bah, you dare to say you're good at fighting in front of me? Do you think you can hold on by guarding the river? We're waiting. We're waiting for Princess Jincheng and Zanpu's letter to reach Chang'an. Then we'll ask for peace and take back the land of 9 bends. We promise not to fight the Tang dynasty again. You're dreaming. If anyone dares to say such a thing, Dongzhu will personally kill him. Who's Dongzhu? Li Hui Mingyi. Li Yi. That damned person. Don't make me hit you. Are you trying to provoke me? He's too bad. We all said that only by killing him can we save Tubo. You're right, but you can't kill him. Come, tell me about Zasikas. How is he arranging people now? Fan Fan chatted with Polara patiently. He didn't make a move when Polara scolded Li Yi. Chapter 1104. Bilala introduced the situation of his tribe to Fan Fan, including the distance between the surrounding Tubo tribes. If he was alone, he would rather die in battle. He wouldn't take the whole tribe with him. The people in the tribe could still organize a force of more than 3,000 people. They might be able to fight other people, but fighting 12,000 elites would be exterminated. If the tribe was wiped out, what would he gain? If he lost 1,000 people in battle, the tribe wouldn't be harmed, and his children would gain the respect of the entire Tubo tribe. After understanding more or less, Fan Fan went to find Zhang Xiaosong to discuss. We can start now. I'll send someone to contact them. Fan Fan told Zhang Xiaosong the useful information and decided to send someone. This trip is dangerous. Zhang Xiaosong thought of Fan Fan's idea. 3 people, count me in. Fan Fan wanted to personally lead 2 people. Take care. Zhang Xiaosong didn't refuse. Everyone was fighting with their lives on the line. When he was fighting the western regions, he never considered whether he would live to see the sun tomorrow. Fan Fan randomly found 2 winged knights and said to the others, you can choose your own people to lead the team. Li Xiang Zhaoai, let's go. The 3 of them got on their horses and took a telescope. Each of them had a horse. 100 of us will go and bring the horses back. We won't move forward. A team of winged knights followed. Okay. Fan Fan agreed. Since that was the case, they could change horses. Before the sky turned dark, they could see Bilala's camp through the telescope. It was a small dot. Everyone dismounted and rested while waiting for the sky to turn dark. When the sun set, Fan Fan and the other 2 got up. They took off their military coats and took off their bows. Each of them only left a tactical military knife. Let's go. Fan Fan shouted softly. The 3 of them advanced on foot. They needed to pass by Bilala's camp to avoid the patrols. There were horses running back and forth on the banks of the Yellow River, staring at the opposite bank. Under the cover of the night, the 3 of them bent their backs and ran diagonally. Taking advantage of the fact that the Barala tribesmen did not expect anyone to come from behind, they successfully reached the shore. There were torches in the campsite of the tribe, and there were people patrolling back and forth on horseback with torches. As they got closer, the 3 of them lay down and crawled forward. After crawling for a bit, They stopped and pressed their ears to the ground to listen for any sounds. Half an hour later, they lay in the grass and watched the patrolling cavalrymen come from afar, then continue forward. According to Bilala, the interval between each patrol was about a third of an incense stick. There were also people keeping watch on top of mounds of soil by the Yellow River, both in the open and in the dark. There was no need to worry about that. Fan Fan would bring his two brothers to a place where there were no mounds. That place was usually not suitable for large groups to cross the river. It was inconvenient for a large group, but 3 people didn't matter. When another group of cavalrymen came and left, the 3 of them increased their crawling speed and reached the shore in no time. There were rocks of different sizes on the shore, and it was indeed difficult for a large group to spread out. They continued to crawl forward on the small stones to avoid being seen if they got up. Gradually, they came to the riverbank and continued to crawl into the water. They crawled and swam up. Now that they were on the shore, they felt that the impact of the current wasn't too strong. After swimming for a bit, they began to swim against the Yellow River. The waves here weren't big, but the current was fast. The 3 of them swam diagonally. At first, they were afraid that someone would see them from behind, so they used doggy paddling. After swimming for a distance, they felt that arrows couldn't hit them, so they changed to freestyle swimming. After about 3/4 of an hour, they were close to the range of arrows on the shore of the Tang dynasty. The 3 of them stepped on the water and shouted in unison, ABCDFG, ABCDFG. After shouting, they continued to swim forward. In less than 30 breaths, the other side shouted, The Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger. The 3 of them spat out the water. The pagoda suppresses the river demons. We're on the same side. Who is it? The voice was filled with joy. Fan Fan. Fan Fan shouted himself and sped up. It was not comfortable in the water at all. It's old Fan. Quick, light a torch, extend a pole, go into the water, and pass it to them closer. The people on the shore called out. Torches were lit on the shore. On the other side, Tubo non-commissioned officer became nervous. Fan Fan and the other 2 swam for a while more before they were pulled into the shallow water by a pole. Take your clothes. Take them off quickly. The 3 of them went ashore. Someone brought them dry clothes and military coats. It was cold here at night, so they swam over and were soaked. Bring the horses over. The winged knights on the shore called out. Everyone got on their horses and rode directly to Guojiyun's camp. It would take them an hour to get there. It was dark, so they didn't move fast. The winged knights who were guarding the camp accompanied him. Old Fan, how is it? It started. We just finished off a hunting team of 1,000 people from a tribe. The position on the other side just now could be a breakthrough. Did we suffer a lot of casualties? No. 1,000 people on a single horse. That's bad enough. How are the preparations here? We left the ship behind to cross the river. If we can break through the position just now, we should use feints to attack the other places. Inspector Zhang and I have the same idea. Everyone chatted as time passed. Fan Fan saw Guojiyun. Fan Fan passed a letter to him. It was sealed in a bamboo tube and was protected by oiled paper. Guojiyun didn't ask anyone to bring him hot soup. He didn't check the lacquer seal. He took out the letter from the bamboo tube and tore it open. Fan Fan and the other 2 weren't in a hurry to wash their clothes. They sat there and drank the soup prepared for the patrolling soldiers. There was no pressure cooker, and the temperature wasn't high. They could drink it by blowing on it. The few of them gathered together to read Zhang Xiaosong's letter. There's a tribe that we can take down. From there, we can send in more troops. We should place the Quan Tianho, Emo Blade soldiers and winged knights there. After everyone finished reading, Guojiyun expressed his opinion. There were still 5,000 winged knights. Sending the winged knights to the easiest place would be of great use. No need. The Quan Tianho should be used together with the hot air balloons to throw explosives. We can directly attack Zasika's position. If the Emo Blade soldiers don't attack, they will die. I'll bring people to rush over and harass them. Qinli expressed his opinion. If they used the Emo Blade soldiers, there would definitely be casualties. If he brought the winged knights out, they could use guerrilla warfare to annihilate the enemy. The main direction of attack would be targeted at Zasikas. They would use the advantage of firearms to force Zasikas to be unable to effectively dispatch troops. I agree that Qin Li should bring the winged knights over. We have nearly 17,000 cavalry there. I'll go back too. Fan Fan suddenly interjected. With 17,000 elite cavalry, they could directly attack Tubo's current troops. They didn't need anyone else, but the prerequisite was that they had to pay a certain price. Okay, tomorrow night, after Zhang Xiaosong finishes off Bilala's tribe, we'll launch a strong attack. We'll attack 2 points and continue to defend the other positions. Zhang Zhongliang chose to support Qin Li's idea. At the same time, he wasn't prepared to completely cross the river. Both sides' defensive lines were long. It would be difficult for his own people to mobilize, and Tubo would also find it difficult. Then they might as well attack 2 points. After rushing over, they would use division tactics on the other side of the river and gradually swallow up the Tubo tribes at the defensive points. We have to open up a gap and give the other Tubo tribes a chance to escape. We'll reduce our losses. This year, we'll occupy the Yellow River Basin and use cement to build the castle. Wang Juankui didn't want too many of his people to die. If there was a way to win, he would use a gentler method. Chapter 1105. In the evening, another 4 ships arrived with skyscraping monkeys and food. In the past few days, the ships had arrived and were not allowed to leave. They had to use ships to cross the river. Wooden rafts were too strenuous and could not hold too many people at one time. The ships were 100 stones long and could carry 80 or 90 people. When the propeller ships arrived, they were also detained. Don't go back and help us transport the troops. Guo Zhiyun and the others went to rest, but Zasikas did not sleep on the other side of the river. He had finished his medicine, and the dregs were all gone. He gave the other soldiers the dregs, but they were addicted to it and felt uncomfortable all over. There was even a Qianhu who threatened Zasikas and said that if he did not give them the medicine, they would withdraw. Zasikas had no choice but to give them some more. After 2 days he would not be able to eat it. Now he was scratching his heart and scratching his liver. His nose was running, and he was crying. He was weak and listless. He drank and ate the dregs. The Qianhu in charge of the army was worried. When he found that the situation was not right, the other Qianhu also found out when they came to ask for medicine. Guanlin, what medicine did you give them? The Qianhu stood outside Zasikas' tent and heard the moans coming from inside. He felt very scared. Obviously, the army commander was enduring and drinking instead of taking the medicine. He was glad that he did not take the medicine. If he was not sick, why should he take the medicine? He gave the dregs to the other Qianhu. Give me the medicine, give me the medicine. Guanlin, go catch Guanlin and let him give me the medicine. Bang, bang, Zasikas' roar, and the sound of things being smashed came out of the tent. The Qianhu shook his head and left. He did not dare to listen and think anymore. The other Qianhu probably had the same reaction. Maybe they were venting their anger on the slaves. If the Qianhu were like this, how could they fight the war? As he thought, many Qianhu and generals who could lead troops were addicted to killing their own slaves, drinking, and wanting to take the medicine. They knew that it was wrong, but they could not control themselves. Even if they were only given a sip of the medicine, they would exchange it with slaves. 10 slaves for 1 sip. In the military camp of the Tang dynasty, Guanlin, who had cheated a group of people, was sleeping with his wife in his arms. His 2 children were left with their parents. His family was tired from treating the non-commissioned officer of the Tang dynasty. His wife didn't let him eat too much at dinner, saying that eating too much was bad for his health. Then she personally made a bowl of soup for him. After drinking the soup, he had a strange feeling. Not long after the meal, he carried his wife back to the tent. Now, he was sleeping soundly, and his expression was relaxed. Dawn. Attack. 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 Capture Guanlin. Zasikas didn't eat at all. He got drunk at night, and when he woke up, he didn't know if he had a hangover. In any case, The feeling of not having any medicine to take was the strongest. At this moment, he only had one thought left in his mind, and that was to take the medicine. The medicine was on the other side of the river, so he could send troops to attack and snatch the medicine. If the Qianhu didn't agree, what could they use to fight? We don't even have enough time to defend. You want us to rush into the military camp of the Tang dynasty? He hugged Zesicas, who was struggling behind Zesicas. Commander-in-Chief, we have to wait. Wait until Zanpu's letter is sent. Both sides have a truce. At that time, I'll find a way to get something to change your medicine. I can't wait. I'm dying. Go and fight. Do you believe that I won't kill you? Attack. I order you to attack. Zesicas continued to struggle. In this state, he didn't recognize anyone. Anyone who stopped him from getting medicine should be killed. Tell Lazixiju and Koordii to attack. Attack. If they attack, there will be medicine. And the other Qianhu, go and tell them. Zesicas was hugged by a Qianhu. He was not as strong as a Qianhu, and his wrestling skills were even worse. He was controlled. He called for his soldiers. This Qianhu's tribe was not the only Qianhu's tribe. There were too few people to stop the Tang dynasty. There were two other Qianhu. The Qianhu's names were Lazixiju and Koordii. They were the people who took medicine with him. Their current situation was almost the same as his. The soldiers hesitated for a moment, but they still chose to obey the order, and ran to find the two Fu Qianhu. The two of them were really uncomfortable. As soon as they heard that they could go to the other side to grab medicine, the commander-in-chief ordered them to attack. They had to attack and grab medicine. One tribe sent 3,000 people, the other 4,000 people. 7,000 people rushed to the other side on sheepskin rafts. Guajian and the others were eating. When they heard the situation, they stopped eating and ran out with binoculars. When they reached the shore and saw so many sheepskin rafts floating in the river, they were dumbfounded. Not only them, but the Tang dynasty soldiers guarding the shore were also dumbfounded. Are the Tubo people crazy? Crossing the river to attack me? What are they thinking? Are they tired of living? Don't they know that these are the elites of the Tang dynasty? Grab the medicine. Grab the medicine. Take the medicine that can make you immortal. Kill. Grab the medicine for the Fu Qianhu. Grab the medicine for the commander-in-chief. Medicine. 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 The people of the two tribes were full of morale. They shouted and rode the rafts. There were no horses or catapults. They had bows, knives, spears, and shields. What can we fight with? Guanlin was in good spirits. He held a roasted lamb leg that his wife made, and ran out to watch the show. He didn't understand why Tubo couldn't think it through. Guanlin drink. Guanlin's wife brought a bowl of tonic wine over. She gave him the medicine at dinner last night, and it worked very well. When she woke up in the morning, she was busy cooking for her husband. Okay, but drinking in the morning? It's okay. Drink more than half a bowl. Eat the meat. I will give you a fried lamb spear and lamb eggs at noon. I asked them to come. Guanlin's wife urged him to drink, and told him what to eat for lunch. You gave me the medicine last night, right? Guanlin wasn't stupid. He was a doctor himself. We're too tired and need to relax. Why don't you punish me tonight? I'll do whatever you want, Guanlin's wife said shyly. No, I can't take it. I'll drink it. Why are they shouting about the medicine? Guanlin said. They drugged Zesicas. Judging from their shouting, it should be the Fu Qian that Zesicas gave them. They're addicted and finished the medicine. Guanlin's wife grinned from ear to ear. She was finally able to help the great Tang army. She and her in-laws had eaten that medicine before. How would they know the effect if they didn't eat it? When they felt the effect, they ate other medicine and used acupuncture at the same time. Only then did they survive. Now that she thought about it, she felt like dying. She still had to cook and take care of her children and husband. Her mother-in-law was the best. She said she didn't want to eat anymore, but she gritted her teeth and persevered. She didn't use anesthesia on herself, beat things, or hurt herself. She chose to endure. There are 5,000 or 6,000 people, right? Go back and tell Jidushi Gua that it's my contribution. When the war is over, give me more land. Guanlin wanted the credit. No, let's go to Chang and find Li Dongzhu. We can learn medicine from Li Dongzhu. He said that the houses in Chang'an are expensive. Our contribution should be worth a house, right? Guanlin's wife still wanted to study medicine. Medical skills were the foundation. Especially the two children, they should learn more and better skills. When they grew up and had the ability to live, they could get married. As a mother, she would be relieved. That's right. Let's go find owner Li. We'll have a few more children and spend more money. Guanlin agreed. He wanted more children. It was inconvenient in Tubo. When they reached Chang'an, they could have as many children as they wanted. I'll make soup for you tonight. Guanlin's wife smiled charmingly at Guanlin. No soup. How dare you look down on me? Humph. Guanlin puffed out his chest and raised his head. Chapter 1106. Charge. Kill the Tang soldiers and get the magic medicine. The people of the two Tubo tribes shouted to cross the river. They were deceived by the magic medicine. The Tang dynasty quickly moved their boats. The rafts were pulled upstream, and the steamers and propeller boats helped to pull the rafts. Guojian didn't want to lose the boats, so he hid. He estimated that there were 6,000 or 7,000 people. If they could attack him, he would die in the Yellow River. The soldiers of the Tang dynasty prepared rolling logs, but they didn't take the stones. Large stones were not easy to move, and they didn't need them. It was enough to shoot arrows from above, and there were many arrows. The arrows brought by the steamers later were all the standard arrows used by the winged knights. There were even ointments for face and hands, so there was no need to worry about cracks. They used glycerin on their mouths. It was said that glycerin was expensive, including soap for washing hands, toilet water for applying on the exposed skin, and mosquito coils in the camp. It felt like they were not fighting a war, but living a life. Would they give him a wife in the future? A wife with a child was also fine. They wouldn't despise her, and would raise her as their own child. Kill. Fire. The Tibetan army that reached the shore first charged down the slope. Guojian stood on the high ground and didn't say anything. The young general ordered the soldiers to throw the logs. Large logs rolled down the slope, and the charging soldiers jumped to avoid them. At first, they could dodge a few logs, but later, the logs were messy and dense, and they fell directly when they touched them. Some logs hit small stones when they rolled down and bounced up, hitting their heads, chests, and thighs. The archers above prepared. They didn't need shields, and the range below was not enough. Shoot. Whoosh. 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 Arrows flew out, one after another, and the archers stood in a formation. Tubo's shields were useless at this time, and the logs were knocked down. How could they jump with shields? The two Tubo tribes continued to charge up, and the archers waited until they were in range. When they were in range, the Tang dynasty's archers retreated and began to shoot. The shield soldiers went forward and hid behind their shields, and the logs kept rolling. Tubo's shield bearers threw away their shields and charged forward with their swords and spears. They fell one by one, but eventually, someone managed to get close to them. No long spear soldiers came out from behind the large shield soldiers of the Tang dynasty. A row of Mo sword soldiers stood up and lowered their visors, ready to sweep away the enemy. Just when the charging Tubo soldiers thought that they could engage in close combat with the enemy, the sound of gunfire rang out intensely. 500 musketeers opened fire at the same time, taking down the Tubo soldiers who had rushed to the front. Guojian watched calmly, without any emotional fluctuations on his face. He thought of something. It was the drug that Guanlin had given to Zasikas. Now that he was addicted to it, a group of Tubo soldiers were fighting to get the drug. Let alone 7,000, even 70,000 wouldn't be enough. Otherwise, we would have attacked Tubo a long time ago. Zhang Zhongliang looked at Guanlin's position. Guanlin was eating lamb leg and watching the battle with his wife. His wife was indeed very beautiful. Earlier, some soldiers used her to make dirty remarks, but after being whipped a few times, no one dared to do so anymore. Half of the credit for this battle goes to Guanlin's family. That drug was not used to lure the enemy to attack, but to force the enemy to attack. Wang Juankui could not imagine such a thing happening. Tubo's attacking force was completely defeated. Without siege weapons, They could only climb up and charge forward, using human lives to fill the gap. But it was not enough. Let's end it. Catapults, throw a few bags of explosives. Qinli wanted to go back for dinner. The catapults behind them put the bags of explosives, ignited them, waited for the right time and fired. The bags of explosives flew out and fell down. Before they hit the ground, they began to explode in the air. A single tremor was enough to kill a person without the need for shrapnel attacks. 15 minutes later, the Tang Dynasty soldiers were treating the wounds of the people shot in the limbs. A dozen unlucky people were shot in the throat and buried. The battle was over. Wails came from the bottom of the slope. The battle was over. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. If you had sent troops, we would have taken it down. Zasikas was trembling all over at the moment. He was being helped by the Qianhu and was shouting and cursing. Even if I sent all my men up there, it would only add some blood to the Yellow River. The Qianhu felt sad. 7,000 people were sent to their deaths just like that. If the slope was so easy to climb, why didn't the military forces of the Tang Dynasty attack it? It was even harder than attacking the city. The moat could be filled, but how could the Yellow River be filled? If they had the ability to fill the Yellow River, they would have built the bridge. Medicine. Medicine. Zasikas groaned. He was trembling all over, and his nose was running and tears were running down his face, as if he had a high fever and felt cold. Moreover, he would twitch violently from time to time. His eyes were filled with anger and pleading. This expression was not something that ordinary people could make. Alas! The Qianhu sighed deeply. It was over. The entire defense here was over. I kidnapped your family from the Tang Dynasty. How much do you hate me? You pretended to be good to our tribe, helping to treat our illness and cooking delicious food. But behind our backs, you secretly dug a tunnel and took the opportunity to poison us. What's wrong with Tubo? At least I'm good to you. The Qianhu still thought that he was kind. He never considered how people would feel if they were caught and brought here while they were living a good life. The biggest difference was that Guanlin's family was in their hometown. If they encountered an illness that they could not cure, they could only express regret. In Tubo, if they could not cure it, they could not regret it. Especially those with high status, they had to try their best to cure it. They lived in fear. The environment was different, and the relationship between neighbors was different. The Tang Dynasty was so good. Why did they have to be Tubo people? Why didn't Tubo people surrender and become Tang Dynasty people? Medicine dregs wine. Zasikas also realized that he was wrong, but he could not control himself. He wanted to continue drinking. The Qianhu nodded and ordered people to bring wine and tasteless medicine dregs to feed Zasikas. Fu Qian, what should we do? The people in the tribe asked the Qianhu softly. They understood that those Fu Qian who ate the medicine dregs were done for. One by one, the tribes fought and lost their morale. The commander of the 3 armies can be replaced. The Qianhu said softly. He learned this from Guanlin. When Guanlin taught the children, he heard it and also learned it. But now he knew that the commander of the 3 armies could be replaced. It depended on the army. The winged knights could not be replaced. Every one of the winged knights was a general. If the commander died, there would be someone to replace him immediately. There would not be a big loophole in the command. There was no need to wait for the imperial court's decree. The strategy and tactics were the same from beginning to end. His Tubo was not good enough. The Qianhu were going crazy. Because of the medicine Guanlin you. Wife, you should eat too. You like to eat lean food. I left some for you. There are still tendons in it. Guanlin, who was missed by others, finished his wine and hugged his wife to feed her the lamb leg. He did not know how powerful he was. He had cheated tens of thousands of Tubo soldiers. Before the military forces of the Tang Dynasty arrived, it was not a big deal for him to cheat them. When the main forces of the Tang Dynasty arrived, he cheated them and decided the strategic victory. No, it should be the number of casualties of the Tang Dynasty soldiers. With or without him, they would have occupied the Yellow River area. With him, they could now help the Tang Dynasty kill 7,000 people. After that, the morale of the Tubo soldiers was low. The Tang Dynasty also had fewer casualties. Guanlin, When we reach Chang'an and have money, I will help you find a concubine and give birth to your child. Guanlin's wife said sweetly. No, my father said. My mother also said the same. Do you think my father has a concubine? Guanlin hugged his wife even tighter. He did not dare to. His father had said that sometimes the words of his wife could not be taken seriously. Chapter 1107. Kill them. Guanlin, who was showing off his love, shouted again. This time, it was not Tubo, but the Tang dynasty's army. The navy was the one that brought the boats and rafts upstream to avoid the enemy. Many of the winged knights didn't make a move just now. They all knew how to fight, so they discussed with each other and ran onto the boats. The other non-commissioned officer of the Tang dynasty didn't react in time. One reason was that they were only following orders, and the other was that they had never received any special education. Now the winged knights rushed downwards with weapons to seize Tubo's sheepskin rafts. The boats went downstream quickly, so everyone stepped on the rafts to increase their speed. The winged knights shot arrows as soon as they were within range. They weren't afraid of breaking the sheepskin rafts because they could repair them. Some of the winged knights also took off their clothes on the boats. They held a tactical saber in their mouth and jumped into the water to kill. They didn't care how others looked at them. They were killing their enemies now, so it was a battle of life and death. Everything on their bodies was an obstacle to their underwater activities. Go down and catch those who are still alive. Be careful of their counterattack. Cooperate with our people. Qin Li threw away his gun, called out, and ran down with his people. Tubo didn't do anything. The Qinhu who was watching Zasikas didn't dare to send anyone. The remaining people of the other two tribes couldn't be sent, because there were no more sheepskin rafts. There was also bamboo in the area, but no one used it to make big bamboo rafts because it was too thin. Thin bamboo had a small hollow space, so its buoyancy was also weak. It was only a little stronger than a raft. The fleet rushed over, and arrows rained down. Some people went into the water to try to seize the boat, but they were killed by the winged knights. Are they that strong? Guanlin's wife widened her eyes. Wife, don't look. Guanlin was a little jealous. I said that the winged knights are good at swimming and fighting. They are so narrow-minded. I won't look. Listen to Guanlin. I'll just watch Guanlin tonight. Guanlin's wife stood in front of Guanlin and hugged him. It was just that simple. Guanlin felt embarrassed and turned his wife's body around. They are indeed very powerful. You can't see anything from such a distance. Just watch the winged knights of our Tang dynasty kill the enemy. They're all good men. Guanlin's wife didn't have any other thoughts. She was absolutely sure that the winged knights could fight. In the future, when they moved to Chang'an, their family would be protected by the winged knights, so they would not have to worry about anything. After drinking some wine, Zasikas felt a bit better. He watched from above and shouted, Go, send someone to snatch back the sheepskin raft. To die. What is that on the opposite slope? Qinhu wanted to cry. The other side had already set up skyscraping monkeys. How could they send their own sheepskin raft to take the bombardment? Looking at the surface of the river, the winged knights were naked in the water. From time to time, a clothed person would float into the water. This meant that they couldn't defeat the winged knights underwater. Even from such a distance, they could see that the winged knights had even thrown their clothes into the water to fight on the water. Why weren't they wearing clothes? The Tang dynasty had specially made boxers for them, and now they were taking them off. Their own people were still wearing clothes in the water, and those who floated into the water were all wearing clothes. This was the result. Battalion Commander Fan, what are you doing? Fan was taking off his clothes, and at the same time, biting a tactical knife. The non-commissioned officer of Anshi next to him felt that something was wrong. While he was talking, Fan found that it was not easy to take off his clothes, so he directly cut them with the knife. After a few swishes, his clothes were gone, and his boots were also taken off. He ran barefoot to the river and jumped in. On the other side, a person on the raft had just entered the water when he floated. Fan's head popped out of the water, and then he jumped in again. Qin Li and his men stuck the tactical knife on the musket, turning it into a bayonet. As they ran, they took care of the people who were not dead and wanted to resist. These are the winged knights? Wang Juankui was moved. For the first time, he knew that a musket could be stuck on a knife. Then he saw a Tubo soldier 30 steps away get up, and then a winged knight aimed his gun at him. A puff of smoke rose, and the person over there fell. It turned out that the gun was always loaded, and there was also a primer in the medicine tank. Previously, he had used the knife on the gun to stab the person who had fallen or struggled to get up. Now that they were far away, the gun was ready to fire at any time. Winged knights know strategy, know tactics, recognize opportunities, understand the situation of the battle, and are good at fighting. Zhang Zhongliang was also surprised. He had never seen the winged knights invite people to fight before. He had only heard about it from others. They could fight like ordinary soldiers, and they could also command like generals. In water battles, in order to kill the enemy, they would strip naked. They did not care about anything else. People did not know how to evaluate them. They existed for war? His Majesty has such a private army. We should be at ease. Guozhiyun had a smile on his face. He was at ease. Once the winged knights moved out, they would kill the enemy. Just as Qin Li said, the moment they moved out was the moment the matter would be settled. His Majesty had 30,000 winged knights. In the entire Tang dynasty, who would dare to rebel? Commander, did you see that? Let's retreat. We can't defend. The best plan is to keep harassing outside. Qian Hu advised. Stop fighting. Military forces of the Tang dynasty were too strong. The winged knights were not an ordinary army. Run first, and then look for an opportunity. Originally they could still defend. Now that 7,000 people were thrown in, how could they defend? With my tribe can't beat them. The hot air balloons of the Tang dynasty did not float over, and the big kite you mentioned did not appear either. Death was not a big deal, but dying without hurting the enemy was frustrating. Send someone strong to catch Guanlin. Go catch him. Zaisikaz was still thinking about his medicine. Take the commander back to rest. Qian Hu held back his anger and said, Men, kill him. Zaisikaz could not take it anymore. He called for his soldiers. More than 200 soldiers drew their swords and were ready to carry out the order. Kill. Qian Hu spat out a word from between his teeth. Kill. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Arrows fluttered in the air. Qian Hu's soldiers attacked Zaisikaz's soldiers. After 2 rounds of arrows, they rushed forward to finish them off. Qian Hu fought with all his might, and only left Zaisikaz alive. He would write a letter to Zanpu later. He had no other choice. He had to take his people and run. The main force was against the main force. The 2 tribes on his side had lost 7,000 people. How could he defend his tribe alone? Zaisikaz's soldiers were killed. Qian Hu did not even think about it. He directly ordered his tribe to pack up and run. In less than half an hour, his tribe left with a lot of things. Obviously, they had prepared beforehand. The hot air balloon soldiers of the Tang dynasty gave a flag signal, and then they simply let the balloons be pulled down. They ran. I saw them killing each other, and then they ran away. Cattle, sheep, tents, and so on. They packed up really quickly. The soldier of the hot air balloon explained the situation in his own words. He could not understand the flag signal. Guozhiyun and the others were just about to continue eating, but now they could not eat anymore. They looked at each other. What was going on? Why did they run away? Wasn't this an army set up to target them? A new flag signal is coming. The other 2 tribes are also packing up and running. The messenger came in. Does that mean we can go directly? Wang Juankui was speechless. They had prepared so much, but it was all useless. Chapter 1108. An hour later, the winged knights took the sheepskin raft. The others dealt with it and went back to rest. Qin Li hurried to the camp. He already knew the situation when he stabbed the bayonet. Like the other generals, he felt helpless. If they run away, we don't need to use Bailala's tribe to open a path. We can just go there directly. Qin Li was annoyed. Why didn't they fight the war according to the plan? Guanlin's family's contribution is too great. Should we hide it? Wang Juankui felt that the army would be at a disadvantage if they put most of the credit on Guanlin's shoulders. Qinli looked at Wang Juankui. You've discussed it and now you're telling me? I don't agree. Qinli, you have to understand the suffering of the soldiers. Guojian advised. If most of the credit went to one family, wouldn't others get less? You don't know Dongzhu. You can get all the benefits. Dongzhu will reward Guanlin's family separately. Guanlin's family drugged Zasikas, and indeed made a great contribution. However, the premise was that the soldiers cooperated with them. According to this, Dongzhu still hasn't gotten any official with real power. Spread the news of Guanlin's family's contribution. Tell the people of the Tang dynasty that as long as they help the Tang dynasty won't forget. Qinli made it clear that he suppressed Guanlin's family. What should he say when he returned? With a large group of winged knights, Dongzhu was sure that someone would tell him the truth, including himself. Did he lie in front of Dongzhu? Dongzhu imparted knowledge, provided training assistance, gave his brothers good nutrition, and brought iodophor for fear of injury. What should we do now? It's a mess. Guojian swore that he had never been in such a battle in his life. Fan, take Li Xiang and Zhao Ai and fly in a hot air balloon. Qinli looked at Fan. I'll fly. Fan agreed. He would bring 2 of his brothers who came with him to fly back in a hot air balloon and contact Zhang Xiaosong. It's the west wind now, Zhang Zhongliang reminded. The west wind was the wind blowing from the west to the east. They were in the east. If we fly up, the wind will change our position. Simple, bring more gasoline. Fan did not care. He was part of the first batch of winged knights. Later on, there were hot air balloons and gliders. He was proficient in all of them, including firearms. Looking at the wind blowing from west to east, it referred to a certain height on the ground. If they continued to move upwards, the wind would change at any time. He wanted gasoline, not diesel. Diesel had to be pressurized, or else it would be difficult to ignite. He needed to adjust at all times, and gasoline was the best. Let's go. Qinli did not stand on ceremony. Fan got up and went to find his brothers. He picked a hot air balloon and set off. The hot air balloon rose into the air and was blown towards the Tang dynasty by the wind. Fan controlled the balloon, and it quickly rose. Soon, it found its position and began to drift towards the west. You shouldn't fight the enemy on the ground. Zhang Zhongliang noticed that the winged knights were very skilled at controlling hot air balloons. In the underwater battle just now, the winged knights did not die at all. They were good swimmers. Their horsemanship was not worse than those who had lived on horses since childhood. The same went for their archery. They knew how to survey, write, and command. Such people should be in charge of an area. Now they were used as ordinary soldiers. It was a waste of resources. Qinli smiled. We never choose the environment or climate, and we don't care about day or night. The winged knights without courage are not worthy of being His Majesty's private army. There was pride in his words. The winged knights could do anything. When they went to a place, if there was no good general, they would be the general. If they wanted to govern a place, they would immediately become the administration. They were not afraid of fighting one-on-one with bayonets. They could also fight in a battle formation. They were that strong. There was no other way. They were His Majesty's private army. Do we still need to deal with the Bilala tribe tomorrow? Guojian looked at the hot air balloons and asked. That's a surrendered soldier. Zhang Xiaosong will probably arrange it. We'll wait for Fan to return. Wang Juankui glanced at Qinli. That's about right. Guanlin's family did make Zasikas suffer. What else could Qinli say? It was his first experience. A family that was captured by Tubo for treatment was scheming to escape. They wanted to return to the Tang dynasty. Even if they died, they wanted to die in the Tang dynasty. Even the Yulin flying cavalry couldn't find the secret passage. As for using dogs to find it, there was only the smell of medicinal herbs from Guanlin's house. What kind of dog could smell it? Guanlin's family had thought of everything you could think of. Then they would seize the opportunity to kill them during treatment. The family did not have the cooperation of the military forces of the Tang dynasty. At most, they could poison people to death, and then hide in all kinds of ways. Now they could ignore other people's contributions? Drugging people was definitely not done unintentionally. It was done on purpose. Taking the initiative was considered an attack. The contribution was huge. As they discussed, Fan Fan in the sky wanted to laugh and cry. You too, if you go back and mention this to Dongju, will Dongju believe you? A family was captured, developed an addictive drug, and successfully drugged a Tubo commander at the last moment. He said to Li Xiang and Zhao Ai, Dongju will definitely believe you. If you were Dongju, Tubo's ending would be even worse. Hasn't Dongju been planting this drug? He even asked the people to help him. Zhao Ai looked through the binoculars, trying to find her people. Li Xiang continued to check the status of the hot air balloon. I think Dongju will directly give them a building in the south of the city with a big yard. Dongju will never suppress his military achievements. When they move in, it will directly become a medicine shop, and Dongju will prepare the medicinal herbs for them. Yes. Zhao Ai did not find any traces of her people. He nodded and said, Guanlin's family is actually very knowledgeable about medicinal herbs. When they got the full set of books, they became a medical family. I see the hot air balloon. Descend. The wind is blowing to the west now. The lower the altitude, the more the wind changes. Let's descend and wait for them to find us. Fan Fan saw another hot air balloon. It was a small dot floating in the sky. The trees on the ground would continue to fly to the west after the wind changed direction. He believed that the cavalry would come to pick them up. The hot air balloon lowered its altitude and was blown by the wind. Just as Fan Fan thought, the cavalry on the ground would come to pick them up. They were all on the same side. The enemy did not have hot air balloons. The newspaper said that when a hot air balloon was found floating in the sky, it was definitely one of their own. They had to find a way to find it. If ordinary people found it, they would be paid extra. If they destroyed someone's house, they would be compensated. Of course, this was not possible under normal circumstances. It was not a plane. The hot air balloon could avoid the residential area by adding more fuel. The hot air balloon descended. The cavalry surrounded it and took a look. Fan Fan was back. Keep it. The situation has changed. Quick, give me a horse. I will go find Inspector Zhang. Fan Fan jumped out and pulled a horse over. He asked someone to bring him to Zhang Xiaosong. That person is called Guanlin. He is from Tubo's Fujian. I only know that he knows medicine. In fact, he is from an aristocratic family. Fan Fan told Zhang Xiaosong about Guanlin's family. Zhang Xiaosong was dumbfounded. He rubbed his temples. That drug was addicted. A group of Tubo's Fujian took it, including Zaisikas. Then, at the most crucial point in the front, where are the 7,000 people charging at our main force? Now that they have run away, there is a gap in our defense. How will Guanlin's family be rewarded? Zhang Xiaosong was about to kneel. The turning point of a big battle was provided by a doctor's family that was captured by Tubo. How much military power and resources did the Tang dynasty and Tubo use? He had just broken through the rear, and the situation changed because of a young doctor. Chapter 1109. Surrender, surrender quickly. One day at dawn, more than 700 people including Bilala were shouting outside their tribe. Behind them were Zhang Xiaosong's men. The people of Bilala tribe were packing up and were about to run. They had received news that Zaisikas had fallen ill, and that 7,000 people from 2 tribes had died after charging into the Tang army. Since Fu Qian still hadn't come back, he tidied up his things first and fed the animals. Seeing Fu Qian being captured, the people of the tribe were at a loss. Surrender. The Tang army said that we won't kill or capture those who surrender. When the Tang dynasty occupies the Yellow River Basin, we are willing to submit to the Tang dynasty and arrange things for them. If we don't want to, we can leave. Bilala continued to shout and persuade the tribesmen to surrender. He was the commander, so he had the final say. However, he was now a captive. Zhang Xiaosong was not prepared to kill or rob. If he did, many people in the tribe would die in winter. It was better to kill him. Otherwise, with the deep hatred between the 2 sides, how could he be at ease outside? The Bilala tribesmen looked at the formation of the military forces of the Tang dynasty. They were all cavalry. One person had so many horses. Then they looked at themselves. Forget it. They chose to surrender, hand over their weapons, drive their livestock in tents, and leave with Zhang Xiaosong's team. Zhang Xiaosong did not know what to do. He was responsible for harassing from behind and finding a breakthrough to help the Tang dynasty win the war. In the end, after a lot of time was wasted, a doctor took the credit. He believed that the other Tubo tribes would also run. Without their commander, there was a gap. If they did not run, would they fight with the Tang army? On the other side, Guozhiyun and the others were crossing the river. The 3 tribes on the other side of the river all ran away. The catapults were thrown down. The other 2 tribes that sent out troops killed their leaders. The leaders even let people rush over to snatch the medicine. They did not give people a way out. Most of the people who rushed over were slave soldiers. The ones who stayed were those who had some status in the tribe. After killing the leaders, the most prestigious ones inherited the leaders' women and things and ran away. Their advantage was that they had fewer people and more livestock. The dead people did not waste resources. Some of the things that were not easy to carry were left behind, and the livestock ran away. They did not even think about the consequences of being caught by the Tang army. Don't chase after them. Move forward steadily. Go to Sister Lake and see which place is suitable for building a castle. Then transport the cement from the back. Guozhiyun had the same idea as Zhang Xiaosong. They wanted to occupy the land and drive the Tubo tribes away. Build the castle before it snowed, and hide in the castle when winter came. As for whether those tribes would turn around and attack them, it was impossible this year. They didn't have enough food and needed to eat sheep. Next year, even more weapons would be sent over. If they wanted to fight, they would fight. As the news spread, Tubo's tribes all chose to run away. While running, they were also afraid that the army of the Tang dynasty would chase after them. They ran all the way until the sky turned dark. The scouts did not find any Tang soldiers in the surroundings. Only then did they feel relieved. They rested temporarily and prepared to continue running again in the morning. They were going to leave the Yellow River and go further west. Then, they would see what the Tang dynasty would do. In any case, they would not be with the other Tubo tribes behind them. They would be bullied, and they would be considered a defeated army. Theoretically, they should die in battle, not retreat. They did not want to die. Why should they fight when there was no chance of victory? Disperse. Let's form a team of 1,000 people. Look for a large number of Tubo people who might be hiding according to the positions on the map. Also, find out what animals there are in that area. Guozhiyun discussed with others according to the map. Now they had to quickly distribute the nearly 140,000 people to good places. Fewer people were placed in dangerous places. More people were placed in places that were not easy to defend. After checking, they divided the troops into a line in front of them again. The soldier who reported the good news had run away yesterday. Not only did he report the good news, but he also told the people in Chang and to hurry up and send things over. They had occupied the place. Yes, they had occupied it. It was so magical. They couldn't believe it. What do you think? Wang Juankui looked at Guanlin and his family, who were staying in the tent. Guanlin's family did not know what to say. She told them that they had made the first contribution because of the medicine that Zasikas drank. We will continue to follow everyone and help those who are sick. Guanlin looked at his parents, wife, and children and chose to stay first. How could they go back now? Everyone was busy. How could they ask someone to send them back? Without anyone to send them back, it would be difficult for the family to hurry back. If the place was still occupied by the Tubo tribe, they would be able to walk back no matter how difficult it was. Now that they had horses, they did not want to walk. What if they met a pack of wolves on the way? I'm asking for your battle plan. Wang Juankui emphasized. He had no intention of sending Guanlin and his family back. Fly hot air balloons every day and send scouts to patrol outside the defense line. It would be best to build a beacon tower. If the Tibetan army comes, light cigarettes. Guanlin really gave them an idea according to his own ideas. Wang Juankui nodded. They had thought of it long ago. Also, Guan Lin continued to talk about his considerations. Take back the highland barley and exchange it with the Tubo tribe, who are hiding outside the defense line. Exchange what? Zhang Zhongliang asked. Exchange it with butter. They can't always drink milk. They need to eat food. We need butter. Butter can resist the cold and give them strength, Guan Lin answered. Good. We didn't think of that. You've made another contribution. Zhang Zhongliang found that they could indeed exchange it. Exchange was a kind of communication. Both sides would stop fighting. If they could exchange it today, they could exchange it for other things tomorrow. For example, iron pots, kitchen knives, medicine. The other side would pay with wool, sheepskin, mutton, yak hair and yak skin. Once the exchange started, the possibility of continuing fighting was low. It was not too late to chase after them now. Otherwise, they would give them a chance to live. Otherwise, when there were people who did not have enough to eat in winter, they would still want to rob them. If they did, they would die. If they did not, they would also die. Go, send a team to chase after them. When you catch up, tell them that they are allowed to live outside the defense line. They can exchange it for food. Let's discuss the price. Qin Li ordered the winged knights to chase after them. The winged knights were in a team of 300 people. They carried food and fodder and chased after them. There were people in Tubo who could understand the Tang dynasty language. The winged knights caught up with the Tubo tribes at dawn. They couldn't move fast because they were herding livestock. When they saw the winged knights, they were terrified. They didn't think that there would only be a few people chasing after them. There must be a large force. The elders in the tribe picked up their weapons. The children were sent to the center. The women also took down their bows. The cavalry circled in a small area, ready to charge at any time. Their eyes were filled with sadness. Even if their tribe was going to be exterminated, they had to think of a way to kill a few enemies. The Tang dynasty has occupied the area around the Yellow River. You can't come in if we don't let you. We'll draw a defense line and allow you to live outside. We know that you don't have enough food. We'll take the barley and exchange it with you. As long as you have it, we'll exchange it with you. Later, we'll give you a book with your writing on it. You can look for it. If you find the herbs, you can exchange it with a high price. The featherwood winged cavalry shouted and repeated it over and over again. Some people in the tribe understood and were happy. So they didn't fight? They could exchange things. Was the Tang dynasty so easy to negotiate with? In the past, they only killed and then robbed. They quickly translated the content and told the tribe. The whole tribe was dumbfounded. Chapter 11:10. The people of the Tubo tribe did not understand the current strategic deployment of the Tang dynasty. They were just happy, but then they were afraid that the winged knights would cheat them. How can you guarantee? Fu Qian knew how to speak the language of the Tang dynasty. He rode on his horse and shouted loudly. One of the winged knights gave his bow and sword to his companions, stepped out, and walked towards Fu Qian's position alone. When the people of the tribe saw that the other party was alone, they all put down their weapons. What if the arrow was accidentally shot and caused a big fight? They already said that they would let their tribe go. The winged knights came close to Fu Qian. Head to head, he took the tactical backpack to his chest. When the others were vigilant, he took out the compressed biscuits. He soaked it, and the other party caught it. Have a taste, it's our military food. The winged knights took out another piece and took a bite. After biting, he threw the one he took a bite of over. Fu Qian caught it again and handed it to the person next to him. He did not bite it, which proved that he was not afraid of poison. After Li ate the compressed biscuit that he hated, his eyes widened. It was delicious. There was a lot of oil in it. It was fragrant. The soldiers of the Tang dynasty ate this? They were rich. We all brought it. If you are willing to exchange, we can discuss the exchange. We will exchange with you now. After the exchange, you can continue on your way. When you are hungry, eat one piece, and you will be full. One piece is enough. If you drink water, you can also soak it in water and eat it. The winged knights suggested that they could exchange, and kindly reminded that it would be a waste to eat too much at once. The person next to him took a bite and commented, "It's better than butter barley cake." There is honey, hazelnuts, walnuts, sugar, milk, sesame, and green onions inside. It's quite expensive. The winged knights listed the ingredients. One slave for 100 yuan. Fu Qian offered. I don't want people. The winged knights refused. It was troublesome to bring a slave. Moreover, if you want slaves, isn't it just right to catch you? Fu Qian looked at his own team. One sheep, 30 yuan. All right, I'll trade for a sheep. The winged knights agreed. As long as it wasn't a human, the other party could name a price. He rode over and circled around the flock of sheep. He bent down and scooped up the fattest sheep. He returned amidst the bleating of the sheep. He grabbed the goat with one hand and threw it towards the winged knights. When the winged knights saw the sheep flying towards them, they reached out with one hand and caught the sheep without falling off their horses. He turned around and shouted, 30 hardtacks, change it. Tubo's men took off their leather armor and poured it into the bag. The exchange was complete. The Tubo people felt that they had made a profit. A few days ago he had dug up the roots, and the color was different. The ginger that had been used as a seed was easily plucked off. This jiang was also called nyang jiang, which was better than old jiang. It was good to eat, and most of the time, it would be replanted next year. The yield was much higher than the old ginger harvested the previous year. This kind of mother ginger was first sent back to the Li family Zhuangzi for safekeeping by the Li family Zhuangzi. If the locals wanted to plant some next year, they would be given a portion. At that time, the other ginger fields that belonged to the Li family Zhuangzi would not be given to the local people to plant and take care of. They would be exchanged with the mother ginger. After plucking the mother ginger, he continued to plant the newly grown ginger in the soil. When it grew up, he would collect a portion of it. This was called tender ginger. The tender ginger didn't need to be used to make pickles. Instead, it was made into ginger candies and used as medicine. Pickles and other things could be used to make pickles. The rest continued to grow and become old ginger. Some of them were kept as seeds to expand the planting area, and some were used as seasoning. The remaining watermelons were still growing in the ground. When the seeds were sprouted, the locals were responsible for planting them and preserving them according to the method. Next year, the Li family Zhuangzi would plant watermelons. They would send people to deal with the seeds and still pay the local people. Everything was arranged. As long as the people worked hard, they did not need to consider other problems. Li Longji felt that watermelons were delicious. It was precisely because of this that the lives of the local people suddenly changed. This included planting grass and raising sheep. It was not called sheep digging the grass roots. The straws of the indica rice were transported and sand treatment began. They made a grid of straws and drew a line. The straws were placed horizontally on the vertical line and pressed down along the line with a shovel. The whole straw was folded in half from the middle and pressed into the sand. A section of straw was left on the top. This way, the area was large and the wind could not blow it. They could also plant haloxylon in the grid. If they could plant haloxylon, Li could provide the seeds of desert cistanche and graft them on the haloxylon. They planted melons, planted ginger, laid the grid of straws, prepared to plant haloxylon and graft desert cistanche, mined coal, built kong beds and fetched well water. The whole system was thrown over. The people who could not find work before finally saw hope. In addition, the animals that the Li family Zhuangzi transported were lent to the people. The people took good care of the animals when they worked. According to the memorial sent by the local county magistrate, Chu Ji, the local people's income increased by 10 times. The county magistrate, Chu Ji, wanted to take credit. Li Longji wanted to chop off his head. The income increased by 10 times, which meant that the life before was, you were the county magistrate, and this was how you governed the place? You still had the face to say 10 times. What did 10 times the income have to do with you? The only praiseworthy thing about you was that you did not cause trouble and did not embezzle. Li Lang. They said it was very difficult to transport the seeds out. Princess Yongmu took care of her 2 younger brothers. The little ones were small, so Princess Yongmu helped to find the seeds. Li Tan enjoyed the same treatment. He stole a glance at Li Yi after taking a bite. He was afraid that Li Yi would be angry. He could handle it himself, but he insisted on waiting for his sister to pick for him. He was enjoying the warmth and the feeling of home. Li Yi pretended not to see. There are coal mines and cement burning materials, limestone, gypsum, mirabilite, quartz sand for glass burning, iron ore salt, and so on. You can directly open a cement factory. Ask Old Bai if he wants to open one. If he doesn't, I will find someone to open one. The local people should not be poor. Li Yi was talking about Atuk County, which was now Yuzhou, one of the top 100 industrial counties. Shouldn't you ask Minister Wei? Princess Yongmu reminded him in a low voice. The cement burning should belong to the Ministry of Works, and Wei Ji was in charge of it. Yes, ask Old Wei. Li Yi changed his words. He could not directly connect everything to the Ministry of Revenue. It was not good for the Ministry of Revenue to have too many functions. Can I go and help? I will go and watch. Li Tan wanted to contribute to the Tang dynasty. This was his home. You stay here and wait until the wound on your face is healed. I just finished the big scar surgery for you. Do you want to continue to leave a scar that can never be removed? Li Yi said with a straight face. He did another big scar surgery for Li Tan the day before yesterday, and he was in the recovery period. Got it. Li Tan quickly responded. He was a little afraid of Li Yi. I will make melon slice soup for you tomorrow. Your face can't eat spicy things. It must be light. Noble consort Lu said to Li Tan that she had a good impression of this eldest grandson. Li Tan was the eldest grandson of the emperor. The little guy had an older brother, but he was the eldest grandson of the emperor. Normally, the crown prince was the eldest, not the youngest and not the eldest. With the little guy, the other princes could not expect to be the crown prince. The melon slice soup she was talking about was the melon slices of watermelon. The red melon flesh was taken out, and the greenish-white part was taken out. It could be used to make soup and cold dishes. If you want to make it popular, it must be popular. Otherwise, it will be gone. Yes, Li Tan responded with a straight face. He did not dare to smile and spoke little. The road with the well is built. The oasis has not grown yet. It will take a few years. Empress Wang pointed at the little guy's mouth. The little guy quickly wiped it with the big napkin in front of his chest and returned a big smile to Empress Wang. Chapter 11-12. Grandfather, look, I caught a hedgehog. The child from Shachuan village came to his grandfather with a hedgehog in one hand and a lantern in the other. Hedgehogs would steal melons to eat. They would stare at one and eat it. If it was damaged, they would eat 2 bites and find it difficult to drill into it. Shachuan village had a small population and could not take care of all the land. They followed the method provided by Li Yi and planted a few thorns outside the ground. They also led the water out and made a small pool outside. In this way, the wild animals would have water to drink and wouldn't have to take the risk of being cut by the growing thorns to rush in. Badgers and hedgehogs were small and could not be stopped by the thorns. The village still followed the method taught by Li Yi. They raised dogs in a group of dogs. They went to other villages to ask for dogs. Some families had a litter of dogs and could not afford to raise them, so they found a place to dig a hole and bury them. They raised those that could be raised and strangled to eat meat. They did not raise dogs to call them sons or babies. They would not allow dogs to enter the house. They did not even have a kennel. In the winter, they threw some hay in the corner of the yard, and the dogs would nest there. When there were many dogs, the dogs would huddle together to keep warm. The dogs could not eat meat. If they wanted to eat, they would catch mice and other small animals. The owners bought meat and bones. When the bones were stewed, they would give it to the dogs. The dogs would be happy and think that their owners were good to them. Gnawing on bones and grinding teeth was very interesting. If they stewed spoiled food for the dogs would be happy as if they were celebrating the new year. Everyone raised dogs like this. No one thought of dogs as good things, except for the hunting dogs raised by hunters. The village bought dozens of dogs. They bought old rice and wheat, even if it was eaten by insects. They cooked a big pot of rotten vegetables and fed it to the dogs. The dogs were very satisfied, especially the dogs that were brought back when they were 4 or 5 months old. In their original home, they sometimes used their claws to dig the ground to find earthworms and earth snails to eat. Occasionally, they would eat the grass on the side of the road. If it was the kind with hemp seeds, they would be full. Now they actually cooked for them. They were better than their previous owners. A group of dogs was thrown outside in the field. They would fight, choose a leader, and then run around. At night, if there was any movement, she would run over to see if it could be eaten and call out. In order to prevent the dogs from always gathering together, the villagers tried to disperse them to different places on the ground. The villagers built kennels with wood and grass. Every day when he was on patrol, he would take a shovel and bury the dog feces. Dogs can't compare to cats in this aspect. Cats can dig their own holes and bury them when they're done. Unless it was a specially trained dog, it would defecate wherever it went. The child heard the dogs barking and went over with a lantern. He saw a few dogs surrounding a hedgehog and using their paws to carefully poke it, as if they wanted to eat it. The little kid brought it back, and the dog wagged its tail to please him. It then turned around to look for other things to eat. The watermelon was growing beside them, but the dog didn't eat it. If it did, it would be beaten. It would use all its strength to hit it and kick it. Every time it was kicked, it would bark. It didn't even dare to dodge. After a few times, the dog knew that it could not be touched. However, after the owner finished eating the watermelon rind could be nibbled. As there were a lot of watermelons, after the villagers finished eating, a portion of the rind would be eaten as vegetables, and the rest would be given to the dogs. Like eggplants and cucumbers, no matter how they were placed, the dogs would not touch them. If maggots crawled out of the toilet, even if the dog had delicious food, it would still fight with the chicken. Actually, the dogs could eat chicken, but they didn't dare to. The village needs to buy a pig. The one we raised is still small, so stew it less often. Let the dog eat some bones with meat. The old man took the hedgehog. He had collected a lot of hedgehogs. When he collected 100 of them, he would kill them and eat their meat. This way, everyone in the village could have a good meal. The rind would be processed and sent to the Li family zhuangzi to be made into medicine. The hedgehog meat would be stewed in soup, with some grains with worms and vegetables, and fed to the dogs. The dogs would enjoy a good life. Grandfather, did you catch the wolf? I don't dare to go out. The wolf will bite me to death and eat me. The child swallowed his saliva. He wanted to eat the stewed pork. I told the county that they will send people. Sigh. A few days ago, when they were delivering the melons, I told them to send a message. When we reach Chang'an, it should be fine. The old man didn't have any hope for the county. In this poor place, how could the bailiffs catch the wolf? They couldn't even set a trap. The wolf was very smart. The only person he could count on was the Li family zhuangzi. He told them what to do. If it weren't for the many dogs, the child in the family would have been taken away. The old man was worried. His neighbor's son Wupang Er was 7 years old. When he was herding sheep, he encountered a pack of wolves. There were 8 or 9 of them. The wolves wanted to eat the sheep and the child. Fortunately, he raised a group of dogs. More than 40 dogs rushed over and forced the pack of wolves to retreat. If there were too few dogs, they couldn't beat the wolves. When some powerful wolves bit the dogs, the other dogs didn't dare to go forward. Dogs that could protect people were different. They saved Wupang Er once, and they couldn't kill him even if they raised him to death. That was why the village was thinking of buying a pig and leaving more meat and bones for the dogs to eat. Dogs that protected their owners and other dogs couldn't be treated the same. It was daybreak. It was the 16th day of the 6th lunar month. The people of Shachuan village came. They went by the Yellow River. On land, they went to the Wuxia River, then entered the Wuxia River. and then entered the Yellow River. After that, the boats went into the canal and turned into the Ba River. They brought a pile of hedgehog skins and unloaded the watermelons. Li Dongzhu, we encountered wolves there. There were more than 10 of them. They almost ate Little Fatty. Little Fatty is only 7 years old. The village chief Guo brought a team over. After delivering the items, he explained the situation. They didn't want the hedgehog skins, but they also wanted the badger skins and other animal skins. The Li family Zhuangzi helped to dig the well, and even told them how to make money. He told them how to build a Kong bed and where to find coal. When there was a problem, he didn't plan to look for other people. It was useless. The Ming residents couldn't send out bailiffs. The main reason was that the bailiffs didn't dare to go. There were so many wolves. If they weren't careful, they would be eaten by the wolves. I'm going to build a cement factory at our place and repair the road. The road to the Wuxia River is not easy to travel. It's still difficult to borrow your animals to travel, especially the watermelons. If it wasn't for our Zhuangzi, the watermelons would only rot in the ground. Li Yi didn't mention the wolves. The wolves were a small problem, and it was solved as he said. If we help to repair the cement, can we burn cement? We can't. Look at the newspaper. We have to invest a lot of money. Guo was more excited. Burning cement meant building houses in the village. If they built a fence, they wouldn't have to worry about wild animals rushing into the yard at night. Qing Song, I'll write a note. After breakfast, bring Uncle Guo to Minister Wei. Li Yi said to Qing Song. Got it, Dongzhu. Qing Song replied. He quickly dug into his breakfast. He chose to eat noodles with soy sauce today, because the weather was hot. The other 3 eunuchs ate tofu soup and steamed buns. That's why Li Yi called him Qing Song. After breakfast, Qing Song brought the note and Guo out of Zhuangzi. I'll bring Wen Tian over. After we deal with the wolves, we'll fly over. We'll be back in 3 days. Li Yi was depressed from staying in Zhuangzi. He wanted to go out. Princess Yomu's eyes lit up. She could fly. She had never flown before. She had never even been in a hot air balloon. Chapter 11:13. Little Brother Yi. Order the winged knights to do a scan. Li Longji didn't want Li Yi to leave. 3 days was too long. If something happened, how would he contact them? As for Li Yi bringing his daughter out, it didn't matter. It would be best if he could cook the rice. 2 days. Li Yi wanted to go out and was vexed. He had been cooped up all day, and only went out once a month to Zhuangzi. He even had to walk around Chang'an. Can't I even go hunting? Do I have to catch a wolf and then hunt it? Then wouldn't it be better if I locked the wolf in a zoo? I'll check everyone's bodies for 2 days. Li Longji said with a bit of envy. He couldn't leave either. If there wasn't enough food, he could go to Luoyang. Or he could go to Pure Flower's palace and bring the prime ministers along. It was actually in the capital office. What else could he do? He just had to stay in Chang'an day after day. Okay. Li Yi indeed had to check everyone's bodies. He hadn't checked in half a month. Oh, for days ago, he checked his sister-in-law alone. There was no problem. As for Li Tan, he just had to apply medicine now. He was going to take his girlfriend out to play for 2 days. No, he was going to help the villagers deal with the wolf problem. Today, he obviously couldn't do a full checkup. After eating, he couldn't do liver work. He would do something else first. He directly went for an MRI scan. There was no problem. His blood sugar was normal, and his blood pressure was within the healthy range. My finger hurts. The little guy wasn't very happy. He was pricked. Other children at his age would cry after being pricked, but he was helpless. He frowned and kept pricking me. He couldn't cry even if he wanted to. His skin was tough. Usually, when he played, it hurt more than this when he fell. His elbows, knees, arms, and thighs were all injured. The difference was that most children would have scars. Li Yi helped to treat them. The little guy pricked his left ring finger. He didn't prick his middle finger. He always used his middle finger to pinch things. His thumb, index finger, and middle finger. He didn't use his left ring finger much. He didn't write. There's no need to check his liver function. Let's go. We'll be back before dark the day after tomorrow. Li Yi took out his aircraft. Let's leave after lunch. There's less than 2 hours left. Noble consort Lu was afraid that the child would be hungry. We'll eat when we get there. It'll take 3 hours. I'll quickly refuel 20 times along the way. There's no need to stop. I have a plan. His single-man aircraft could reach a speed of 160 kilometers per hour. If he flew in a straight line, he would be able to cover less than 470 kilometers in 3 hours. This time, he carried the fuel tank on his back. He only needed to refuel 14 times. Bringing along Princess Yongmu would take 20 trips. While he was in the air, he directly exchanged fuel into the fuel tank without stopping. He looked for clothes for Princess Yongmu and himself. They couldn't wear skirts and silk robes. Then, he put on a helmet and drove at a speed of 160 kilometers per hour. If he didn't wear a helmet, his face would become deformed. How could he use acupuncture to heal it? Why don't we ride a horse? If we go by the relay station, it'll take 16 hours. Empress Wang was still worried. If we fly at an altitude of more than 10,000 feet, I'll have time to deal with it if we fall. Li Yi changed his clothes first. They were tight, just like the clothes for a swimming competition. Princess Yongmu came out after a while. She was a little shy. She was also in a swimsuit, a full-body swimsuit. She felt a little awkward. Fortunately, these weren't the tight shorts Li Yi wore at the auto show. When we get there, I'll exchange for a set of clothes for you. Suddenly, there are a lot of things to exchange. I guess there's a big change in the battlefield in the West. Li Yi realized that his lifespan had increased significantly. He could change clothes at will. If he didn't die, changing a few sets of clothes was a piece of cake. I'm a person with a system. Yes, a system. I can't remember it. Sometimes I forget it, and sometimes I abandon it. I'm sorry, system. Li Yi muttered. It's fine to live normally. What's the difference whether I have a system or not? I know a lot of things myself. Li Lang, what are you talking about? Princess Yongmu stood in front of Li Yi as requested. Li Yi hugged her. Her face was full of shyness and happiness. I said we'll fly there for a while. Don't be afraid. You can't move on your own. Relax. We'll fly there for 3 hours. I'll take something like a baby carrier and tie us up. If it doesn't work, I'll get a parachute and we'll jump. It's not a problem. As Li Yi spoke, he went to find a set of straps and tied himself and Princess Yongmu together. They flew at an altitude of more than 3 meters. If something went wrong, they would exchange for a parachute. After they went down, they would exchange for a flying device and continue flying. The higher they went, the safer it was. See you the night after tomorrow. Li Yi waved his hand. The flying device rose into the air. It adjusted in the air and flew diagonally. In the blink of an eye, it became a small dot and disappeared. On the ground, the retired emperor, noble consort Lu, the emperor, the queen, the emperor's legitimate son, and the eldest prince looked up. Do you think that he can rebel? Li Longji said. If he wanted to rebel, he could rebel at any time. What could he do? Xiao Yi, this child is not bad. Noble consort Lu commented. What a good young man. This was the future grandson-in-law. The little boy clenched his small fist. He also wanted to fly. Although he was small, he was thinking about waiting for this big brother to come back and take him to the sky. Li Tan raised his hand to touch the operating face. Suddenly, he stopped and walked to the little boy's side. He squatted down and picked up his brother. He didn't want to fight for the throne. It was meaningless. What could he fight for? Could he fly? Could he restrain Li Yi? Li Longji shook his head. If it was someone else, I'd definitely kill him. We're family. There's no need to talk about killing. I'm most afraid of killing. Empress Wang patted her chest and said. Other than the children, no one around believed her. This Empress Wang was a firm supporter of using force to usurp the throne of the Xuanwu Gate. Princess Yongmu, who was flying over there, was a little nervous at first. After flying for a long time, she was carried by Li Yi and looked at the things on the ground with peace of mind. It was very small. Humans were like ants. This was the feeling of flying. In fact, it was less than 3 hours. Li Yi's aircraft arrived at the destination. There was a large field of melons below. The color was speckled green. He lowered his altitude and saw dogs. A group of dogs was barking at the sky. There were hundreds of people gathered together to look at the sky. Li was circling looking for wolves. He saw it. It wasn't a dozen but more than 30. It was a huge group. Obviously because there was a lot of water here. Other animals came to drink water. A pack of wolves ran over. There weren't so many wolves in a normal pack. A dozen was considered big. Of course there were bigger packs. Hundreds of wolves formed a pack. The bigger the pack, the stronger the Wolf King. Li had never seen one before. It was said that the Wolf King in a pack of hundreds of wolves was like a calf. Originally, the artificial lake outside was for animals to drink water. In the end, it attracted herbivores and inevitably brought carnivores. Li muttered. He controlled the aircraft to fly towards the pack of wolves. There was nothing to say. They were all destroyed. The aircraft landed. The pack of wolves noticed it and started to run towards Li. Li chose a small hill to land. With a wave of his hand, a heavy machine gun appeared. There was an ammunition box and a bullet chain. Princess Yongmu saw such a weapon for the first time. She knew the bullets, but this was the first time she came into contact with a bullet chain. Li Lang, is it because of me? Princess Yongmu was smart. There were so many bullets on the chain. Why? Don't talk. Don't be afraid later. It's just flesh and blood. Li didn't care how many wolves surrounded them. Okay. Princess Yongmu nodded obediently. Chapter 11:14. The wolves didn't know how dangerous the people who fell from the sky were. In their eyes, there were 2 pieces of meat that could be eaten. Today they gathered together to kill the dogs. Last time, there were too many dogs and they couldn't kill them. The wolves treated this place as their territory and ate the food in the territory as they wished. The 2 walking prey were sometimes very powerful, and their companions had been killed before. Now there were only 2. After eating, they would find the dogs at night. Princess Yongmu looked through the binoculars. She wasn't worried. She just wanted to see how to kill the wolves. Li looked at the wolves running over through the scope. The wolves hadn't scattered yet. Obviously, they didn't think they were in danger. At this time, the distance was more than 1,400 meters. The wolves were not running fast. It wasn't time to sprint. The wolf at the front was bigger and stronger than the others. When hunting, the Wolf King was in front. When eating, the Wolf King naturally ate first. When it was almost finished, the other wolves were allowed to eat. Li was waiting for the wolves to come closer. The effective range of his heavy machine gun was more than 2,200 meters. It was easier to aim. It was also no problem to continue firing from a little further away. The angle was adjusted according to the bullet point. The maximum range of the bullet was nearly 5 kilometers. Could it kill people at a distance of 4 kilometers? How much kinetic energy was 1 kilometer? Li prepared to let the wolves to a distance of 600 meters before shooting. The wolves needed half a minute to get close. Just now the people saw the flying man. They were working in this area. After discovering the wolves, the coal miners stopped digging and brought tools to kill the wolves. They were equipped with bows and spears and horses for transporting goods. The horses weren't very good and couldn't catch up with the wolves in a short distance. If it was a military horse, it could still catch up to a certain distance. The people hoped that the dogs could hold a few wolves, and they would help to kill. They killed a few wolves at a time. After a few rounds, the wolves would either run away or be killed. There was no such thing as peaceful coexistence, not only for their own safety, but also to provide an environment for the grazing animals. When there were more animals, it would be easier to trap them and eat them. Let's go and see if the flying man can beat a pack of wolves. Go, we have more people. Bring the dogs. Carry the wooden shields. Someone in the crowd shouted. Everyone ran towards the approximate location a few miles away. The men with spears and bows rode on horses and led the dogs to the front. The dogs were afraid of so many wolves, so it was obvious that they couldn't win. Fortunately, there was someone to help. There were no mountain guard dogs in the dog pack. Hunter Hufang's mountain guard dogs were there, so he dared to lead the dog pack to destroy the wolf pack. They would take down the Wolf King together, and then help the other dogs. The moment there was movement, the horses would gallop, and the dogs would bark. The wolves would hear it. The Wolf King turned its head to take a look and sped up. It probably didn't want to encounter any more unforeseen events now. Its goal was to kill the two prey and have a full meal first. Princess Yongmu was a little nervous at this moment. There were so many wolves. She pursed her lips tightly, but her breathing gradually quickened. She didn't dare to make a sound to disturb Li Yi, so she tightened her grip on the binoculars. Don't be afraid. I'm going to place it at about 200 feet. That way, they won't be able to run away. Li Yi had the leisure to comfort Princess Yongmu. At a distance of 600 meters in an open area, there was no way to dodge. The bullets left traces on the ground. They just needed to slightly adjust the muzzle to chase the prey. The men on horseback saw the two figures on the hillside from afar, and also saw a group of small dots moving quickly. Hurry up, if we can't beat them, hold on, we'll save them. The leader didn't know how powerful the people who could fly were. As soon as they sped up, the wolves also sped up. Wolves could run fast for a long time. He had both speed and endurance. The horses obviously couldn't run to the place before the wolves arrived, but the dogs rushed out. Their speed was not slower than the wolves. They were loyal. When they saw people anxious, they were afraid and rushed to save people. 875, 75, 65, fire. Li Yi repeated the numbers every few seconds. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Li Yi felt like he was holding an impact drill against a concrete wall. His ears were buzzing, and his body was trembling. Princess Yongmu was shocked, but she saw the wolves being shot through the binoculars. When the Wolf King in the front appeared after the first two shots, there was dust flying around it. When the shots were fired, something like water flew out of the Wolf King's body. The running Wolf King rolled twice and piled up on the ground in a bloody mess. Its head couldn't be seen clearly. The wolves behind it were the same. Something flew out of their bodies. No, a leg flew out. Kill. After Li Yi got used to it, he began to fire 2 shots in bursts. The sound of the shots was transmitted to Princess Yongmu's ears. Sometimes it was 3 shots. The angle was adjusted to chase the wolf's position. Through the binoculars, Princess Yongmu saw the bodies of the wolves being broken one after another. She didn't know which part was broken. She opened her mouth and breathed more quickly. She opened her eyes wide as if she could see more clearly. When the wolves were 200 meters away, there were only 13 left. 21 had fallen. Just now, the wolves were running too fast and were continuously shot down. They didn't have time to react. Now the wolves in the front understood. Their companions were dead. Their leader was also dead. What was that over there? Run! It turned around and ran backward. Bang, 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 was shot out of the running wolf's body. It rushed forward a little and fell to the ground. The other 12 wolves also turned around and ran. They were scattered. Li Yi adjusted the muzzle and continued to shoot. The wolves that ran directly backward were relatively easy to shoot. The wolves that ran to the side needed to be shot a few more times. Li Yi's shooting skills were still not good enough. Bang, 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 bang. The last wolf knew how to run and hide. Li Yi was angry. He pulled the trigger and killed it. You want to hide from a heavy machine gun at such a close distance? You think you are shooting a movie? Li Yi said loudly. He stood up and rubbed his ears. Cool. The concrete wall was cut through. Princess Yongmu's ears were also uncomfortable, but she was very happy. Her man was so powerful. There were so many wolves, one at a time. Yes, one at a time. Woof, woof, woof. After a dozen breaths, the dogs barked and rushed over. They looked at the 2 people and the dead wolves. They barked and ran over again. They ran to the wolf in front. The dogs looked at it, stretched out their paws and scratched it twice. Then they looked at the other wolf. Some dogs were smarter. They bit the dead wolves and dragged them together. Some dogs ran back and wagged their tails at Li Yi and Princess Yongmu. Obviously, their intelligence told them that so many wolves were killed by these 2 people. How terrifying. Li Yi stretched out his hand and put it on the dog's head. The dog directly lay down and continued to wag its tail. Now you have meat and bones to eat. After we kill the wolves, the meat that can be eaten will be eaten by people. The wolf skin. I guess we can only piece it together to make something. Li Yi did not expect to have a complete wolf skin. The heavy machine gun bullets hit the wolves, and the parts that were damaged were one after another. Li Lang, if this thing is placed on the battlefield, No army can defeat it, right? Princess Yongmu thought of the Li family Zhuangzi. If someone were to forcefully attack the Li family's farmstead, the things in front of them would be rustling, and the people would fall down one by one. When the bullets hit the wolves were directly broken. The shields were useless. Chapter 11:15. Make the primer and use copper to make the cartridge case. I don't need to exchange for it. The Tang dynasty can make this kind of gun, Li Yi said to Princess Yongmu, as he took off the cartridge belt to see how many bullets were used. This is the most powerful weapon in the world, right? In Princess Yongmu's mind, the scene of a group of people fighting with a heavy machine gun appeared. No, the most powerful weapon shouldn't be used. It's used to scare people. Li looked at the heavy machine gun and didn't take it seriously. There were countless weapons more powerful than it. Why not? Princess Yongmu was confused. Her long eyelashes fluttered. One of them can flatten the whole capital office. Not even a blade of grass will be left. Li smiled and gave the answer. Princess Yongmu opened her mouth wide and didn't blink. Whine, whine, whine. The dog lying there comfortably whined a few times, which brought Princess Yongmu back to reality. Li Lang, is there really such a thing? Princess Yongmu wanted to confirm. Yes, but I don't have it now. I may have it in the future, but I don't need it. Li didn't think that anyone could force him to use a nuclear bomb. It's not necessary. Princess Yongmu didn't dare to imagine what it would be like to flatten the whole capital office. It was a godlike method. While the two were talking, the people on horseback arrived. The leader dismounted and saw a wolf that was killed by a bullet. The dog dragged it here. There was a big hole in the wolf's chest that went all the way to its back. Some of its internal organs were hanging, and some of its bones were missing. The whole wolf's body was connected to a little bit. Otherwise, the hole would have split open the side. Obviously, this wolf was hit by a bullet while running. If it was hit in the head, the wolf next to it would have lost half of its head. Everyone looked at the heavy machine gun on the ground. They didn't know what it was, but they could guess that it was used to kill the wolf. Since everyone is here, help me find the bullets. There are a total of 366 bullets. So it's this shape, but it will change shape when it hits something or the ground. Li Yi smiled and said to everyone, he wasn't going to look for the bullet. It would take a lot of effort. If he hit the ground, he would have to dig it up. When he came over, he saw that there was a crowd. There was strength in numbers. All right, thank you. Are you winged knights? The leader asked. Li Yi. Li Yi introduced himself. Li Lang is the Dongzhu of the Li family Zhuangzi, and the Li family Zhuangzi of Bashui. Princess Yongmu said from the side. She was happy that her future man had flown over to help her. Dongzhu? Hello, Dongzhu. Thank you, Dongzhu. Aya, Dongzhu flew over to help us kill the wolves. Dongzhu, have you eaten? Everyone greeted him one after another. They all called him host and didn't add his surname. They thought that since they were working for Li Yi was their Dongzhu. I've heard that Dongzhu can fly. Today, I've seen it for myself. Our Dongzhu can fly with a woman. Dongzhu can kill the wolves like it's a game. Dongzhu, can you let me kowtow to you? Oh no? Bow bow. Don't pull me, I still want to bow. Help me find the bullets, thank you. Li Yi gratefully looked at the person beside him who had already bowed twice. Look for the eggs, quickly look for the eggs. Dongzhu's eggs are valuable. The leader called out and asked others to look for the eggs. Everyone looked at the appearance of the bullets. They looked like copper. According to this, there were 366 of them. Others went to look for the eggs, but the leader didn't move. He stood at the side. Dongzhu, I'm the village chief Guoshou. Hello, Guoshou. Li Yi hurriedly clasped his fist. Dongzhu, don't be so polite. Every family in the village can save 3 coins this year. You can help to dig the well. It's His Majesty. Li Yi corrected. Yes, His Majesty helped to dig the well. There's no need to be afraid of drought. There's a lot of grain. Everyone has saved a lot of coal. Guoshou introduced the changes in the village to Li Yi as if he was making a report. There was money, melons, wild game to eat, a fire pit, coal to bring back, and livestock to transport things. The money they saved in a year was more than what they had saved in 10 years. No, it was not a problem of more. In the past, they were hungry and dug wild vegetables to fill their hunger. Now they were full and had meat. It couldn't be compared at all. Li listened patiently. From time to time, people found bullets and brought them to him. 34 dead wolves were also dragged over and piled together. Blood was still flowing. The dogs ate the internal organs and minced meat where the wolves died. The big ones didn't dare to eat without permission. In the future, when this road is cleared, the village can provide some help with lodging and food. It's best to grow more grass to feed the livestock of the caravan. Li was very happy that the people in this place had a good life. He imparted new knowledge to them: how to arrange for travelers, how much to charge, and what kind of people should not be charged. More villagers ran over. Knowing that Li Yi had personally come to help them get rid of the evil, they greeted him and hurried to find bullets. The heavy machine gun bullets left a large mark. It didn't take long for 366 bullet heads to be placed on the ground. Everyone surrounded the dead wolves and looked at them. No one felt disgusted. What they saw was meat and skin. Unfortunately, the skin was damaged. A part of the meat was lost, but most of the bones were still there. It was good to be used as something to ward off evil spirits. The wolf's teeth should be worn by the men. The women should be worn by the ribs. You can deal with the dead wolves yourselves. Don't leave any for me. Wolf meat, in deficiency, internal heat. Try not to eat it. If you feed the intestines to the dogs, cook it as much as possible, so that the dogs don't get sick. You can't ask a doctor to treat the dogs. Li Yi saw the dogs running over with blood around their mouths. They were eating. Dongzhu, the Wolf King's bones are for you. Ward off evil spirits. Whose daughter is this? Ward off evil spirits together. Guoshou didn't dare to look directly at Princess Yongmu. She was too beautiful. Princess Yongmu looked at the dead wolves and shook her head. No, Li Lang and I don't need to ward off evil spirits. You can sell them for money. Everyone split the money. Help me carry the heavy machine gun and aircraft to the village for dinner. When Tian and I came here on an empty stomach, Li Yi looked at the heavy machine gun and was worried. How to carry it? When he exchanged with the system, he was happy. The system didn't recycle it, and there was no storage space. Go back and get the poles. Carry the wolf and Dongzhu's baby. Bring the mattress and wrap it up. Guoshou hurriedly ordered. No, don't bring the mattress. Tie it up and carry it normally. The ammunition box must be steady. Li Yi didn't want everyone to carry the heavy machine gun and dirty the mattress. He could repair the heavy machine gun when he went back. It wouldn't make a difference. Listen to Dongzhu. Guoshou changed the order. Li Yi didn't ride the horse. He held Princess Yongmu's hand and strolled into the village. He came out on vacation and enjoyed it. Princess Yongmu looked around. There was a lot of yellow soil and sand, but there was little grass. There were no big trees. It gave people a feeling of desolation. Li Yi walked and suddenly said to the dog beside him, Do you eat chocolate? Pure chocolate. Let's see if you can die after eating it. The dog raised its head and looked at Li Yi, wagging its tail. Behind it were all the dogs in the village. It was the leader. Not only was it strong, but it was also smart. It knew that it was this person who killed so many wolves. It also realized that its owners had a different attitude towards this person. They listened to this person. Then it followed this person. The key was that this person touched its head and tickled its chin. The other owners didn't care and always kicked it. Li Yi thought for a while, exchanged for a handful of dog food and put it on the ground. He thought it was dirty enough. He ate shit and didn't brush his teeth. Chapter 11:16. Just now, you led the team to rush over to help me. This is your reward. Li Yi said to the big dog. He knew that more than 30 wolves were a deterrent to the dogs. The dogs were not hunting dogs. They were bought dogs to help watch the ground. If they were replaced with the same number of hunting dogs, the 34 wolves would be dealt with by the hunting dogs themselves. In terms of numbers, a wolf king was useless. Usually, when the number was small, the wolves would retreat. The wolves did not want to bear so many casualties. With his master around, how dare this kind of mongrel attack him? How dare a dog bully others with its master's backing? In the eyes of the dog, the owner was the king. It was very powerful. Even it did not dare to bite. The big dog looked at the things on the ground, sniffed, and stuck out its tongue to eat. After eating more than a dozen pills, it turned to a female dog in its team and barked. The female dog ran over and lowered its head to eat. After a few mouthfuls, the big dog pushed the female dog aside and barked again. The second female dog came forward to eat. There was no more. Li gave it a handful. Well, it's a class now. The whole team listens to you? Li pulled Princess Yongmu and continued to walk. The big dog was satisfied. This was the best thing it had ever eaten. Li Lang, does it let other dogs eat it? Princess Yongmu could not distinguish between the male and female dogs. The contact time is short. The next two are female dogs, and it is a male dog. This situation is very good. But if some female dogs have pups in their bellies, the male dogs who can lead the pack will take care of them. Li was referring to a large group of dogs. If there were not two dogs at home, the male dogs would not let the female dogs take care of them. But if there were puppies, and the male dog wanted to eat, the female dog would bite the male dog. Even if the owner's behavior made the female dog feel unsafe, the female dog would also bite the owner. A group of dogs was similar to a pack of wolves. Do the two female dogs have pups? Princess Yongmu did not know about this. Li looked at the state of the male dog and squatted down to look at the female dog's belly. The male dog ran over to block. Yes, Li was sure. He conjured a handful of dog food and put it on the ground. The male dog ate a little and continued to let the two female dogs eat, wagging its tail at Li. It's time to increase the nutrition. The puppies born in this group may replace the big dogs in the future. Especially, as Li spoke, he squatted down and looked at the bitch's stomach. He wanted to count the number of feeding areas. The male dog looked at Li and did not respond. 8-10. If 8 people have 9 puppies, and 10 people have 11 puppies, that would be interesting. Li gave another handful of dog food. Dog food was cheap, much cheaper than chili noodles. He wanted an odd number of dogs that exceeded the number of lactation positions, so it was best to have one more dog. A maidservant from the village who had followed them couldn't help but ask, Dongju, isn't it good to have one more? There are a total of 8 rice bowls for 9 people to eat. They can only fight for it. When they fight for it, they will determine who is the best among the 9. But if the puppy wanted to live, it had to fight. It had to fight before it opened its eyes. From birth it started to fight. When it grew up, its status would change from one another. Whichever dog ate more, it might become stronger. For those who didn't eat, in order to live, it had to fight, regardless of whether the other dogs were strong or not. When the dogs that grew up like this could choose a leader, this leader could lead the other dogs to fight everywhere. Li spoke of the natural law of survival fight. After the fight, a dog king would appear. To defeat this dog king, it had to be a stronger dog. Dongju, can such a dog lead a pack of dogs to fight against a pack of wolves? The maidservant still had questions. Generally, it won't fight, unless the owner gives the order or it has been trained. The shepherd dogs that help herd the sheep will drive the sheep away when they encounter a pack of wolves. Remember, if you raise such a dog, don't allow it to enter the house or on the Kong bed. You can give it better food and put more hay in the kennel. Li was teaching the maidservant that there was a difference between raising a guard dog and raising a pet dog. A pet dog was a companion dog. It played with people and was taught specifically. The status of a guard dog could not be changed. If it was treated too well, it would become lazy and even want to change its status. The maidservant looked at the dog and nodded, indicating that she understood. She had to give it good food and let it eat until it was full. Then in the winter, it had to build a kennel outside and not let it in. Li continued, it's the same for people. There are 2 situations for people. One is when you are not capable enough. You have to maintain the status advantage with your subordinates and not get too close. The other is when you are capable enough to let others know that you can lead them to live a good life. It's not a problem for you to be close to the people. Li family Zhuangzi's situation is that there are many things that you can't learn. I am good to everyone, but no one looks down on me. Li Yi's words were said to Princess Yongmu. She had to maintain the status advantage, or let others believe in her. Li Lang, I will study hard. Teach me more. Princess Yongmu had an epiphany. She wanted to learn skills. Locally, you still have to continue to make straw lattices. You can also lay straw mats and water the seedlings. To put it bluntly, it's a matter of money. How much money are you willing to invest? Li didn't think that it was impossible to govern the desert now. In his time, many deserts have been conquered. At present, the investment in a short period of time was not proportional to the output. No one would throw money into the sand, spend a lot of money to hire a lot of people, buy a lot of straw, and water the seedlings. This money could be used for other things. What's the use of throwing it into the desert? Li Lang, Wen Tianlan Pavilion has made a lot of money. If you lack money, I can give it to you. When Princess Yongmu heard about the money, she thought that she also had money. Her Wen Tianlan Pavilion represented the trend. Things were expensive, and it made a lot of money. Okay, you take out 20% of the net profit, and call it Wen Tianlan Pavilion Fund. I will also contribute a part of the money. Let's change it together. Li Yi agreed. It was not a matter of money. It was Princess Yongmu who wanted to participate. Li Yi didn't want Princess Yongmu to become a dependent. He felt that women should be mummian. Men were compared to oak trees. Love. Not only love your stalwart body, but also love the position you insist on, and the land under your feet. This was the real women's rights. It was not the thinking of some women in his time. I am like this. You have to pamper me, accept me, and tolerate me. I am a woman. If you think it's not possible, then forget it. I don't need to care about what you think. You know about women's rights, right? Li Yi understood that it was not women's rights, but men's rights. It was a small number of more powerful men who controlled the resources. They gave some women an illusion that men were like that, even if they were to be. This group of women used stronger men to bully men who were not strong enough. What did it have to do with women's rights? Women's rights were about self-respect, self-love, and self-improvement. Women's rights were about me being willing to fight with you, shoulder the responsibility, and fight hand in hand with you. It was definitely not about you raising me, looking at my face, or not being outstanding enough compared to other men. How was it women's rights? It was clearly men's rights and beast rights. The strongest male among the beasts got more females. Then the females felt that they had status, and looked down on other males who did not have the right to mate. Li Yi felt that the oak tree was better. What it reflected was a kind of civilization, personality, dignity, independence, cooperation, and attachment. In the Tang dynasty's words, it was to raise the case to the eyebrows. It described the action, but in fact it expressed the relationship. Raising the case to the eyebrows did not necessarily have to do that. If the heart was that kind of heart, it definitely could not be understood as the husband and wife treating each other as guests. They were equally important to each other and worked hard for the family. Chapter 11:17. Princess Yongmu didn't know that Li Yi had a lot of thoughts when she talked about money. She only cared about being happy. She could also do things for the people. Other princesses either caused trouble or wanted to cause trouble. She was walking a different path. Learn more, earn more money, help Li Lang more, and take care of the people more. Oh, and father. What should she bring back for father? Wolf King's bones. Li Lang, you said to bring the Wolf King's bones back for. Princess Yongmu was at a loss. What should she call him? No, what's a wolf? I want to raise a tiger. Let me tell you, Wen Tian, the real thing to ward off evil is the panda. Li Yi looked down on the Wolf King. What was a wolf? Ah, panda? How can such a cute thing ward off evil? Princess Yongmu's mood improved when she thought of the panda. The panda was too interesting. It could roll over while sleeping and scare her awake. When the weather was good, it would eat bamboo and start to daydream. The real evil is the evil in the heart. Only when there is evil in the heart will it be a calamity. Look at the panda. Don't you feel happy? Li Yi was reasonable. When she was unhappy, she would look at the panda and laugh a few times. Her body secreted different hormones. Wasn't this warding off evil? Evil wasn't ghosts. Temples were ghosts. Temples were Buddha. Temples were Tao. Temples referred to other things. For example, ancestors. They were called ancestral temples. There were also snake temples, tortoise temples, and human Mazu temples. When it came to the temple, it referred to worshipping after death. Another type of worshipping was called society. In fact, society was not worshipping the dead but the living. In theory, it was worshipping. Society meant soil. Gather soil to form a pile. Why? Everyone had a leader. The leader had to speak. Build a platform. There was no stage at that time. Just pile up some soil and stand on it to speak. What should they say? Say that they inherited the traditions of the revolutionary ancestors. Say that they were reviving the nation. Say what the previous leaders did. Say what they wanted to do. How to lead everyone to have meat to eat, and not freeze to death in winter. This was society. Pile up soil to form a platform. Then talk about the previous leaders. Let some people who believed in the previous leaders approve of you. Then talk about what to do. Well, elections. Yes, the society was for elections. It had nothing to do with life or death. It was a platform. As for the community temple, it was a fixed location, and not something that could be piled up on the spot. At the same time, it had the meaning of totems. This proved that this tribe was stable, and there was no need for them to run around. How could they have a territory? Then what was a shrine? It was very simple and long-winded. The society itself represented ancestors, inheritance, faith, civilization, and totems. What if he added a god? What god? It was just a typo in the process of learning a culture. If you didn't understand it, then it would be passed down from generation to generation. The society and the temple itself already represented everything. There was no need to add a god. God was Taoist. In the history of China, God was a position just like priests. At first, it was used to teach others how to do things. It evolved from the society. To put it bluntly, a shrine was a society. Continuing to explain that it was a mound of dirt would be a misnomer. If he wasn't wrong, it was referring to the position and the mound. The person with the highest position stood on the mound and talked to the living. Just like sushi, it was actually a transliteration. It referred to the steamed rice eaten by Chinese fishermen in the past. After going out to sea for a long time, the taste changed. It was a little sour. The Japanese Empire came into contact with Chinese people. Everyone was a fisherman and learned it. In the beginning, they ate raw fish and steamed rice together. When they caught seaweed, kelp, and edible seaweed, they would eat it together. Li was talking to Princess Yongmu. He talked about some situations that Princess Yongmu had never experienced, but Princess Yongmu understood. Li Lang, are you saying that people still bring steamed rice out to fish and eat whatever they see? Yes, but it's easy to get sick. So they bring dried vegetables with rice. There are bacteria in the dried vegetables that the locals can adapt to. Eating rice balls and some things from the sea will be fine? The dried vegetables sent by Zhang Juling are quite delicious. Don't the locals bring dried vegetables out to sea? Princess Yongmu had never seen the sea. She only understood it herself. That's right. Real sushi should be steamed rice with dried vegetables, not seaweed. At this moment, Li felt that he had discovered some secrets in history. When the fishermen of the Japanese Empire learned from the Chinese fishermen ate dried vegetables and steamed rice and wheat. There were nitrites in the dried vegetables. Nitrites were considered carcinogens in Li Yi's time. However, it also had bactericidal properties. When a fishing boat went out to sea for a few days, the food they ate would go bad. They put it together with the dried vegetables, and the nitrites in the dried vegetables killed bacteria. Then when they caught fish and ate the fish, they ate it together. Li Yi was dumbfounded when he thought about it. Oh my God! Sushi should have been cooked rice with dried vegetables and fish, not seaweed and kelp in the beginning. Where can you find so much seaweed in the sea? Everyone is drifting. Is this the truth? Can I write a paper? I don't want it. I just want it to be published in 2 journals. One is science, and the other is nature. Li mumbled and pulled Princess Yongmu over. He kissed Princess Yongmu on the face. He felt that he had discovered a great secret. The beginning of sushi was not seaweed and fish, but dried vegetables. Princess Yomu's face and neck were red. She bit her lips and looked at the eldest girl. The eldest girl seemed to know nothing and was looking at the dog. Li Lang, how can you do this in broad daylight? Princess Yomu whispered. Yes. I can't do this in broad daylight. Li quickly apologized. Dongju, the village built a house especially for you. The eldest girl, who seemed to have not heard or seen anything, suddenly said. Can you do arithmetic? Li looked at the eldest girl and asked. It's simple. The eldest girl lowered her head and felt that she was very stupid. I'll find someone to teach you. You'll be the chief financial officer in the future. You'll be the one who finds fault with others when they spend money. Very good. Yes, good. Better than accountants and cashiers. Salary, no salary, no salary. You'll be an official of the imperial court. Li wanted to arrange a position for the eldest girl. He was too smart. The key was that she was sensible. What was the saying? Don't hit hard work or laziness. Hit those who don't have eyes. This eldest girl was obviously in existence with good eyesight. She didn't say anything before. Waiting for the critical moment, she suddenly mentioned a separate house. Thank you, Dongju. Dongju, I'll heat up the Kong bed in the yard. You guys can sleep comfortably. The eldest girl quickly expressed her opinion. No, Wen Tian will stay with you tonight. I'll take care of it myself. I know how to light a fire. Li Yi refused. No, what a joke. If they stayed on the Kong bed, they would die. The reason why humans are humans is because they are different from animals. Let's stay together tonight. Princess Yomu said to the eldest girl. She was the eldest princess. If the locals knew about this, what would they say? The eldest girl was full of question marks. What is there to eat in our village? Wen Tian and I can't eat wolf meat. It's already past noon, so let's eat later. Let's eat watermelon first. Li Yi directly changed the topic. He realized that he was hungry. He asked about the ingredients to understand the local situation. Chapter 11:18. Xiaquan Village became the place to clean up the wolf meat. The remaining internal organs were cleaned and prepared to be stewed and fed to the dogs. The wolf skin was carefully peeled off, but no complete skin could be found. There was some meat on the wolf bones, ready to gnaw on the bones. The fat was going to be boiled into wolf fat and used as medicine. There was no hand cream in winter, so the wolf fat was applied. Li Yi personally selected some wolf internal organs and prepared to make wolf sauce. Dog meat needed dog sauce, wolf sauce was wolf sauce. Someone rushed to the county to buy seasonings according to Li Yi's request. There was no need to buy scallions and ginger. There was a lot of ginger in the field. There was also no need to buy dried vegetables. The villagers had dried them in the shade. Instead, they bought tofu and stewed it in the wolf meat hot pot. Li Yi commanded, and the others followed. No one had eaten such a wolf before. We can't eat lunch. Whoever is hungry, find something to fill their stomach. Isn't there melon over there? Let's eat melon. Li Yi cooked the internal organs in a big pot and waited for the seasonings. There were more internal organs stewing in the pot next to it for the dogs. Dogs and wolves were the same. They could eat a lot for a meal, and then not eat for many days. Pet dogs that were used to being fed would starve to death in a few days. Shepherd dogs could go home for a meal once every half a month. The people of the grassland would feed them raw horse meat. After a group of dogs finished eating, they would go back to herd their own sheep. There was water to drink. Even if they were hungry, they would eat grass to replenish their water supply. Now a group of dogs were biting each other. They didn't bite hard. A few of them were fighting alone. When there were many dogs, they would practice their fighting skills. The worst thing for a dog owner was to have a pup. 2 cats and 1 dog were not good. 2 cats started fighting when they were young. They were evenly matched. When they fought, the owner couldn't control them. A lone dog had no sense of competition. It couldn't be a guard dog. It was time for the wolf meat hot pot to be eaten. The internal organs for the dogs were also cooked. They were not chopped up, but thrown on the ground for the dogs to eat. The dog king ate first, then the princess ate, then the strong ones and the weak ones ate last. Li specially took the bones of the 3 cooked wolf thighs. He cut off some meat and threw the 3 bones to the Dog King. The Dog King knew how to distribute it. He got 1 for himself, and the other 2 with cubs got 1 each. Keep an eye on this big dog. As long as it dares to bare its teeth at the villagers, beat it up immediately until it's obedient. Li Yi taught the villagers how to raise this group of dogs. The villagers must be high and mighty existences. Otherwise, what if the Dog King felt that it was powerful and decided to eat people? We usually hit them. If they get in the way, the children will kick them, Guo said with a smile. He understood. I think our well should be dug in the highland, in the village on the slope. There are few plants around the village, such as wild spleen grass, sand whip, red willow, sand willow and so on. There was no need to cut grass on the yellow soil. Just dig a small canal and plant the seeds. For fear that it would not be easy to plant them, they would weave other grass or straw into pieces, and place them beside the red willow and sand willow saplings before watering them. These are used to fix the sand and soil. Next is to plant alfalfa, purple alfalfa, and in the future, Li Yi's plan was to come here once, kill the wolves, eat some meat, and then go back. He did not eat the wolf meat either. He ate a vegetarian diet, steamed tofu, shallot dipped in sauce and scrambled eggs with cucumber. The villagers stopped what they were doing and gathered around to listen. Li Yi was giving suggestions, and the villagers treated them as orders. If they were told to plant, they would plant. They would not lose out if they listened to Dongzhu. Li Yi told them that the local area was not suitable for developing handicrafts. They could just make their own things. They could build a kiln and burn pottery, but not porcelain. They would mainly develop animal husbandry, and at the same time, prevent and control sand, and breed poultry and livestock. If they were willing to raise them, Li Yi would provide the cubs and feed for the initial stage. After they grew up and gave birth to cubs, they would be given the same number of cubs to Li Yi. Then, Li Yi would not give them money, and they would help Li Yi raise the animals that belonged to Li Yi. From next year onwards, there would be regular caravans coming and going on land, walking through the desert where the wells were dug. This place would become an important resting area, belonging to the service industry of the tertiary industry. The villagers nodded from time to time. Yes, Dongzhu said it so well. They continued. Let's eat first. After eating, everyone can listen to this. Not only Xiaoshuan village. Li Yi stopped. After the meal, the sky was not dark yet. Everyone gathered around a tall mound and listened to Li Yi's shouting. No matter what kind of work it is, it will definitely need manpower. The helpers in the county are not paid well. In the future, when doing business, passing by, stopping, carrying, eating, and sleeping, more people can earn more money. Li Yi used the most common words to tell everyone that the development of the industry was not a problem. The problem was that there was no manpower. Then there would be more work and more money. He knew what everyone wanted to hear. Something like for a piece of green, a small bridge over flowing water, etc. It was meaningless. When he talked about money directly, the group of people's eyes lit up. In the past, they did not know what to do to earn money. They usually herded sheep, knitted something to sell, and collected dry branches and grass to burn. To farm, they had to go to faraway places to fetch water. It was not that they did not want to work hard. The county magistrate did not care about them, and did not ask them for rent. The villager himself was used to living a repetitive life, until the Li family Zhuangzi came to teach him. After listening to Li Yi's words, they realized that planting ginger and growing melons to earn more money was just a choice. When it was dark, everyone went back to their houses to sleep. The people who helped to hunt wolves formed a team, and went back to their houses in the dark. They rode the horses away. As expected, the eldest girl and Princess Yongmu slept together in the house specially reserved for them. Li found a random place to lie down and fell asleep. At dawn, Li Yi was the first to get up. He dipped his fingers in salt and brushed his teeth. After washing his face, he found a big pot to cook porridge. While the porridge was cooking, he went to the vegetable field to find cucumbers and eggplants. He also dug out more than 10 pieces of tender ginger. The cucumbers were made into garlic cucumbers. The tender ginger was shredded and some salt and vinegar were added. The eggplants were cut into strips, and the garlic was put aside. There was also black bean sauce boiled with water and waiting for backup. When it was done, the porridge was dry and it was not rice soup. No one ate other staple food. The villagers woke up one after another. When they saw the porridge in the big pot, and Li Yi who was weaving a basket with sand willow branches, they were stunned. Wake up those who didn't get up. Wash up. I will finish the bottom of this basket and make pickled eggplant strips for you. Let's eat. Li Yi said to the stunned villagers. The bottom of the basket needed to be done first. The place where the basket was lifted was directly woven in. After that it would be easy to make and wear them one by one. Dongzhu, how can you do this job? The villagers were sad. They thought that they did not take good care of Li Yi. Didn't you eat the wolf sauce I made yesterday? In Zhuangzi, I should be writing a book now. I didn't bring anything here, so I just made a basket. Li Yi's hands did not stop moving as he spoke. After dinner today, he would make the basket and walk around to see the actual situation of the local area. The villagers hurriedly went to call for help. When everyone was done, Li Yi finished making pickled eggplant strips. There were a total of 30 households in the village. Everyone was given a bowl of porridge and had a good meal with side dishes and hot dishes. They were not full. Li Yi was afraid that it was not good for them to eat too much in the morning, so he would eat more in the afternoon. They still ate 2 meals a day, occasionally 3 meals, depending on whether they were busy or not. After dinner, Li Yi continued to weave the basket. Princess Yongmu was next to the eldest maid to learn how to read. The eldest maid looked at Li Yi from time to time. She was curious. How can you do this kind of work? Chapter 11:19. Other than these mountains, the other places are mainly plains. The biggest advantage of plains is that it's easy to build irrigation canals. Li Yi carried a basket and collected grass, mushrooms, and herbs along the way. Princess Yongmu carried a small shovel. Li Yi would dig when he needed to take roots or whole herbs. Some of the information he looked up required him to read personally. The information was about another time. The local evaporation rate was high, the precipitation was low, and the wind on the mountain was strong. Overall, the terrain is slanted. As long as the drop on the mountain is enough, we can dig canals from the mountain to the bottom. The water will meander, even if some places are higher. Li Yi knew about the canals. When he was young, there was a pump on the mountain that continuously pumped water from the motor-pumped well. Below the canals were rice and vegetable fields. In some places below, the terrain was 1 meter higher. Affected by the drop on the mountain, the water could still rush over. 1 meter higher and 2 meters deep, the water would not stop flowing. If the water level was 1 meter higher, it would continue to move forward. It was best if there was a natural river on the mountain to guide the water. Otherwise, they would need to increase the pressure well and use windmills to pump water. If we want to have water on the mountain, we must have enough plants to retain the water. Wait for the rainy season. Now is the rainy season. Li Yi picked up the binoculars and looked around, looking for mountains and water. There was a servant girl around them. She temporarily became Princess Yongmu's maid and would supervise the accounts in the future. Otherwise, she would be married off in 2 years. She was only 11 years old this year and would do all kinds of work. She would do anything the adults could do. When she got married, a 13-year-old girl would be 14 years old when she gave birth to a child. Now that she was appointed as an auditor, she could not marry too early. She needed to work for Dongzhu. There were 30 villagers next to them. 1 man from each family helped Li Yi carry the heavy machine gun, an aircraft with wooden frames. Li Yi refused at first. Everyone immediately stopped him and did not allow him to leave, fearing that he would encounter danger. Li Yi wanted them to load it on the carriage. They brought the carriage, but insisted on carrying it. 4 people carried the heavy machine gun, and the other 4 carried the ammunition box. 2 people carried the aircraft with wooden frames. Li Yi regretted it. If he had known earlier, he would have brought an assault rifle and a sniper rifle. Then they would fly in the sky and open fire. What about the heavy machine guns now? Wen Tian, do you think the 2 of us can use escorting the heavy machine guns as an excuse to go back by land? Li Yi asked Princess Yongmu. Princess Yongmu shook her head. They'll go crazy and send the winged knights over. Yeah, Li Yi admitted. If he didn't come home tomorrow night, the winged knights would come out immediately. They had agreed to go back for dinner, but when it was time for dinner, Rabbit, there's a rabbit over there. A villager with good eyesight noticed a rabbit running on the ground from afar. As he shouted, he looked at Li Yi and then at the machine gun. Li Yi looked back. Are you asking me to use a heavy machine gun to shoot rabbits? Are you sure you want to eat rabbit meat? You ride a horse and catch them and bring them back to eat. Li Yi refused. I just want to see how it's done. The villager laughed. Stand there and I'll hit you. Li Yi stared at him. You're kidding. No. The villager continued to laugh. Li Lang, what bird is in the sky? Princess Yongmu found a small black dot in the sky. Li Yi looked through the binoculars. It was still very small. An eagle. I don't know if it's a big bird or a golden eagle. Li Yi handed the binoculars over. Princess Yongmu took it and looked. It's coming down. It's flying down. Oh, it's not going to catch the rabbit, is it? The thing flying in the sky was indeed rushing down quickly. Before people could react, the rabbit on the ground realized that the situation was not good and began to run. Li Yi saw it at this time. It was a golden eagle, not a big bird. The color was different, and the specific size could not be seen. The golden eagle was one size bigger than the big bird. It was impossible to compare its size. The golden eagle swooped down quickly. The rabbit continued to run in a zigzag pattern. The golden eagle approached and stretched out its two claws. Just when everyone thought the rabbit was going to be caught, the running rabbit suddenly turned around and faced the sky. The moment the golden eagle and the rabbit came into contact, everyone didn't see what was going on. The golden eagle turned back and flapped its wings. The rabbit ran away again. The golden eagle flapped its wings and slowly fell. It's over. This rabbit is powerful. Let's go and see the golden eagle. Li Yi knew that the golden eagle was kicked, and the rabbit was fine. Normally, the golden eagle's success rate of catching the rabbit is more than 99%, and the rabbit runs away less than 1%. The probability of the rabbit kicking the eagle is too small. Usually the rabbit is held down, but the angle is wrong. The rabbit struggles and is kicked out. The result is that both sides are injured and dead. Today he saw that the rabbit took the initiative to turn around. The golden eagle miscalculated. The golden eagle was kicked. Looking at the flapping of its wings, it obviously can't fly. Its sternum should be broken or cracked. It may also be an internal injury. If the internal organs are injured and bleeding, there is no cure. It's better to have a broken wing. Li Yi got on his horse and rushed over there. The villagers were finally willing to put the heavy machine gun and bullet box on the carriage, and the horse ran first. Princess Yongmu grabbed a horse and followed. It was the first time she had seen such a fierce rabbit and an unlucky golden eagle. No, it was the first time she saw a golden eagle catching a rabbit, and the result, Li Yi arrived at the place first, dozens of meters away from the horse, and observed the golden eagle standing on the ground. The golden eagle tried to fly several times, flapped its wings, and even tried to run up but failed. What should we do? Li Yi approached slowly. The others followed and dismounted, holding knives and spears in their hands. The golden eagle was obviously afraid. It continued to flap its wings and turned to leave. Did you bring a net? Li Yi looked at the people around him. Everyone shook their heads. Why did they bring a net when they came out? Dongzhu, wait for it to die. Let's catch it, or I'll hit it with the spear as a stick. I promise it won't be broken. The villager with the spear turned the spearhead. He wanted to hit the head and control the strength. I want it alive. Li Yi began to look at the direction of the wind. The eagle is finished. Its bones should be broken. How can it live? You follow me, go to the wind. Li Yi felt the direction of the wind and walked in a circle. The golden eagle seemed to know that it could not run away. It always faced the crowd, occasionally flapping its wings and immediately stopping. Li Yi turned to the wind, and suddenly there was a glass bottle in his hand. Stand still. If the wind suddenly changes direction, immediately hold your breath and run away. Li Yi said to everyone. and he began to take deep breaths. He also had to hold his breath for a while. The bottle in his hand was filled with halothane, a liquid. It was generally an inhalation anesthetic in clinical practice. He had another pressure sprayer in his hand. He unscrewed it and poured water into it. He looked at the scale and took a deep breath. Holding his breath, he unscrewed the cap of the halothane and poured it into the sprayer. Looking at the scale of the bottle, he quickly closed the cap and rescrewed the sprayer. He put it on the ground and stepped back to breathe. The golden eagle looked at him, always vigilant, but did not know what he was doing. Chapter 11:20. Seeing Li Yi's behavior, everyone was nervous. What was that? It scared Dongzhu like this. Li Yi didn't have time to care about others. He shook the sprayer hard and felt the wind direction again. There was no problem. Manually pressurized and pumped air into it. When the pressure was strenuous, he rubbed it forward. The golden eagle didn't run, and continued to watch Li Yi vigilantly. 5 meters, 3 meters. Jie! The golden eagle cried. Then here it is. Li Yi took a deep breath, held his breath, stretched his arm forward, and pressed the place behind the sprayer. A stream of water rushed out. Li Yi quickly adjusted, twisted the front position, and turned the water into mist. The water had been sprayed on the golden eagle, and the golden eagle tried to move to the side. The mist appeared in the golden eagle. Jie! Li Yi listened as if the other party asked him what he was doing. He wanted to reply that he was doing nothing. He didn't make a sound. The mist sprayed out, and the golden eagle moved again, then closed its eyes and fell down. Li Yi quickly threw down the sprayer, held his breath, ran over, picked up the golden eagle and ran to the side. He untied the hair rope and tied the golden eagle's legs. He tried to press on the golden eagle's wings and chest a little, and a picture of the golden eagle's bones appeared in his mind. 2 sternum are short. I'll pull both sides for manual reduction. Oh my God! It's the first time I've done this. Is the data okay? Li Yi touched the 2 sternum depressions, but they didn't match. At this time, he needed to pull to both sides to make the bones match. There was no X-ray equipment, purely manual. He grabbed both sides of the golden eagle and put his thumbs under the short sternum. With a little effort, he lifted his thumbs and pushed the sternum up. When it was about time, he released it and touched it gently, closing it. I don't know if there are internal injuries. If there are no internal injuries, I'm a miracle doctor. Li Yi praised himself. Dongzhu, do you need help? The villagers saw Li Yi pick up the golden eagle and shouted. Go back quickly and make a wooden cage, big enough to put a bar in the middle, and let the golden eagle stand on the ground. Li Yi shouted. A horse jumped out, carrying Li Yi's words. Li Yi took the golden eagle and got on the horse, careful on the road. The golden eagle did not wake up. He observed the breathing of the golden eagle. If it did not breathe after anesthesia, he would have to inject awakening medicine and intubate oxygen. Darlingly, is it a male or a female? Princess Yongmu looked at the golden eagle and wanted to raise it. It's male. Let's bring it back tomorrow and put it in a cage. You take the cage and fly to the farmstead. Li Yi had to go back. He was worried about leaving the golden eagle in someone else's care. Then is it going to catch prey and bring it back to the female golden eagle? If we don't catch him, what about the female? Princess Yongmu was worried. Just now she was worried about the golden eagle. If there is a little golden eagle, it can already fly. Don't worry about it. We can't find its nest. It can't fly. Li Yi calculated the time and thought that according to the current geographical location and weather, the golden eagle has a child and does not need the golden eagle to take care of it, unless it is bullied by other raptors in the air. But what can he do? He can't help. Can he use an anti-aircraft machine gun to shoot other raptors? Take the golden eagle back. The cage has been temporarily made, tied with wood. There is no mortise and tenon and nails at all. Okay, make do with it. It will stay honest. Li Yi said and injected the golden eagle with a little awakening medicine, put it in the cage and untied the rope. Prepare a bowl of water, kill a sheep, drink mutton soup today. Leave the fresh meat for me to feed the golden eagle. Li Yi said to the villagers who came up to see the fun. The villagers happily went to kill the sheep. Li did not mention money. If he mentioned it, the villagers would be sad. Li took out the money. Go and buy more seasonings. When I go back, you stay and cook. When I get to Zhuangzi, I will ask someone to send you a wind machine and 2 manual flour grinders. Guosho took the money and sent someone to buy a lot of seasonings. Not long after, the golden eagle woke up, stood up and wanted to move its wings. As soon as it opened and closed, it found that it hurt. Before it was injured in hunting and fighting, it was vigilant to everything and waited for numbness. Now it calmed down and looked at the people around it. When the water was delivered, Li opened the simple door of the cage and handed it in. The golden eagle looked at it. Li put the bowl down. The golden eagle looked at it again and drank. Li Lang, you don't look fierce. Princess Yongmu stared at the golden eagle's eyes and said, it knows that we didn't hurt it. It also found that the injured place is better than before. The golden eagle is smart and knows who saved it. When Li checked the information, there were operations on the golden eagle, including foreign operations. The golden eagle was injured. When people treated it, they didn't hurt people at all. They didn't even use a cage. They put it in the house, and the golden eagle waited. After the operation, or splint it or something, the golden eagle would eat the meat. Methods such as cooking the eagle were not used. Over there the sheep was killed. Someone sent half a fan of lamb chops, together with a lot of meat. Li cut off a piece with a knife, broke off a stick on the small door of the cage, folded it, and sent it over with chopsticks. The golden eagle looked at Li, grabbed the meat, and swallowed it into its stomach. Li cut again, and gave the chopsticks to Princess Yongmu. Princess Yongmu happily fed the golden eagle. The royal family had people who raised eagles and eagles, but she had never come into contact with them. She was a princess and didn't even know how to cook. Now she knows. There are many masters in Zhuangzi. The golden eagle couldn't fly, so Li flew by himself, holding a telescope. He looked at the surrounding terrain, the mountains, and planned how to build. Some of the mountains have large pits, so the well water can be drilled, and the wind can be used to pump the water out and flow into the pit. The pit can be made into a ditch with a gate, a wooden gate or a stone gate. Once there is a shortage of water, the gate will be opened. In this way, the planting of the whole place will be no problem. When he flew back, Princess Yongmu was feeding the golden eagle with a piece of meat in her hand. The golden eagle can eat very much and knows not to hurt other people's hands. Li Lang, do you think I'm good? I was afraid that it would bite me at first, so I tried to shorten the chopsticks and it knew. Princess Yongmu pinched another piece of meat to the golden eagle. Yes, it can help with hunting. If you raise sheep, the sheep pen doesn't need anyone to take care of it. Just let the golden eagle watch over it. The golden eagle is good at killing wolves. Li looked at the golden eagle, and the golden eagle looked at him. The golden eagle was most impressed by him. It was this person who made it fall down, and then it didn't hurt so much. It's so powerful. How could it be knocked down by a rabbit? Princess Yongmu was arguing. It shows that the rabbit is more powerful, not the golden eagle is weak. Do you want to catch the rabbit and ask? Li wanted to laugh. This golden eagle's idea was really bad. You can kill wolves, but you were kicked by a rabbit and your bones were broken. The golden eagle didn't understand. It only cared about eating. Its survival instinct told it that it must eat more meat to get better quickly. After drinking mutton soup at noon, Li told the villagers to help send the things back. The golden eagle was in a small cage. The aircraft took off. He held Princess Yongmu in his arms. Princess Yongmu put the cage on her chest. The golden eagle looked out through the gap of the cage with calm eyes. This height is a piece of cake for it. If it wasn't for the pain, it could also fly. Chapter 11:21. After flying for the first time, Princess Yongmu was used to it. She felt that if it wasn't for the golden eagle, she could stay for another day. In fact, Li didn't want to stay. He had thought about how to develop. He hurried back to make arrangements. If there was internet, he could hold meetings and give orders. If there wasn't, he could only go home early. If he wanted to play, he could change to another place next time. He could fly as he wished. The villagers of Xiachuan village watched Li Yi fly away. Some people knelt on the ground. He could fly. They all said that this god or that senior monk could fly. They had never seen it, and only heard it from others. Now they saw with their own eyes that Dongzhu flew to kill the wolf, and then flew back to Zhuangzi. It wasn't a dream. The weapon was being packed into a box and sealed. It was going to be shipped back. Not only did the people watch Li Yi leave, but the dog also followed. It looked up at the sky. The dog king was reluctant to leave. This was because Li Yi had left it another pack of dog food. What it had eaten before was only a small part of the pack. A bad dog would eat the child, but a good dog would rush to the place where the child fell, and use it as a cushion when the child fell. The dog king was not only stronger, but also smarter than the other dogs. It could understand many instructions from the villagers, such as bite him and go. I don't know when Dongzhu will come again. A young man in the village stood beside the girl and said, "Learn Pinyin well. When I reach Chang'an, I will write you a letter." The girl said to the young man. They were childhood sweethearts, but they were both poor. In theory, the girl wouldn't marry the young man. The girl had an older brother. It was time for him to marry a wife. The money she got from marriage could be used to find a wife for her brother. Now it was different. The girl would follow the team that delivered the heavy machine gun to Li family Zhuangzi to learn accounting. Then she could become an auditor. As for whether she would still be willing to marry the young man after she learned the skills, it depended on whether she wanted to continue to be the supervisor of Li family Zhuangzi here. If she felt that the young men in the outside world were more outstanding and chose those people, she would not be able to do auditing here after she finished her studies, or before she finished her studies. If a person couldn't withstand that kind of temptation, how could they withstand the endless flow of money? When the teacher is sent over, I will definitely study hard. The young man's gaze was firm. He had no desire for power in his heart. He just wanted to marry the eldest girl as his wife. He was very simple and honest. When he was young, he believed that as long as the two of them were together, all problems would not be a problem. They would work together. Chapter 1122. The source of the Yellow River already belongs to the Tang dynasty. Li Longji mentioned the battle report he received this morning. Li narrowed his eyes and frowned. Zhang Xiaosong attacked, Guo Zhiyun and the others attacked. How many casualties did our army suffer? No. Li Longji was happy. Finally, there was something you couldn't guess. They ambushed and captured Zaisikas? Li thought of another situation. There was a person called Guan Lin. Li Longji didn't continue to ask Li Yi to guess. Instead, he told Li Yi the story like he was telling a story. As Li Yi listened, his expression kept changing. He felt that this kind of thing only existed in movies. Of course, sometimes reality was even more exaggerated than fiction. Zaisikas, a general, was defeated by drugs. How much did he eat? Did he go crazy just for a bite? Guo Zhiyun and the others weren't greedy? While looking down on Zaisikas and praising Guan Lin's family in his heart, Li Yi was curious about the generals who took the initiative to give the credit to Guan Lin's family. Isn't the credit of taking the source of the Yellow River enough? If the credit is too big, how will the imperial court reward you? Li Longji analyzed from another angle. The winged knights were also there. Qin Li wouldn't lie, Empress Wang said. After that, it became more difficult to defend. The area was too big, so we could only build a city and station a large number of troops there. Li Yi began to consider the problems they would face next. There were no Tang dynasty citizens in the area. They were all soldiers. The Anqi army would return, and the winged knights would rotate. The 16 guards would rotate as well. The number of soldiers left at the end of the Yellow River was 130,000. The newly conquered area, including the original Nine Bens land, was about 200,000 square kilometers. Thus, they couldn't build a great wall to defend. The best way was to find a few places and station troops there. Once Tubo entered from another direction, the nearest garrison would immediately send troops to attack Tubo. Tubo Master Bing, come in, I'll block you inside. You Tubo have more soldiers and your rear is less. I will attack your rear. The cement factory in Longyu needs to expand and encourage businessmen to build factories. Li Longji and the others had obviously discussed this before. Their thoughts were the same as Li Yi's. Building a city required a large amount of cement. Otherwise, how many years would it take to build a city out of wood and stone? Cement production required a lot of manpower. However, sending the people who produced the cement to build the city was not as good as burning the cement. The cement would be burned at the back, and the transportation fee for the cement would be increased. The people would use stones to build the city, and the transportation fee for the food they ate would be even higher. When the liver was delivered, the golden eagle stood outside the cage and looked at everyone, mainly at Li Yi and Princess Yongmu. Li Longji cut a small piece of the liver with a knife, held it with chopsticks, and sent it to the golden eagle. The golden eagle turned its head and walked to Princess Yongmu. Li Longji handed the chopsticks to Princess Yongmu. You feed it. Princess Yongmu squatted down and handed it to the golden eagle. The golden eagle grabbed it and swallowed it. Li Longji continued to cut and let Princess Yongmu feed it. After it was caught when Tian fed it. When it came back when Tian held the cage. Li Yi explained the reason for the golden eagle's behavior. One of the raptors was close to the people it thought were good to it, and the other worshipped the strong. It was probably the first time that the golden eagle saw such a creature that could fly, and it could fly with it. Raise it. Li Longji looked at his daughter. When the injury is healed, it can fly if it wants to, in case it has a family. Princess Yongmu considered the golden eagle itself. She didn't know if this golden eagle had a wife and children to raise. Li said that if it had a child, it should be able to leave the nest and learn to fly. It can fly but can't hunt. It needs the golden eagle couple to feed it. It has a big appetite. The male was injured, leaving the female to hunt for the little golden eagle. It was very pitiful. They can only count on the local small animals, and the female can hunt easily. Feed it more, the bird bones grow fast. I'll take a look at it and see how the bones are connected. From its state, there should be no problem. Li also hoped that the golden eagle would heal quickly. After the golden eagle refused to eat, Li picked it up and went to the hospital. X-ray, no X-ray. The broken sternum was indeed connected, and it never broke again. Okay, as long as you keep it well, you can fly again in 10 days to half a month. You heal quickly. The golden eagle stood there and didn't understand. It was taken out and put in a bigger cage with a basin and a wooden shelf close to the ground. It could stand on the ground if it wanted to, and step on the shelf if it wanted to, without flapping its wings. The cage door was open, and it could come out if it wanted to. The rest is to continue to transport baggage to the front. Ships and propeller boats have a weakness. They are afraid of being entangled by a lot of ropes and grass. Li knew how to deal with ships. He put a lot of grass from upstream. The grass was connected and rushed down densely. Then he attacked with fire. Li Longji put his hands behind his back. How many people do you need to put grass on the Yellow River? Use a sheepskin raft to attack with fire, and add a long pole on the boat. He didn't care. The Yellow River had a large flow and was wide. Tubo didn't have a wooden boat to attack with fire. The real trouble is coming. A large area of land belongs to the Tang dynasty. Defense, peace talks, logistics. In the political affairs hall, Bai Gu and the other two people were worried together. The land was occupied, but transportation was a big problem. Ordinary people couldn't withstand the altitude sickness. The manpower that could go was limited. After that, a lot of things were waiting, such as who to send to reinforce the rear, and whether the local people could get enough money. How to deal with the relationship with Tubo. The land belonged to the Tang dynasty. Of course, peace was needed. Would Tubo agree? Li mentioned that we should cooperate and give Tubo money. As the Minister of War, Sui could only think according to Li Yi's words. The Great Tang's reply was written as such. The messenger team brought gifts to Princess Jincheng and the Tubo's Prajnaparamita. A few glass mirrors, thermos bottles, kerosene lamps, kerosene, and 2 bicycles. War was war, but Princess Jincheng had to take care of her face. When Tubo handed over the letter of credence, he brought gifts. Song Jing held the tea without drinking. After this defeat, Tubo's tribes that have left their territory are close to the Tang army. They have lost their fighting spirit. Tubo will transfer troops from other places. Baggage will be in a difficult position. Maybe in winter, they can force the tribes that lack food to attack. More hot air balloons and firearms. Baigu couldn't think of any other way. He counted on the Li family Zhuangzi to help. The winged knights had already begun to help build things. What's the Tubo envoys doing in the Honglu temple? Baigu mentioned Bo Zhu and the others. The news was not blocked. The whole capital government knew. The people cheered. They donated money. The Tubo envoys were probably in a bad mood. Would they think about making trouble in Chang'an? They'll be fine once they get used to it. Su'er said with uncertainty. The Tibetan envoys had heard too much of the information that was sent to them, and they probably didn't think much of it anymore. How can they get used to it? Ask the people from the Honglu temple to come and ask them. Keep an eye on them. Don't let them catch fire or have any casualties. Baigu was afraid that Isimba and the others would do something desperate. Bo Zhu and the others were in a daze. They were preparing for dinner. They were all listless. Chapter 11:23. What else can we do now? After a long silence, Wuxia glanced around. Everyone lowered their heads. They couldn't help in the war. Their greater role was to contact the officials of the Tang dynasty, bribe them, and lobby them. In the process of collecting intelligence, they would find ways to bribe technicians and assassinate them if possible. Now that they couldn't assassinate them, the people outside would all help the Tang dynasty after they were caught. There were technologies, but they were all obtained from newspapers. They could buy a stack of them with 2 coins. They could read stories, history, literature, general knowledge, simple first aid methods, children's education, food production. Advertisements were meaningless. Only the people of the Tang dynasty liked to read them. They felt that reading advertisements could also increase their knowledge and practice their literacy. The technologies that could be bought with a little money were not valuable, but the weapons that couldn't be bought could not be obtained by other means. There are many people in the team that sent the letter of credence. Why don't we find an opportunity? A Tubo envoy was concerned about the newly added manpower. After sending the letter of credence and gifts, a small number of people would go back. More than 300 people would be left behind to listen to the deployment and have valuable things to supplement the funds. What can 300 people do? They can't get a chance to cut off all means of retreat. Isimba rejected. Even if there were 3,000 people, would they dare to fight the Li family Zhuangzi, let alone 300 people? Another person said, make money. We'll make money together. We can buy things and send them back. We can't always ask Zampu to give us money. Isimba thought about it and agreed. Okay, it's called self-reliance. We'll take advantage of our familiarity with cattle, horses, sheep, and other livestock to help people look after their livestock. He found that he could make a lot of money. Professional. The capital government made a lot of money. After increasing the manpower, it was better to do it himself than rely on the people behind him to send money. Write a letter to Li Yi and ask him what business he's doing. Ask the people of Honglu Temple to send it. We gave him a gift last time. Wuxiao finally smiled. He thought that Li Yi would play with the night luminescent pearl every day for a few months and fall sick. You can help the Tang dynasty fight the Tubo. No matter how good your Li family Zhuangzi's defense is, he's still going to die. Wuxiao, who was in a better mood, urged his colleagues to eat. After a few months or half a year, everything would be better. When it was dark, the golden eagle stayed in the cage and stood on the ground. There was hay on the ground, and it didn't want to move. Even if it lifted its leg gently, it still hurt. It only moved its head. There were lights around it, and people walking around. No one came to disturb it. It wanted to look down to see what had been smeared on its chest, but it felt pain. As it looked, it closed its eyes. When the first light of dawn appeared, the golden eagle opened its eyes and moved gently. It still hurt, but it felt better than yesterday. Then, he saw a familiar face, and a piece of meat that had been cut into strips. Li reapplied the medicine for the golden eagle, which was a kind of herbal medicine that could speed up the healing process. Princess Yongmu feeds the golden eagle the meat on the plate one by one. The golden eagle eats very hard. It now knows that if it wants to recover, it must eat. While they were eating, 3 small black dots appeared in the sky. The golden eagle raised its head. Li followed and quickly changed the medicine for the golden eagle. He took Princess Yongmu's plate and put it on the ground. He pulled Princess Yongmu back. Tao Hong opened the door behind her. Dongzhu, come in. A group of people ran in, closed the door, and looked out through the window. The golden eagle in the cage walked out of the cage. It raised its head and cried out in pain. The 3 small dots in the sky gradually descended. When they were less than 100 feet high, the 3 golden eagles, 1 big and 2 small, were clearly seen. They continued to fly down. The big golden eagle landed on the ground, and the 2 small ones stood on the cage, squawking at the golden eagle on the ground. The big golden eagle came to the front of the previous golden eagle. The 2 eagles looked at each other. After a dozen breaths, they cried out as if they were talking. The 2 small ones landed and were called to the plate. They bowed their heads and ate the meat. Outside, put on your armor and get the meat. The family of the injured golden eagle is here. Li shouted, and the eunuchs followed. The 3 golden eagles who arrived later heard the movement and vigilantly looked at the people who were looking at them through the window. Soon, Guozi put on his armor and helmet. His left index and middle fingers were placed under a large wooden basin, and his thumb was on top. He carried it with one hand. There was a large piece of fresh mutton in the wooden basin, which looked to be 6 or 7 caddies. He walked to the plate and put down the basin under the gaze of the golden eagle family. He took out a knife and cut the meat, throwing it into the plate. The golden eagles didn't eat it. The 2 small golden eagles hid behind their father, and the female golden eagle stood in front of the male golden eagle. As if thinking of something, the female golden eagle stepped on the ground, flapped her wings and flew up, hovering in the sky. The 2 small ones followed and took off. They needed to run. Li watched in the room. Suddenly, he pulled Princess Yongmu out. Give me the knife. You are responsible for guarding. When Tian, take the chopsticks and feed it. Li was just guessing how the family found it. He guessed that when he flew back with the golden eagle, the female saw them and followed them in the sky. After confirming the location, he went back to find the 2 children and ran to the place early in the morning. If it weren't for the 2 children, the female would have rushed down yesterday. The palace maids and eunuchs stood next to him with weapons. Guozi only had a knife in his hand. Li cut the meat. Princess Yongmu took the chopsticks. The injured golden eagle opened its mouth and ate a piece of meat. It raised its head and cried. The 2 small ones landed and continued to eat on the plate. The female landed on the cage and watched. The male cried again. The female landed on the ground and watched the male golden eagle. Guozi's wrist holding the knife kept moving. His breathing was calm. When Tian, feed the female golden eagle a piece of meat. Li stopped cutting the meat. He squatted there and leaned forward slightly. Okay. Princess Yongmu took a deep breath. She picked up a piece of mutton and slowly handed it to the female golden eagle. The female golden eagle looked at her. At this time, the male golden eagle took the initiative to bite the meat and turned to the female golden eagle. The female golden eagle took the meat and swallowed it. Princess Yongmu fed it again. The female golden eagle took the initiative to open its mouth. Princess Yongmu fed it one by one. Li cut the meat again and put it on the plate. The little golden eagle ate it. It was obviously hungry. Yesterday, the female golden eagle had a hard time taking care of the baby. She was worried about the baby. She also thought about her husband and wanted to hunt. There was ready-made food. Why not eat? When the whole family stopped eating, there was still 1/3 of the meat left. Feed it at noon and at night. Wild birds have a big appetite. Sometimes they are unlucky and can't eat for a whole day. Li handed the basin to Guyen. He took the ladle in Chui Lu's hand and poured the water into the basin in the cage. He pulled Princess Yongmu, and the group of people left, not caring about this anymore. The 4 golden eagles looked at each other. The male golden eagle went into the cage. There was grass in the cage like a nest. It went in. The 3 golden eagles, 1 big and 2 small, looked at it and followed in. The 3 of them stood on the stick and held it comfortably. After digesting for a while, the female golden eagle took the 2 children out and flew to the sky to practice. The chickens, ducks, and geese on the ground were frightened. The parrots were also afraid. They said all kinds of things to ease their fear. The female golden eagle was smarter. When she saw that someone was taking care of the poultry, she knew that the food was not to be eaten. People would beat her. She had been beaten before. There was no shortage of food now. The children had not reached the level of hunting yet. They continued to practice flying. Chapter 11:24. Li Lang, let's raise them. Princess Yongmu said yesterday that she didn't want to raise them, as she was worried about the eagle's family. Now that the whole family was here, she just had to feed them meat every day. She had seen people raising eagles. The royal family even brought dogs. For example, the dog in Zhuangzi almost rushed over just now but was stopped. She knew that birds of prey weren't easy to raise, but now she felt that a family of eagles was good. If you fed them, they would eat, and even enter the cage voluntarily. It's not easy to raise them. Golden eagles have a territory, and everything in their territory is their prey. It's okay to train them. Otherwise, when the little ones grow up, they will have to leave and find their own place. Pandas also have their own territory, unlike the big red-chested parrots, which belong to a family. If they are locked up for too long, the golden eagles will lose their freedom. If they are not locked up, they will go home by themselves. Li reminded, if they were locked up, the golden eagles would be wronged. He admired the Kazakh people who raised golden eagles in his time. Their golden eagles could fly at any time. The golden eagles didn't lose their wild nature. At the same time, the golden eagles were obedient. Later, when they were not allowed to raise them, they listened to the government and released the golden eagles. They guarded the borders of the motherland and were hardworking. They didn't fight against the government and never shouted for independence. Unfortunately, the government insisted on putting on a show for others and didn't allow them to raise them. Other imperial courts would persist for the sake of traditional culture. There was no such thing as protection. Let's try raising them. What if it works? Princess Yongmu still wanted to keep the golden eagle family. Okay, how do we hunt? Let's go to Pureflower's palace. There are wild animals nearby. We can't let them cause trouble. Li wasn't worried that the golden eagles would eat other people's chickens. Even if it was a chicken that laid eggs, they would have to pay for it. If the goose guarding the courtyard and the dog guarding the house were killed, the other party wouldn't be in a good mood and would have feelings for them. How do we raise them? Should I ask someone else? I saw someone raising eagles. Princess Yongmu saw Li agree and prepared to do it. They can't raise them. They lock them up and tie them up with chains and blindfolds. Let's change the method and give the golden eagles more freedom. Li told Princess Yongmu how to provide a home for the golden eagle family. As he spoke, he directed them to set up a frame. Set up a wooden frame that was more than 50 meters high on the Zhuangzi highland. It had to be sturdy and could not be blown down by the wind. Nests will be built on the shelves, branches, hay, cotton. When the golden eagle is healed and the shelf is set up, I will observe its recovery. When it is almost healed, I will hang the cage up. If they were satisfied with their new home, they would stay. If they were not satisfied, they would not be able to stay. There was no other way. There's a high probability that they'll stay. It still has children to raise. In the future, I hope that when the 2 little ones grow up, I'll arrange a nest for them nearby. Difficult. Li has a headache. The golden eagle has a territory. When the child grows up, it usually has less than a year and must leave. Affected by food, they would attack each other. It is not impossible to raise golden eagles to live in groups. Even if pandas are adults, if there is enough food, and it is not the breeding season, they can be together. The simplest way to raise golden eagles to live in groups is to feed them. Let the golden eagles come into contact with a few fixed people, and put on a leather sheath for the golden eagles to land. After a long time, everyone is familiar with each other, and usually does not attack each other. When the golden eagles compete, they don't fight each other. They chase prey. There is no problem with dozens of them together. Let them run away. Princess Yongmu does not insist. What about suffering? Give up. Li Yi smiled and took Princess Yongmu's hand. If I don't have the ability, I will let them go. Since you like it, I will try my best. Li Lang, business is important. Princess Yongmu is afraid of delaying the Tang dynasty. The most important thing is to make you happy. When the golden eagles are raised well, they can guard the house and don't eat the poultry and livestock around. At the same time, they are wild and have too many advantages. They hold grudges, and also remember kindness. They are smart. Li Yi decided to take measures to keep the golden eagles, and raise more golden eagles in the future. Golden eagles have high IQ. When the golden eagles were injured and fell to the ground, they rarely attacked people when people went to pick them up. When people walk in the area where golden eagles live, golden eagles will kill blue sheep and kill them on the edge of a dangerous cliff. Golden eagles will also kill wolves. Wolves are known for their explosive power and endurance. Golden eagles can chase the wolves until they have no strength. When a person is walking, wolves will attack people, but golden eagles will not, at least not in a court like the Tang dynasty. Unless you have hurt them, they will not take the initiative to hurt people. As for living in other countries, you have to ask the people of that country what is going on. Of course, it may also be that the breed of golden eagles is different. I see they are really smart. Princess Yongmu is full of happiness. We have to let the golden eagles know that we provide the warmest home and the most delicious food. Even in the cold winter, they can still eat delicious meat. Give them fish meat. It is hard for golden eagles to find fish. They are not sea eagles. It is difficult to catch fish in the water. They are not familiar with it. Shave the fish bones and cut the fish meat into strips. It is a separate flavor, and there are no parasites. Li Yi thought of Zesika's addiction to medicine. Golden eagles can't get fish by themselves. Will they be addicted to it? I will give you different kinds of food. Do you want to eat shrimp? Do you want to eat big earthworms? Do you want to eat bean worms? As long as you like to eat, except for human meat, I will prepare everything for you. If you want to eat human meat, drink golden eagle soup tomorrow. Well, Princess Yongmu has no opinion at all. She is trying to make the golden eagles feel that Zhuangzi is good and stay. The golden eagle family doesn't know that someone is thinking about them. At noon the weather is hot, so they eat cold noodles. A table is placed next to the cage. Others don't come over. Only Li Yi and Princess Yongmu. The little guy wants to get close. Li Tan hugs his brother. Don't go. If you are scratched, can you still be the crown prince? Li Tan doesn't know that Li Yi can perform meat and skin grafts. Li Yi has so many cadavers and videos. His medical skills are not ordinary. He takes the thinking and experience of an adult and practices. In a state of strong brain and hands-on ability to practice, learn, summarize and analyze. Reading books is also 10 lines at a glance, and has a photographic memory. In general, it is best to let the patient eat more and exercise more, and use their own flesh to make up for the surgery. When you are fat, it is not training to lose weight. If you change it to liposuction, there will be exfoliation. Take out this exfoliation for skin grafts, and the damage will be small. Reverse the operation of skin grafts is complementary for meat and skin grafts. The reason why Li Yi didn't do this kind of surgery at that time was not because of technical factors, but because of money. For example, the scar on Li Tan's face was removed. If it was Li Yi's time, it would have been impossible without a few million yuan. Furthermore, the patient had to be of a certain age. Li Tan cherishes it, and wants to protect his brother. He thought of his uncle Li Qingqi. Li Qingqi is the oldest. The emperor is not his uncle, but his father. His uncle is now busy delivering things to the royal family, and helping to protect the imperial family. Father and uncle get along very well. Li Tan has a dream. Since he can't be the crown prince, he wants to learn from his uncle. Does his uncle have little power? Does he have little power? The navy belongs to his uncle. There is also the Workers' Alliance, the E-Alliance, Cheongjo's plantation, and the breeding by the sea. Time to eat. Princess Yongmu has not eaten her cold noodles, and began to feed them to the golden eagle family. The female golden eagle can hunt, but it found that it can't. It is raised by people, so it knows. Otherwise, why would the herdsman at Li Yi's time raise golden eagles to look after sheep? Doesn't the golden eagle know that sheep can be eaten? The reason why it can't be eaten is that it can't be eaten. Just like shepherd dogs will kill wild sheep when they see them, but they can't touch the sheep that they help their masters herd. The reward is that even if they are old, they will not be strangled by their masters to eat meat. No place will allow dogs to be killed and eaten after herding. Dogs are different from dogs, just like people are different from people. Of course, the golden eagles are also different. This family of 4 is treated well. Little Condor gives up all his modesty. When he sees the 2 familiar people coming to cut and feed the meat, he hurries forward. The female golden eagle circled twice vigilantly. After scaring a group of livestock and poultry, she also landed and stood beside her man. Princess Yongmu happily feeds the golden eagle. Li gets fish and feeds it at noon. The fish is more tender. Little Condor's eyes seem to change after eating it. Why is this meat different from what I eat? Delicious, right? Li Lang has seen the meat of the black fish stick. There are no parasites, so it can be used to make fish slices. Of course, it can be used to make any kind of fish. Princess Yongmu is full of love and introduces the meat to the golden eagle. The golden eagle can't understand the words, but it can taste the meat. Li cuts the meat, enough for the golden eagle family to eat, and takes out a new herbal ointment. He goes to the male eagle and wets the medicinal alcohol on its chest to remove it, and reapplies the ointment. During the whole process, the male eagle is motionless and waiting. It feels that when it touches something on its chest, it doesn't hurt much. When Li Yi is dealing with it, the female eagle is watching, analyzing and understanding. They have a much higher IQ than sparrows, a big head and a long life. Even sparrows know that people in some places can be trusted, let alone golden eagles. Chapter 11:25. Bang! Bang! It's done. It's solid. It's no different from a big rock. In Shanzhou, where Longyu Jidushi was located, a tall man was swinging a sledgehammer at a wall. After smashing with all his might, he finally smashed out some dregs. It felt like smashing a big rock. It was strenuous. If he wanted to tear down the wall, he would need to smash it for a long time. It was best to use a drill. The wall was built in a ditch. 3 feet below it was buried in the soil, and the top 1 feet above it was exposed. It was 3 feet thick. A group of people were watching. Someone came over to pick up the hammer and continued smashing it. With a loud noise, the wall began to crumble, revealing the stone inside. Smashing again, the stone crumbled, but it was still a stone. After more than 100 hits, bamboo appeared. It was benevolent bamboo, a local bamboo. The local bamboo forests were connected to each other. The old bamboos were used to make furniture and bamboo rafts, while the new bamboos were used to make fire or bamboo charcoal. The bamboos placed in the wall belonged to the 3rd age and above, usually the 3rd to 5th age. Bamboo tendons are really useful when mixed and solidified. Move them to the front, and seize the time to burn, and grind them at the back. A young general who looked like a foreman was responsible for the production of a cement kiln. After the first kiln was done, he decided to try building a wall first. It would take a group of people at least 2 days to break down a wall that was 3 feet thick. How could the wall only be 3 feet thick? There was also a need for people to put things on top. It had to be at least 1.5 zhang wide at the bottom, and narrow at the top. Dig a foundation, and build a 5 zhang high wall. Other people couldn't destroy the city, but they could use long ladders and hooks to attack the city, or use siege towers. This was considered a small city. When it was completed, it could be 10 meters tall, thicker and sturdier. Now that they had to burn more, they had to grind up baskets made of bamboo, and spread them with bamboo paper for transportation. It would take at least 3 years for the bamboo to be transported together. When they arrived at the local area, there would be stone mines there to make crushed stones, and the bamboo-reinforced concrete would be produced. Everyone got busy again, picking, burning, and grinding day and night. The non-commissioned officer, who did not participate in the battle, was now a cement worker. Their wives helped wash their masks. It wasn't just one place. Cement kilns were being built everywhere in the vicinity, including Liangzhou, where the Hushi Jidushi resided. They were looking for help from the locals. It was not the busy season for farming. The commoners knew that there was a war going on in front of them, and that they had already occupied the area. They only lacked defense. In the future, there was no need to worry about the enemy attacking at any time. The battle line was in front. Wear a mask. Remember to wear a mask when you grind the cement and move it, or you will die. The military officer in charge of the records was worried, but the commoners didn't know any better and thought nothing of it. Those who were not wearing masks took out their masks and put them on. It was hot to wear masks in the summer. Take off the masks again, and we'll all go back. If we find out that no one is wearing it, we'll abandon the whole team. Joint Army came up with the idea of being punished together. As soon as he finished speaking, the person who had just put away his mask felt the killing intent in his companion's eyes. Right now they're working without pay. Our imperial court hasn't paid them. After they finished supporting the front lines, the cement kiln would continue to produce cement and sell it for money. Others would buy it and build houses. Those who helped with the work could be exchanged for money, or they could use the cost price to convert cement to build their own houses. In the future, he would continue to work at the cement factory and earn money. Everyone had made up their minds. If they wanted cement, they would sell it at cost price. If they sold it at a slightly higher price, they would make a profit. Those families who were preparing to get married, and those whose houses were not sturdy enough would be able to build new houses. If he was chased away, where would he find such a good opportunity? At the front line, on the southern bank of the Yellow River, a large military camp appeared. 50 miles away from the military camp, there were 2 tribes that had settled down a few miles apart. One of the tribes had a Guanlin, the Qian who had already left. A group of people escorted Zaisikas, who was tied up and wailing, back to the Tubo base camp to explain the situation. The members of the other tribe were neat. They had never participated in the battle. They withdrew directly because the Qianhu of the former tribe had requested them to help take care of it. Their scouts would run 20 miles away to scout back and forth. If they needed anything, they could go to the front of the military camp and discuss it with the Tang dynasty. The Qianhu was clear that the scouts were useless. If the Tang dynasty wanted to fight, they would send cavalry. The scouts would discover them and run back. No one would have time to retreat. It was nothing more than a show to prove that they had military functions and combat deployments for the Tubo ministers who would come later. There are more than 1,000 cement kilns at the back. Before winter, we can build dozens of cities. Build bastions according to the blueprint. Guozhiyun stood on a high ground and looked into the distance. Behind him was the Yellow River. He placed the military camp in front of him. He didn't want to confront the Tibetan army across the river. It's a bit difficult to deal with siege ladders. Prepare more axes. Cut the hooks, and use the forks to topple them. Guozhiyun also came over to Zhang Xiaosong's side to look at the painting. He couldn't understand it, but he knew that there were mountains and rivers. Report. A ship is coming. They said that they'll take a big detour. A messenger appeared at the door. It's better than crossing the mountains. Let's go and take a look. Zhang Zhongliang got up and went out. Chapter 11:26. Behind the military camp, a group of boats were moored at the temporary pier of the Yellow River. There were steamers and propeller boats. 100 boats at a time? Zhang Zhongliang, who was walking at the front, stood on the shore and looked down. It's too far. Some boats are fast, but some are caught in turbulence. Some people are sick and can't use their strength. Winged Knights, who was in charge of the propeller boats, panted and gave an answer that made people speechless. New boats came out every day. They quickly loaded their things and set off from Chang and to the Yellow River. They took the Hookah waterfall and went around the river before continuing. When they reached Juku, they had to take a big detour from the south. How far was that? Those who ran a day earlier might be caught up by the boats behind them. In addition, there were ships that did not travel along the river to pick up the goods that were sent over by land at the place where the canal was being built. Propeller boats were faster than steamers. There were so many boats that looked after each other. The faster boats arrived half a day later. The sick people were being treated by Guanlin's family. Their illnesses were caused by the change in weather and fatigue. When it rained, the weather was hot, they did not eat well, and they did not rest well. When they reached the high altitude, they could not bear it. Dongju asked us to collect herbs such as roseroot, Salvia miltiariza, Codonopsis palacula, etc. Then we can make the medicine according to the prescription. Send it to Longyu. It's best to go further. Lanzhou is a good place. Bring it back with us, and start taking it from there. Dongju said there are medicines in the high-altitude area that can withstand altitude sickness. Take it half a month in advance. People with strong bodies should be able to cope. Winged Knights were worried when they saw the people being treated being pricked with needles and forced to take medicine. There's also the safflower over here. That can also help. Li Dongju wrote about it in his medical book. Guanlin observed the patient he was in charge of and smiled when he saw that the patient's condition was getting better. Li, can people die? If they can't, release a hot air balloon and bring them to a lower place. Zhang Zhongliang mentioned Li Yi's name, but he didn't want to mention it again. Why Li Yi knew so much had nothing to do with him. It was better to ask someone else. Guanlin had also found this in Li Yi's medical book. If there was a problem in the highlands, it would be immediately sent to a lower position. The best way was to use a hot air balloon. However, there was a problem with hot air balloons. They had to fly even higher after they went up. There's no need. I'll be fine after drinking the medicine. The medicine is still warm. Wait for them to rest, and give them some hot soup. Guanlin guaranteed that the hot soup he mentioned would be made in a pressure cooker. There were already 2,000 pressure cookers in the entire defensive zone. On average, there were 70 to 80 people per pressure cooker. A few more pots of it would be enough. It was mainly used to cook meat and steam Highland barley rice. Highland barley couldn't always be fried with oil, and dry fried barley was even worse. Of course, if it wasn't cooked well, it would be barely edible if it was cooked a little longer. Now that there was a pressure cooker, everyone thought of all sorts of ways to cook. They were afraid that the pressure cooker would spray foam when cooking. The idea they came up with was to remove the exhaust valve as soon as it sprayed foam. When the air pressure was low, they would put it on the stove. When the air pressure was high, they would remove it. Once the Highland barley was steamed, it would be best eaten with pickled vegetables. They would go to the Yellow River to fish, and use the pressure cooker to make fish soup. They would catch wild game, soak it in the blood water, add sauce, and simmer it in the pressure cooker. When eaten, it would taste like braised meat. Guanlin had 3 pressure cookers. One was for cooking, and the other 2 were for decocting medicine. Without the pressure cooker, it would take a long time to cook medicine. There would still be some dregs in the medicine that hadn't been cooked. We've brought the flask of a thermos. We'll give a portion to the military camp along the way. The rest is for you. The leader of the Winged Knights pointed at the things that were being carried and said. The flask was wrapped in leather clothes and military coats. If winter came, and the non-commissioned officer didn't have warm clothes to wear, it would be given to them in advance. It would also be used as a protective layer to wrap the flask. There was no shell. The shell had to be made by the local people. Guojian walked over and picked one up to take a look. You're not selling it? I heard that a thermos from the Li family Zhuangzi is worth more than 300 taels. You can break it, but you can't throw it away. If it's broken, collect the pieces and bring them back when the ship comes. The Winged Knights didn't explain the price. He knew that the production cost of this item was low, and that no one else would make it. That was why he sold it at such a high price. Dr. Guan, take 3 of them, 1 for drinking water, and the other 2 for storing the decocted medicine. You don't have to cook medicine for the sick and injured every day. Wang Juankui thought of Guanlin first. The military doctors in the team weren't good enough. They were all just coping with the situation. Guanlin took 1 for himself. Just 1 for drinking water at home. Different conditions require different amounts of medicine. I can't just put it in a thermos and give it to them casually. Guanlin cherished his current job. He didn't need to do anything. He was responsible for guiding the medical staff and organizing the medicine sent over. He lived in the best tents and ate the best meat. The non-commissioned officer found mushrooms and tender wild vegetables for his family first. He was responsible for treating patients. How could he be lazy? The medicine had to be adjusted according to the severity of the illness. Qinli stood at the side and observed his brothers. Suddenly he thought of something. Can we use steamed barley rice and cooked meat to exchange with the tribe in front? Exchange for what? Zhang Xiaosong also had a thermos flask in his hand. He felt that this one was more exquisite than the one he used in Anxi. This meant that the Li family Zhuangzi's skills had improved. Perhaps the output was also higher. They have wild game there. They give us 20 caddies of raw rock sheep meat. We'll give them 2 caddies of braised rock sheep meat. Qinli gave an example. Tubo couldn't be processed. It could only be fried and roasted. If they exchanged 10 caddies for 2 caddies, it wouldn't be worth it. They would have to provide manpower, firewood, and seasoning. The fresh meat would shrink. Under normal circumstances, the ratio of lean meat to braised meat was 2:1. There would also be fatty meat. A ratio of 10:1 was the best. No one would lose out. Let's give it a try. Zhang Xiaosong prepared to go personally with a large group of cavalry. If the other party tried to harm him, he would exterminate the tribe. In the future, he wouldn't have to go by himself. He could go and talk. I'll go with you. Fan Fan understood Zhang Xiaosong's intention. Give them 100 caddies first. It's free. The 2 tribes are only a few miles apart. We'll split the meat in the middle. Zhang Xiaosong decided to give it to them as a sign of goodwill. When the other party found it delicious, they would exchange. Give them 500 caddies of braised meat and 10,000 caddies of steamed highland barley rice. Let each of them have a taste. It'll be safer for us. Qinli suggested. If there were too many people, they would be afraid. How could there be too few people? They wouldn't be able to move it. Okay, give it to them. Tell them what we eat here. Give each tribe a pressure cooker. They won't be able to replicate it. This air valve and the sealed buckle are high-tech. Guojian agreed. He said it was a gift, but it was actually a demonstration. I'll show you Tubo what we eat and use in the Tang dynasty. If we can think of such things when we eat and drink, what do you think of our weapons? Wang Juankui laughed. Ha ha ha. Yes, scare them. Tell them that we have countless skyscraping monkeys and explosives. Everyone discussed and began to make steamed rice and braised meat. When noon came, Zhang Xiaosong and Fan Fan brought 2 jugs of wine and led 1,000 winged knights and 1,000 Anxi elite cavalry out. Chapter 11:27. 2,002 people set off, riding alone. They told the enemy that they were not here to fight, and that they needed at least 3 people to fight. 30 miles ahead, this was a line. There were scouts from 2 tribes, looking for mushrooms on the ground out of boredom. They knew which mushrooms were edible, so they picked them back and gave them to their leaders or secretly cooked for themselves. The horses were eating grass leisurely, and some were lying on the ground to bask in the sun. If they were itchy, they would move and rub themselves on the grass. It was so comfortable without war. The sound of hooves came, and the ground shook. The 20 scouts stopped what they were doing. When they saw the group running towards them from afar, they hurriedly found their horses and rode back. When they were about to reach the place, the team split into 2 and went to find their leaders. The Qianhu who escorted Zaisikas was not in the tribe. His younger brother was in charge of the tribe, and his name was Jia Shiziren. The Qianhu of the other tribe was in the tribe, and his name was Duowang Jiangsua. Nowadays, names did not have much meaning. It was good to have one. Most people did not have one, including the people of the Tang dynasty. They only had surnames and no names. Women did not even remember their surnames. After they got married, they would follow their husband's surname. The two teams of scouts ran back to their respective tribes, and the two tribes became nervous. They thought that the Tang dynasty went back on their words and came to attack again. In a panic, the two leaders took the initiative to lead their men and horses to meet them. If they wanted to fight, they would fight. When they saw the cavalry of the Tang dynasty, they were a little relieved. They rode alone. They estimated that half of the cavalry did not have bows on their backs, but they were carrying things tied with straw ropes in their hands. Obviously, they were not explosives. Zhang Xiaosong and Fan Fan urged their horses forward and saluted together. "I'm Zhang Xiaosong. I'm Fan Fan." Hearing the name Zhang Xiaosong, Duowang Jiangsua and Jiaxi Tsiren could not help but have goosebumps. They had heard of him. He was too good at fighting. This time, he even ran behind them. Thanks to Zaisikas who took the initiative to attack, and then everyone ran. They did not chase after them. He had never heard of anyone called Fan Fan, but this person was wearing the clothes of the winged knights. Half of the team were winged knights. Presumably, they were not inferior to Zhang Xiaosong. At least, Zhang Xiaosong could not manage the private army of the Tang emperors. Duowang Jiangso, Tashi Tsiren. The two of them signed up at the same time, so their names were known by the military forces of the Tang dynasty. "I'm here to give you something. We can exchange it in the future. Pressure cookers won't do. One for each tribe. This is my gift to you." Fan Fan urged his horse forward as he spoke. He held a piece of braised meat in his hand. It had been cut into slices and was the size of a fist. It was a jean of raw meat. The two of them waved their hands at the same time, and their cavalry pushed their horses back. The three of them gathered together. Fan Fan opened the paper bag and said, "Have a taste. After you've tasted it, we'll go to the place between your two tribes to eat. We brought about 500 jean of this meat, 10,000 jean of steamed barley, and pickled vegetables. Everyone should be able to have a meal." As he spoke, Fan Fan casually pinched a piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth to chew. Duowang Jiangso reached out and took a piece each. They also put it into their mouths to taste. "Is it okay?" Fan Fan asked while chewing. "It's delicious." Tashi Tsiren nodded. It was his first time eating braised meat with a lot of seasoning. "It's delicious. Do you all eat this now?" Duowang Jiangso thought of something else. "There's not enough seasoning. Only a few people can eat it. But Dongzhu will send more seasoning later. 2.5 servings of freshly slaughtered rock sheep can get 1 serving of meat. We have to process it, remove the fat, and make a fire. If we trade with you, 20 servings of rock sheep with fat will be exchanged for 1 serving of this. But the taste will not be the same as it is now. The seasoning is too expensive." Fan Fan told the truth. He would give them as much as they should. If they were not willing to trade, then so be it. Duowang Jiangso reached out and pinched another piece of meat. He felt like eating more. It would be best if there was wine. Tashi Tsiren also reached out his hand. "Now, for you. The first batch is for you. Everyone try it. I'll give you the pressure cooker. I'll tell you how to cook it. If you don't want to trade, you can cook it yourself." Fan Fan also pinched a piece to eat. It was indeed delicious. "You can stay here tonight. You can choose an unmarried woman from our tribe." Duowang Jiangso expressed that he could not trade for the time being. He wanted to keep a child. The winged knights of the Tang dynasty could sleep with an unmarried woman in their tribe. If they had a child, it would be very strong. "Thank you, but no. Dongzhu doesn't allow it." Fan Fan refused. "Please." Duowang Jiangso looked very regretful. The team went to the middle of the two tribes and called all the people of the tribe over, regardless of age. But the old people walked at the back while the young people walked at the front. 2,000 people put the food on the ground. Tashi Tsiren and Duowang Jiangso understood that everyone had to eat something, so they tried to divide it equally. After arranging for people to divide, the winged knights and the elite cavalry took out their own crepes to eat. It was a very big crepe with thick highland barley flour. Li Yi had never eaten crepes with Highland barley flour. He had only eaten mung bean flour, corn flour, sorghum flour, rice flour and normal wheat flour. The mung bean crepes of the origin were made from the same raw material as the soy milk of Beijing, mung beans. Soy milk was not soy milk. Soy milk needed mung beans to ferment, while soy milk was generally made from soybeans. The difference was that soy milk could be made from tofu pudding, but soy milk could not. But mung beans could be made into mung bean cakes. If you wanted to save money, you could add broad bean powder or pea powder. The braised meat was cut into slices, and the Highland barley steamed rice was served with utensils. At the same time, they grabbed pickles from the pickles jar. The people of the two tribes divided the food. Not long after breakfast, there were 2 meals a day. The breakfast was late, and the dinner was early. It also depended on the weather. When the day was long, there might be an extra meal, but it was rare. The family conditions did not allow it. Just like in the Tang dynasty, when the sun rose in the morning, they started to work in the fields. The women worked at home and cooked after finishing their work. They took the food to the fields and sent it to their husbands. There was no morning, so it was breakfast. After breakfast, they took a break and worked together. The Tubo tribe did the same, but now their quality of life had declined, so they did not dare to kill the sheep. They had to keep the sheep to give birth to cubs and milk, and make butter to exchange with the Tang dynasty. I brought 2 jars. The alcohol content is about 20%. 1 jar contains 5 caddies. Let's drink and eat at the same time. I will teach you how to use this pressure cooker. Fan Fan was still responsible for the main communication. Zhang Xiaosong did not want to talk too much. The old people of the Tubo tribe took the initiative to give the meat to the children. They just wanted to have a taste. Duowang Jiangsua and Tashi Tsiren drank and ate the meat. They watched Fan Fan make things with the pressure cooker, including the steamed Highland barley rice. The two ate the steamed Highland barley rice. When they felt that it was delicious, their expressions were complicated. The Tang dynasty's team started to cook with this kind of cooker? Can they make it according to it? Tashi Tsiren was very straightforward. He came up and asked if they could make the cooker. No, they can't. One is the seal. The thread is broken. If you use the method of turning the mold, the thread is not tight enough. The vent valve above is more difficult to explain. Fan Fan chatted as if he was chatting with an old friend. He said everything including the key points. Can we exchange? Duowang Jiangsua asked immediately. No, we don't have enough. We only have 2,000. Dongzhu is trying to ask people to make it. Fan Fan was still telling the truth. I will tell you everything, but you can't get it and can't make it. Chapter 1128. Your people told us that they would give us an atlas in the future, and let us pick the herbs according to it. Tashi Tsiren had not drunk for a long time. The Highland barley wine in the tribe had been drunk long ago, and they had lost the place to grow Highland barley. It was not suitable to grow Highland barley now, as the season was not right. If they planted it next year, they would not be able to stop the Tang dynasty when they were about to harvest. The news has already been sent back. I reckon that it won't be long before fast riders deliver the booklet to the leaders of the various clans. Fan Fan helped Tashi Tsiren pour more wine. He was not greedy for wine. We want doctors and herbs. Did you bring a lot of skyscraping monkeys and explosives? Tashi Tsiren was still as straightforward as before. Yes. The Tang dynasty will also use cement to build a city here. The method of making cement has been made public. Fan Fan was also frank. Will you beat us in the future? Tashi Tsiren probably had not drunk wine for a long time. Now he drank a big bowl of wine with more than 20 degrees. His face was so red as if he was allergic. Will you beat us in the future when you recover? Fan Fan drank a big mouthful of wine. It was not good to drink. It was not as good as the wine he drank in Li family Zhuangzi. Tashi Tsiren had a complicated expression. He grabbed a piece of meat and said, I don't think so. We can't beat them. The people in the tribe are very scared. Fan Fan drank another mouthful of wine. He smacked his lips and refilled their glasses. Dongzhu said that the reason for the war is very simple. You have something and I don't. I am stronger than you, so I will take what you have. But then I realized that I can choose not to fight. But the people in my tribe want me to fight. If I don't fight, they will take care of me. There are two kinds of survival. One is survival by eating, and the other is survival by willpower. Now Tubo is fighting for the survival of willpower. Even if the Tang dynasty gives the people of Tubo food, Tubo will still fight the Tang dynasty. Fan Fan talked about philosophical issues. People's needs were different, and their desires were endless. If we defeat you, we can occupy such a good place. Duowang Jiangso spoke his theory. That's right. Even if this good place was created through our own hard work, why didn't you make your own place better? Why did you have to steal from others? Fan Fan agreed. That's right, you guys are right. Dongzhu had mentioned in his lectures that the essence of biological survival was to be at the top of the food chain. After suppressing other things, his own kind still had to fight for the top. I should live a better life than you. If you work, I'll enjoy it. Otherwise, I'll hit you. If they could win, they would naturally continue to enjoy themselves. If they couldn't win, others would enjoy themselves. We don't know how to, but we can fight. Duowang Jiangso said confidently. There's nothing wrong with that. Dongzhu also said that. Dongzhu, you're too powerful. Unfortunately, you're not vicious enough. Fan Fan shook his head. Then he turned to the two of them and said, the Tang dynasty is different from what you think. The Tang dynasty wants you to live a good life, but the premise is that you have to be with the Tang dynasty. Is it submission? No. Duowang Jiangso shook his head. Tashi Tsiren nodded. Yes, no. Do you think you don't submit to others? Do you dare to not listen to Zhanpu? It's different. According to Zhanpu. Duowang Jiangso wanted to refute, but he suddenly stopped. He remembered that Zhanpu was not Zhanpu from the beginning. He fought. According to his father's father's father. At that time, there was no Zhanpu. Everyone fought. Later on, it became what it was now. For a moment, Duowang Jiangso was at a loss. He was also wondering why. Why should he stop Zhanpu? Zhanpu was not Zhanpu from the beginning. He could only fight and pass it down. The Tang dynasty could fight. Why couldn't the Tang dynasty be Zhanpu? At least now, they gave him wine, and were willing to exchange for things for his tribe. Many other tribes surrendered to the Tang dynasty, and mixed with the Tang dynasty. Why did his tribe have to listen to Zhanpu and fight with the Tang dynasty? The key was that he couldn't win. What should he do? Fan Fan himself didn't know the impact of his words on others. The key was that the current military strength and logistics of the Tang dynasty had provided him with help. He still explained to the two people according to Li Yi's words. Dongzhu said that we can be a family. Whoever has the ability to lead a good life, for everyone will be the leader. Look, what do we eat? What do we use? When we are sick, there are hundreds of medical books. My family. Fan Fan spoke from the bottom of his heart. He introduced the treatment he enjoyed, and talked about how the life of the governor and the people around him had become better. In the future, how would Dongzhu help more people live a better life? What plans did he have for Tubo? Duowang Jiangso and Tashi Tsiren were stunned. It turned out that the people of the governor's office of the Tang dynasty could eat 4 meals a day. At night they worked and had an extra meal. If they wanted meat, they would have meat and vegetables. When it snowed, they could eat cucumbers. If they took out a little of the money they earned from a day's work, they could eat their fill. We know Li Dongzhu. He has a lot of slaves. Duowang Jiangso was envious but not jealous. The gap was too big. Jealousy couldn't come. Fan Fan shook his head. There is no such thing as slaves in Li family Zhuangzi. Dongzhu is too rich. Dongzhu is not only good to his own people in Zhuangzi, but also to the soldiers. He is willing to spend money. In Tubo's eyes, there is only the Tang dynasty. Dongzhu sees the sea and the distant sky. If you are willing to become a person of the Tang dynasty, the benefits that Dongzhu gives you will be a person of the Tang dynasty. If you want to be a soldier, you have to be incredible. The owner will give you anything you want. Anything you want. You don't understand how powerful Dongzhu is. If Dongzhu wants to make money, he can earn one of your tribe's livestock in a day. If Dongzhu wants to kill someone, you will be thousands of miles away. If Dongzhu chants a spell, you will die. One day, the more Fan Fan spoke, the more he deviated. He began to deify, as if he was kind and fearless. He had actually turned Li Yi into a believer in order to fool others. Zhang Xiaosong was dumbfounded. This person who dared to send him things personally and took off his clothes to fight in the water actually had this ability. Zhang Xiaosong was even a little convinced. Yes, Li Yi was that powerful. He didn't know. Not to mention the people now, Li Yi was the same in the past. Can you expect everyone's IQ to be online? Li Lang, the other eagles don't dare to fly. Princess Yongmu continued to feed the golden eagle today. She got the news that the imperial family and the rich people who raised eagles in the capital government didn't dare to fly eagles in the wild. Because it is small, it is said that there is a golden eagle standing there 4 feet tall. We don't raise it that tall, but it can still suppress some eagles. Li Yi was also clear about the situation. Some imperial family and the rich people of the Tang dynasty played with eagles. The eagles they played with were smaller than the golden eagle. The size was one aspect. The golden eagle was wild, and the other eagles were domesticated. How could a pet dog be compared with a guard dog? The Tibetan Mastiff, which was a pet dog, couldn't beat a larger guard dog, let alone a mountain guard dog. The current situation belonged to the female golden eagle's deterrence. She didn't want the territory. She was telling other things that could fly not to provoke her now. She had a hungry man who was injured and couldn't fly immediately, and she had 2 children who needed to be looked after. At this time, she was irritable and very aggressive. Other people didn't dare to touch the raptors they raised. They were living a good life. Why should they risk their lives to fight such a golden eagle? Chapter 1129. A few days later, it rained heavily for a whole night, and the river rose. The sun came out, but the people in the capital couldn't feel the coolness after the rain. It was a hot day. The farmers went to check if there was any water in the fields, and the people who raised bean worms observed how many worms had been washed away by the rain last night. The soybeans would mature in half a month. If they ate some shriveled beans, the beans wouldn't be full, so they were picked in advance and didn't wait for them to mature. The beans that were picked belonged to the category of green beans. They were cooked for the children and sent to the restaurant if there were a lot. The restaurant liked to buy green beans, but they didn't want shriveled beans. Under normal circumstances, if the restaurant couldn't pay the same price as the beans, the people who grew the beans wouldn't sell them. When the beans matured, they could be used to extract oil and make tofu by themselves. They could use the machine used to grind wheat flour. If they didn't have it at home, they could borrow it from others. After the soaked beans were ground out, they could go home and wrap it with gauze. They could boil the soy milk, or they could give some bean dregs or a piece of tofu to the people who borrowed it. In addition, they could directly exchange beans for tofu, 1 gene of beans for 2 gene of tofu, and the tofu seller could earn a few taels of tofu. Their craftsmanship was not good, and they couldn't compare with the Li family Zhuangzi. 1 gene of beans could produce 4 gene of tofu. The male eagle's injury hadn't healed, so there was ice in the cage, and a basin next to it for the female eagle and the young eagle to bathe. It's a hot day today, so I'll give you some meat. Princess Yongmu and Li Yi fed the eagles again. There was a small bowl with ice water in it. Li Yi cut a piece of meat, and Princess Yongmu dipped it in ice water and fed it to the male eagle to cool down. The female eagle and the young eagle were wet. They had just run out of the water and shook off most of the water, waiting to be fed. It's still not smart enough. Tomorrow, we'll go to Mount Li to avoid the summer heat and teach the young eagle how to hunt. If we keep feeding it, the young eagle will become a chicken. Li Yi began to worry when he saw the eagerness on the young eagle's face. Princess Yongmu didn't agree with the chicken. The chicken can eat by itself. It chases after dragonflies, spiders, insects, and small snakes. There are small water snails in the ditch in Zhuangzi. The chicken jumped down to eat them, and then jumped up. The children protested that the chicken eats small fish. Yes, the chicken is smart. Actually, as for a place to avoid the summer heat, the area between the Wulai River and the Luan River is better. Unfortunately, there are no villages or towns there. Li thought of the mountain resort. There was a hot spring on top of Mount Li. It was a big lake. Since it was high above sea level, it was cooler than Chang'an, and there were more trees. Princess Yongmu thought about it carefully, but she couldn't remember where the two rivers were. She continued to feed them. After they go up, they will learn how to hunt. I think the female eagle is smart enough not to catch the livestock and poultry on the ground. Let me demonstrate. I'll throw a chicken out. No, I'll throw a live wild chicken out. Guazi will shoot an arrow and hit the target. The female eagle will understand and kill it. Li wants to say throw the chicken, but he can't react. If he tells the golden eagle that it can kill chickens, what about the chickens raised by others? Pheasants are different from chickens. Li Longji stood behind the two of them and watched. He did not attend court today, so he had nothing to do. He had delegated his authority. The ministers could not meddle in the battles. The grand chancellors did not have to meddle in the affairs of Guangzhou and Luzhou. The Tan clan of the local tribe was in charge. They took away the model of the boat, redemption coupons, fishing nets, and tools for work. The position of provincial governor of Luzhou was vacant for now. The former provincial governor, Pang Renqing, had returned and was working at the canal. Pang Renqing was greedy for the mountain people's tributes and did not teach them how to make good tools. When the Tan clan found out about this, they wanted to do it themselves. Li gave them a series of terraced fields as compensation. Only then did Pang Renqing return alive. There were no major matters in court. The memorials were sent over for approval. The weather was hot, so he did not go. It was hot today. He asked the Li family Zhuangzi to prepare mutton giblets, mutton and mutton fat, and send them to all the provinces under the control of the capital office, including those in the 20 outlying counties. He paid for the sheep, but the Li family Zhuangzi did not pay for the processing. When he saw the husband and wife were going to Li Mountain, he wanted to go as well. Li Longji was thinking about how he should go. He would not be able to return tomorrow, or the day after. He would only stay for a night, and spend most of his time on the road. He was thinking of an excuse to bring the ministers along when a group of people ran over to Li Mountain. The one in the lead was Gao Lisher. There was a large group of people behind him, including the people from the Imperial Physician Bureau. Li Longji hastily turned around and entered the house. Tao Hong and the others went up to him. Wu Jiyu is about to give birth. Let's look for the county governor of Fangchu. Yes, the county governor of Fangchu and Li Dongzhu. Gao Lisher remembered Li Longji's identity as the county governor of Fangchu. Li Yi and Princess Yongmu, who were feeding the eagles, heard this and turned to look. A cart with a shed was pushed over. A person was lying on it, moaning softly. Li Lang, they said, it's Wu Jiyu. She's about to give birth. Princess Yongmu did not like Wu Jiyu, but she did not want anything to happen to her. Someone call the female nurses over. Let's enter the operating room and get ready to dissect. Li Yi's hands moved faster as he spoke. He cut the meat and placed it there. Princess Yongmu hastily picked up the plate and placed it in front of the male eagle's mouth. The male eagle lowered its head slightly and bit a piece of meat. It raised its head and swallowed it, then bit another piece. It did not feel very comfortable without ice water. Li Yi ran into the house and took out a small gourd. He poured the ice water inside and placed one hand under the male eagle's mouth while the other poured the water. The male eagle drank 2 mouthfuls. Li Yi paused for a moment. After a few mouthfuls, 30 female nurses ran over. They were already wearing white coats, so they went in to change, wash their hands, put on gloves, and put on hats. The shadowless lights were turned on. The male nurses went in to clean up the empty operating room, disinfected it, and ran out. The female nurses went in to disinfect, adjust the temperature, put all kinds of equipment in place, and take out the medicine needed for learning. Tao Hong and the others took over, and the others were stopped. Wu Jieyu entered the hospital and went to the delivery bed. She first considered natural delivery. There were tools, including forceps and sputum aspirators. Li Yi took Princess Yongmu in. They changed their clothes and disinfected it. Then they waited outside. If natural delivery could be done, Li Yi would not go in. No, he had to go in. He was thinking about the historical Wu Jiyu. Gao Lishir and the palace maids and eunuchs in Wu Jiyu's palace also stayed in another room. There was a transparent glass where they could see Li Yi and Princess Yongmu. They were not allowed to go in without disinfecting it. The hospital's protection was layered and isolated. Li Longji, Empress Wang, the little fellow Li Tan, Li Dan and noble consort Lu also came. Greetings, County Magistrate Feng Chu. Gao Lishir shouted. The people in Wu Jiyu's palace saluted at the same time. Greetings, County Magistrate Feng Chu. They knew that Her Majesty was not Her Majesty now. They shouted to let Wu Jiyu inside know that Her Majesty was here. Her Majesty did not ignore her. Her Majesty was here. So was Li Yi. If there was no other way, they could not care about the distance between men and women. Princess Yongmu and Li Yi inside stood together, which showed their relationship. What was wrong with the son-in-law taking care of the mother-in-law when she was sick? Shouldn't the son-in-law clean up the mess when the mother-in-law was paralyzed in bed? Now that the mother-in-law was about to give birth, there was nothing wrong with the son-in-law knowing medical books and helping to keep the mother and child safe. The people from the Zongjing Temple and the imperial astronomer had arrived and were waiting anxiously outside. Get the umbrella. The little fellow saw those people in the sun and took her mother's hand to instruct the winged knights. The winged knights immediately ran out to find umbrellas, chairs, tables, and water. Chapter 1130. The people of the Zongjing Temple had not seen the little guy for a long time. Now that they saw that the little guy was strong and sensible, they all exchanged glances. It meant that they were satisfied. This future emperor was good for the Tang dynasty. How old was he? He knew how to take care of people, was not afraid of strangers, and did not make trouble. A wet cotton towel was wrapped around his little wrist. He asked Empress Wang to pick it up and wipe the sweat off Empress Wang. Then, he asked Empress Wang to pass it to Li Longji to wipe the sweat off Li Longji. The winged knights brought a basin of water. He squatted on the ground and washed it carefully. When he felt that it was clean, he twisted his little hand and wrapped it around his wrist again. This was the kind of child that other people wanted to bring back to their own home. The other eldest son, Li Tan, stood beside the retired emperor and held his arm. There was no hostility in his eyes. Instead, he had the temperament of a scholar. The people of the Zongjing Temple looked at each other again. Prince Qing had changed. He looked like he could be the crown prince, especially on his face. The small scar was very shallow, and the big one was not so hideous. It was pink. It seemed that he could return to normal. The others were also looking at the two children. Li Tan seemed to have noticed. He turned his head to look at the others and nodded with a smile. The scar on his face was still there, but it made people feel that it was not a big deal. Li Yi is really extraordinary, a person of the Zongjing Temple commented. At this time, the delivery room was very quiet. Wu Jiyu did not make a sound. She moaned before, because she wanted Li Longji to hear it. She was indeed uncomfortable. Now that she was uncomfortable, she could endure it. Li Longji was outside, looking at many instruments that she had never seen before in the room. She understood that she and the children would not be in danger. She heard that Empress Wang gave birth very smoothly. She could not embarrass herself. The female nurses began to observe and guide her in a low voice. They had given birth to the woman on Zhuangzi, and even dissected her once to assist Dongzhu. They remembered the process well. The children could actually be directly cut open and taken out. Less than half an hour later, everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they heard the baby crying. Someone shouted from inside, "Mother and child are safe. We are weighing the child. It's 4 catties, 7 tails, 6 qian. 5.5 catties?" Li Yi calculated the unit of measurement he used at that time. He felt that it was a little small and needed to be replenished. Later, They would start examining the babies. No wonder they lived for such a short time in history and had weak constitutions. He needed to take care of Wuxia alone. He had to adjust her diet and increase the nutrients in her milk. Otherwise, she could ask the people who hadn't finished feeding her in the zhuangzi to help feed her. The zhuangzi ate well. The nurse took out the things that needed to be checked on the baby and handed them to Li Yi. Li Yi took them to another laboratory. Once the results were out, the child could also be brought over for a checkup. Then, based on his condition, he would need to be sent to the incubator. Li Yi cursed in his heart as he examined her. Look at the date you picked. How are you going to sit during the confinement period? It was probably Zhuangzi's turn now. Li Yi still wanted to go to Mount Li to teach eagles, but he couldn't go now. Not to mention Wu Jiyu. Any woman in the Zhuangzi or the palace who gave birth would make him stay, especially in the first few days of the baby's birth. He had to check on the baby every day and treat any illness. At the same time, he had to deal with the umbilical cord blood. He was collecting umbilical cord blood, mainly from pregnant women in the Zhuangzi. Then he would store it. If one day there was a problem with a child, and the match was successful, he could use the umbilical cord blood of the previous child to treat it. Li Yi had a long lifespan, and was beginning to learn about this technology. He mainly looked at it over and over again, and then used animals to operate it. When the little guy was born, he didn't collect it. Now that Wu Jiyu's child was born, the nurse was in charge of collecting it and handling it. This included the blood donated by the villagers. He would collect all kinds of blood, including stem cells, proteins, whole blood, red blood cells and so on, and then put them in the blood bank. It seemed that he was at a disadvantage, but as long as he treated a patient with this method, all the lost lifespan would be replenished, and there would be more. He would give the people in the Zhang family's village, the imperial plantation, and the migrant workers' settlement a jianbing fruit, the kind with 2 extra eggs. Then, he would collect 200 milliliters of blood, and come back to deal with it. The southwestern barbarians didn't need to give him a jianbing fruit. If he said he would take it, he would take it. Moreover, he also found special blood types, including Rh-yin and Yang blood types. In the entire capital government he had found 5 people. 3 of them were slaves in the southwestern barbarian area, and 2 of them were in the livestock market in Shi City, Chang'an. Of these 5 people, 2 were positive, and 3 were negative. These 5 people were taken care of by Li Yi. He gave them good food, drink, and exercise. He collected blood once every half a year and guaranteed that they would use it immediately when they needed it. He didn't ask for money, not at all. Li Yi thought that there were more special blood types among the ethnic minorities, so he collected it in case someone needed it. He took care of it, and found that there were no problems. The nutrition was very balanced. When the child was sent over, he checked the child's body. The temperature was comfortable. The child closed his eyes and was checked here and there. Occasionally he would cry. After the checkup he sent the child back. It was noon. Li Yi went out and looked at the Golden Eagle family. What should he do? Li Longji put on his disinfected clothes and went in. Empress Wang hesitated for a moment and followed. Li Tan took the little guy outside to play. Wu Jiyu was breastfeeding the child, and the baby instinctively ate. Sister, what do you want to eat? Empress Wang touched her belly. She was going to have a second child. Sister, what do you think we should eat? Wu Jiyu trusted Empress Wang, but she trusted Li Yi even more. She specially investigated Li Yi. Even if others were hostile and fell sick in front of Li Yi would save them. For example, shopkeeper Yu was so arrogant at the beginning. In the end, he died and was sent to Li family Zhuangzi. Li Yi didn't say anything. Medical ethics. No matter how biased Li Yi was to Empress Wang, his medical ethics were not damaged. I've prepared several kinds of soup for you, sister. Kunbu pig kick soup, date cushion carp soup, cabbage milk tofu soup, mutton with scallions and scrambled eggs with chives. Empress Wang immediately gave a bunch of recipes. She ate this, as well as the staple food fruits. What did sister eat at that time? Wu Jiyu asked straightforwardly. I eat it every meal. You also eat it. It's important that you like to eat. But don't eat too much. You can eat more in a day. You should massage often and have enough milk. Empress Wang told her experience. What she enjoyed was the treatment of Li Yi cooking for her in person. At that time, Li family Zhuangzi's plan was not good enough. Now Li Yi didn't need to do it. Sister, I'm hungry now. I didn't eat last night. I felt uncomfortable and couldn't eat. I still felt uncomfortable in the morning. When I was about to eat something, I couldn't stand it anymore. Wu Ji didn't complain. Actually, she had a glucose injection in her hand. She could only hold the baby with one hand. If it weren't for Empress Wang's help, she probably wouldn't be able to move her arm after feeding the baby. Bring them all. You can eat whichever is delicious. Brother Yi said that you can only get milk by drinking more water. Is it hot in the room? Take a rest and change to a more comfortable courtyard. This is a hospital. The smell of disinfectant is not good. Li Longji wanted to kiss his son, even if his son looked like a monkey now. Not long after, a lot of things were brought over and placed around for Wu Jiyu to choose. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.